Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you. Chapter 326, Gigantomachia 6. The ceiling of Tartarus was opening. Cracks have occurred in some areas of Tartarus. Someone is trying to break out of jail. Along with the warning message that appeared in the air, the whole of the underworld was shaking. The judges of the underworld have noticed the actions of the demon king of salvation. Persephone warned in a sharp voice. It is only this time. Please keep this in mind, demon king of salvation. Earthquakes occurred and a faint portal started to be made on the wide-open ceiling of Tartarus. Persephone had opened an exit to the ground. Briareus watched the scene and asked, "What did you say to make the queen of the underworld help you?" "It was just some threats. 30 minutes ago, I sent the following message to Persephone. If you refuse to cooperate, I will spread the footage of Tartarus all over the star stream." Tartarus had many secrets of the underworld, whether it was the secret recruits they trained or the institutional facilities that were concealed. It wasn't good if the hostile forces to Olympus received a secret report on Tartarus. Then Briareus shook his head. Her Majesty was threatened by that. She is on our side. She just needed a pretext to release me. It is an excuse when things go wrong in the future. If this Gigantomachia failed and Olympus picked up on what happened in the underworld would be in a difficult situation. Perhaps my current blackmail would be a bit of a defense for the underworld. Of course, this was a story for when Gigantomachia failed, but I didn't intend to let that happen. Briareus spoke. "You don't seem to know the king and the queen well." "Huh?" Briareus gave a knowing smile instead of answering. "You have received the giant's oath. You have acquired a new semi-myth story. The story Giant's Liberator has been acquired. This story is attributed to a single story, Giant's Liberator. This was the first story I should obtain from this Olympus war. Giant's Liberator. Soon the giants of this place will enter Gigantomachia. Is there anything you specifically want?" "There is no such thing. Just do what you want." "I'm becoming curious. Why do you want to reach? No other constellations have every built-up achievement like you. Are you dreaming of a perfect story?" "Perfect story. Some people called a single story by such a name. A story that never existed before and was made up of stories that never existed. I just want to see the end with my colleagues. Together without losing anyone. It will be the hardest story in the world. There has never been such a story. It was true. A myth without any sacrifices didn't exist in this world. The probability of the star stream always moves in a way that forces sacrifice. Fate won't easily let you go. I won't know without trying. In addition, fate has already been overcome. I remembered the damn fate given to me by fucking Olympus. Even now, I gritted my teeth remembering it. However, Briareus' expression was grave. "Have you overcome fate?" Something suddenly flashed through my mind. According to Ways of Survival, all titans were born with the power of prophecy. Liberator, fate is a much broader concept than you think. The fate given to you by Olympus is only a speck of dust in the world. The real fate is inevitable. If you avoid it, probability must be distorted. That twisted probability must be resolved by someone. That is why there is no perfect story. I want to know if I don't try. I will do it if possible. My colleagues also aren't weak enough to succumb to fate. I jumped into the portal and declared, "Then let's meet in Gigantomachia." Briareus nodded. "I wish you the blessing of the story." "Curious." "Yes. Maybe we need the story's blessing." Jang Haeyoung muttered as he watched the returnees approaching like cattle. "There is no need if you have good training." A sword scattering a silver-white light emerged from behind Kyrios. Pure white paradox. It was a sword made by the masters of Peaceland, Kyrgios' home for decades. It was Kyrios' weapon that traveled with him through numerous battlefields and had the same performance as a star relic. The fact that Kyrios, who rarely used a weapon, pulled out the sword proved that the opponents weren't easy. Two figures were flying at the head of the returnees. There was a middle-aged man in a gorgeous red uniform and one in a black and white uniform engraved with the symbol of his school. Strange. I heard the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was here. Are you mistaken again? Find the breaking the sky sword saint. The voices of the middle-aged men were profound. Kyrios shot into the air. The Murim people were surprised by the status that filled the air and instantly stopped. Kyrios opened his mouth. You are the heavenly demon and blood demon. Who are you? Kyrios raised his aura instead of replying. Lightning poured from dark clouds and part of it nestled in Kyrios. Kim Dokja's flagship technique, electrification, was now emitting a sublime aura from the founder. You can't know my name. The astonished returnees stepped back. You will die soon. The white-blue lightning filled the sky. Anyone from Murim would know the name. Is this Paradox Baekshung? Kyrios' sword pointed towards the sky. As the probability ran wild, Kyrgia's status clashed with the returnees. There was a vast wind pressure and Jang Haeyoung and the Breaking the Sky Master were pushed back. The center of the sky contained the heavenly demon, the blood demon, and Kyrios. Every time an attack poured out, the space screamed like thunder. It was hard to believe that this fierce battle was a confrontation between humans. Jang Haeyoung was ecstatic as he watched the battle. Someday I can be strong like this. Jang Haeyoung. Protect the industrial complex with the Breaking the Sky Masters group. Jang Haeyoung came to his senses due to Kyrios' sound transmission and moved with the Breaking the Sky Master. With the exception of the heavenly demon and blood demon, there were approximately 1,000 returnees remaining. Among them were the 10 masters of Murim. Kwakak. Some returnees were caught in the wind pressure, but dozens of returnees used their bodies as the jumping point. There were too many of them. Evacuate towards the industrial complex. Their side contained Jang Haeyoung, the Breaking the Sky Master, Flying Fox, and other returnees. Apart from Kyrios, only a few incarnations were able to confront the transcendent returnees. In the northern part of the industrial complex, a huge fortress approached while firing. Jang Haeyoung's face became rosy. Gong Pildu. Magic shells poured out from the fortress towards the returnees and victims instantly appeared. However, the returnees soon maintained their ranks and defended against the shells. Smash that fortress. Gong Pildu's armed fortress was suitable for defense, not attack. 200 returnees gathered and proceeded to Gong Pildu's armed fortress. The number of returnees remaining was 400. The returnees crossed the walls and entered the interior of the industrial complex. Then, as if waiting, the Wanderer forces dedicated to defending the industrial complex moved. Cho Youngran used the power of the first spiritualist of Joseon. Lee Boksoon fired her sniper rifle. John Wuchi's techniques filled the air and bullets pierced the returnees. Quack. The shaman. Kill the shaman. The innocent people were killed like fish caught in the waves. Cho Youngran and Lee Boksoon started to be injured by the bombardment of the returnees. The Wanderers were pushed back and some returnees shouted. Listen up, leader of the Soul area. If you give your life, no more meaningless sacrifices will occur. The key to the returnees' war was to defeat the leader of each force. The core goal of the scenario that the returnees who invaded Seoul received was to defeat the leader. A moment later, a glowing light emerged from inside the industrial complex. Cho Youngran's complexion paled as she kept defending. No, Sukyung. The moment Lee Boksoon cried out, a woman emerged from the industrial complex. The Wanderer King declared, I am the leader of Seoul. In one hand, she was holding the broken 8-beaded bell, and in the other, she is holding a bronze dagger. A few returnees staggered back from the aura that emerged from the heavenly symbols she was holding. There is no need to be afraid. She can't use the power of her sponsor. The returnees shouted and Lee Sukyung smiled bitterly. In the Battle of Dark Castle, most of the founder's mother's status was destroyed. Even so, she had a way to fight. Establish the center and become the wind. The bronze sword Lee Sukyung was holding gave off a bright light. The constellation king Hungmu the Great is surprised by the actions of Incarnation Lee Sukyung. The constellation One-Eyed Mithraea is warning that it is dangerous. The constellation Coaeil Pil. All the constellations of the Korean peninsula warned her at the same time. She knew. She was already familiar with what would happen if she did this. Lee Sukyung glanced around the industrial complex. The image of the sleeping Usanga blurred the window. She thought of the children going to Olympus for Usanga's sake. The upright soldier Lee Hyun-sung, Jung Hee-won who didn't tolerate injustice. The fierce but brave Lee Gil-young, the calm and gifted Shin Yu-sung. She also remembered Lee Seolwa, who was warm-hearted and took good care of the party members, and Han Soo-young, who often grumbled but had a keen sense of humor. Then she was reminded of her child. The time for that child to live. The story she long dreamt about. The time she couldn't protect him. The light from the bronze sword was as bright as the sun. Lee Sukyung muttered very quietly, Emperor of Heaven and the Wind God. There was a constellation associated with each of the star relics of the Korean peninsula. The bronze sword Lee Sukyung was holding right now was one of the heavenly symbols. The constellation Wind God of Heaven is looking down at incarnation Lee Sukyung. Wind God of Heaven. One of the 3 constellations who held the highest rank in Hongik. Now Lee Sukyung was making her last bet with her life as collateral. Come, Pungbik. The sky opened and a blue aura roared around the dagger. The returnees blinked at the blinding light. Lee Sukyung looked at the sky and the sky looked down at Lee Sukyung. Just a moment. Please lend me your strength. Then the sky gave a warning. Blue-black lightning struck and Lee Sukyung responded to the warning. It doesn't matter. The next moment, the sparks of probability appeared around Lee Sukyung's body. Her bones were crumbling and her skin was burnt. Amidst this pain, the hand holding the sword became heavy. The force of wind that a human couldn't endure was nestled in her right hand. This was one of the strongest constellations on the Korean peninsula, the power of Pungbik. From left to right, Lee Sukyung swung her sword. Then the space was split apart. It was as if the world was split in half from the beginning. Everything around her was torn by the absolute wind pressure that followed the trajectory of her sword. At 10, 20, 30, the number of returnees who died quickly surpassed 100. All the returnees who crossed the walls were falling through the air with their waist cut. Their faces showed they didn't understand the source of their death. Lee Sukyung held her trembling right hand and took shaky breaths. In one blow, most of the returnees were destroyed. Of course, it wasn't everyone. There were returnees who noticed the danger in the short time and moved out of range. They were masters from the 3rd Murim and 4th Murim. It's over. Kill her. Lee Sukyung glanced at the masters rushing towards her and smiled. She did everything she could. Dozens of swords rushed towards her as she fell through the air. There was the sound of flesh being pierced and Lee Sukyung sensed death. However, she didn't feel the pain of being stabbed. She opened her eyes to see someone's back. It was a very wide back. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 327 Gigantomachia, 7. Lee Sukyung. Yoo Jong-hyuk was there. The image that followed was the master's necks being pierced. The lifeless bodies crashed to the ground. I didn't expect to get your help. Yoo Jong-hyuk ran with a blank expression and Lee Sukyung on his back. Lee Sukyung didn't say anything, but she could see where he was heading. Perhaps he was looking for the medical staff of this industrial complex. Thank you. The words spilled out and Yoo Jong-hyuk replied indifferently. Don't say anything that isn't in your heart. I know you dislike me. Of course I dislike you. I hate you. You are the person who took my role. I don't know what that means. In Lee Sukyung's head, time flowed slowly. She heard that it should move quickly. Then why? Was it because it was hard and difficult? I've known you from a long time ago. That kid often talked about you. He came to visit his mother in prison and only talked about this. This time, he challenged the 12 gods of Olympus. The young face of Kim Daksha as he talked happily. Many thoughts had floated on this child's face. Yoo Jong-hyuk spoke like he felt Lee Sukyung's heart rate slowing down. Lee Sukyung, don't let go of your mind. Lee Sukyung barely maintained her blurring consciousness. She continued to be drowsy on Yoo Jong-hyuk's back. In any case, at least once, I wanted to thank you. You are saying things that I can't understand. The back that was now carrying her had actually carried her son. The middle school Kim Daksha and the high school Kim Daksha. He was the support. He raised the child she couldn't carry. He made the child live. I thought that I wanted to be like him. However, she was the one who wanted to be the owner of that back more than anyone else. Then what did Yoo Jong-hyuk do next? Are you curious, mother? Her son's words continued throughout the visitation that only lasted 10 minutes. Yes, I'm curious. The two people spoke and listened with a wall between them. A story with adventure and life. The story of someone who wasn't related to her or her son, but who lived hard. It was like talking through a wall. The two people talked about ways of survival during those days. The fictional story was their only possession. Now that story had become reality and was carrying her. Lee Sukyung murmured in a soft voice, I was finally living my life. Don't tell me. Yoo Jong-hyuk's back was wet with blood. Lee Sukyung's complexion was gradually fading. There were still sparks of probability around her. In her damaged flesh, the stories she had accumulated were evaporating. In order to conceal it, Lee Sukyung purposefully asked about things she knew. Where are your parents? I was told they died in an accident. You don't sound sad. I can't grieve what I can't remember. Lee Sukyung knew. Everything about Yoo Jong-hyuk was just a character setting. From the beginning, Yoo Jong-hyuk's parents didn't exist. Lee Sukyung hesitated for a moment. Yes, humans are like this. Do you think I remember all my childhood? Is it memory loss? Everyone gets memory loss. Little by little, we will forget our memories and one day, we will forget everything. Lee Sukyung knew that her words wouldn't reach Yoo Jong-hyuk, a regressor who had lived 3 rounds. For an immortal man who would live an unknown amount of time in the future, her words would be lighter than the weight of dust. Yu Jonghyuk spoke. Sometimes I remember things. I remember someone watching me. It was the first time Lee Soo-kyung heard the story and she wondered, who was watching you? I don't know either. There was a gaze watching me for a long time. There were times when I often felt the gaze. After Yu Jonghyuk's words were over, Lee Soo-kyung didn't talk for a long time. There was a long silence before Lee Soo-kyung laid her hands on Yu Jonghyuk's head and spoke in a gentle voice. Maybe it was your parents. Lee Soo-kyung stared up at the sky. Numerous constellations were watching them. Her flesh was breaking. She felt the stories gradually pouring away from her body. Her vision was blurry as Lee Soo-kyung kept trying to watch the sky. It was as if she was trying to find a star somewhere. Lee Soo-kyung? Lee Soo-kyung's answer was no longer heard. There was a bloody wind blowing in the theme park where the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint appeared. Since Achilles' head was blown off as a demonstration, several constellations rushed forward in succession but received the same fate. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's fists were covered in red. You want to recreate Gigantomachia with just this? The scared participants hesitated when the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's voice rang out. Han Soo-young and the party members watched the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint from the fortress they were hiding behind. Lee Jae-hai spoke, we don't need to help. Can't we just hide here? Lee Gil-young added. Han Soo-young murmured while chewing on candy. This doesn't make sense. Can a giant be so strong in Gigantomachia? It was an indisputable fact that the giants were strong. However, this was Gigantomachia, a scenario where the giants were defeated. In this scenario, the giants weren't able to use their strength due to the influence of stage transformation. Furthermore, against a hero like Achilles, I underestimated this half-breed giant. The forgotten Achilles, whose head had been destroyed, was waking up. The constellation Troy's sorrow has invoked the immortal hero stigma. His crushed head was restored and the blood pouring from his body stopped. Achilles won't die until Achilles' heel is cut. This was the strongest skill of the hero Achilles. The regenerated Achilles was larger than before. His height reached over 3 meters and the surrounding incarnations muttered. Giant? Achilles' body became as big as a giant. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint asked, are you a giant half-breed? How funny. A person who inherited the blood of the giants became a servant of Olympus. I'm not a giant. I am Olympus' hero, Achilles. Han Soo-young watched the collision between the two giants and understood why stage transformation hadn't activated yet. Achilles was a hero of Olympus, but he wasn't a source of Gigantomachia in the past. Moreover, he was a mixed-blood giant like the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. A shockwave created by the clash between giants shook the theme park. Achilles touched the palm of his hand like he couldn't believe it. Why does a half-breed have this power? I've never heard of your name. What type of story do you have? The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint stared at the sky without speaking. My distance blood is said to have been castrated by the sky. She was transcendent. Unlike other constellations, she only had a few stories because she pursued the highest strength. There was only one path she had ever walked. The story path of breaking the sky has started. It was the power to break the sky, which gave her the name of Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. An indirect message was heard as stories flowed steadily from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The power to break through the sky is favored by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The strength of breaking the sky is opened. Achilles was astonished by the message. A giant who breaks the sky? Don't tell me. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint opened her mouth. You will have the same fate. There was a terrible aura flowing from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's body. It happened the moment the faltering incarnations stepped back. A large horn sound was heard from somewhere. The nebula Olympus is in full swing. In the distance, a ship was coming from the sea. It was Argo. The giant story fellowship of heroes has started. The incarnations discovered a giant ship moving across the water and screamed. It was because they knew who was riding the ship. The heroes. The real heroes are coming. The constellations of Gigantomachia. The real heroes who fought in Gigantomachia, unlike Achilles, were coming. There were also constellations flying in the sky. The narrative-grade constellations of Olympus. It was a power that was not comparable to Achilles. The star stream has announced the opening of the new stage. Finally, the stage transformation was going to begin. The momentum of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint started to rise sharply. Achilles regained his courage and laughed at the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Ha ha ha, young giant. You don't know the calamity you have brought. You. However, he couldn't finish his words. It was because someone popped out from another portal and destroyed his head. Achilles collapsed to the ground after his head was burst twice in a row. The man knocked down Achilles and didn't hesitate to cut his heel. The constellation Troy's sorrow has died in pain. Achilles' giant body dispersed. Han Soo-young laughed as she saw the white coat blowing in the wind. Shit, you should have come quicker. Kim Daksha had returned from the underworld. Kim Daksha sighed lightly and looked at the party members. Kim Daksha's company. Are you ready? Kung, 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 kung. Heavy footsteps were heard from somewhere. There was a deafening roar from the ground as countless mountains appeared in the sky. The giant mountains sprang up and destroyed the theme park. On the edge of a mountain, Kim Daksha declared, "Now, let's start the real Gigantomachia." TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 328 God's Enemy 1. The Star Stream has confirmed the possibility of a new giant story. The interpretation of old stories is possible. The characters who appeared in the myth are reconstructed. Based on past myths, stage transformation will occur. After seeing the indirect messages popping up one after another, the great Dakibi Naksu was silent. Originally, the 60th scenario Gigantomachia wasn't relayed by the Dakibis. They only had channel and airing rights while the actual progress was done by the subheroes of Olympus. However, the situation had changed. There was an explosion on the screen and roars as the giants emerged from the ground. Where the hell did the giants appear from? The underworld. What is going on in the underworld? Shouldn't they be trapped in the underground prison? Now Gigantomachia was a completely different story. Who will relay it? Naksu turned and asked two advanced Dakibi. They'll do it. No, I will. They were the director of the Korean branch Baihyung and the director of the Japanese branch Dakgak. The two gazes met and currents filled the air. Dakgak exclaimed, "Great Dakibi. Baihyung can't do this. He has been broadcasting Incarnation Kim Daksha for too long. I'm familiar with him so I can broadcast it better. In addition, since when will you still call him Incarnation? He is a constellation." On the screen, the incarnations of Kim Daksha's company were seen fighting the heroes. Their appearance of taking precise formations and releasing their status was reminiscent of glittering constellations centered on a single star. The sound of chewing popcorn was heard from somewhere. Very noisy. Do Dakibis normally talk like this? The red wine in the glass was sucked into the man's mouth. Then one of the heroes of Olympus died on the screen. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy is cheering. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy has sponsored 3,000 cons to the demon king of salvation. At this absurd sight, Baihyung asked, "Aren't you a member of Olympus? Can you be sitting her leisurely? What do you know? I'm not really close to them. In addition, aren't you the ones who said I can take a tour today?" Like any cheerer on the street, Dionysus had a flag with his team on his back. The flag was covered with "Olympus is doomed." Dakgak's eyes narrowed. The 12 gods of Olympus would have gathered at Olympus Temple by now. "I want Kim Daksha to win." Huh? The Dakibis were in an uproar from the remark that was like a bomb. Dionysus laughed heartily. "What are you so surprised? I can support anyone. In addition, you shouldn't react like this. Don't you only need a fun scenario?" It was true, making the Dakibis frown at the words. Dakgak opened his mouth. "The thing you are expecting won't happen." Dakgak's words caused Baihyung's expression to darken. In fact, Kim Daksha's company fighting against Olympus was ridiculous. Breaking a rock with a quail egg had more of a chance than this. In addition, it overlapped with the Earth side. Baihyung watched Gigantomachia with one eye while the other saw Yu Jonghyuk running with Lee Sukyung on his back. At this moment, Dionysus opened his mouth again. "It is unknown if the story is a tragedy or a comedy until this is over. Isn't it obvious? Gigantomachia is such a scenario. Gigantomachia is just one of the many giant stories that Olympus had. You might belittle them as long as they're not there, but you can't afford to overlook the lucky punch. The probability of it happening is close to 0%. That probability will happen. Isn't that why I'm here?" Dionysus watched the screen while shoving popcorn in his mouth. The key is how to make the dizzy fish come out. More than half of the 12 gods had gathered. They were in the form of symbolic objects that represented themselves. The first one to speak was a trident. The distinguished lightning throne didn't come this time, and Dionysus is missing. That's correct. The waters around the temple boiled up like the sea was furious. Some symbolic bodies looked at each other nervously and the trident kept speaking. Then why did the giants wake up again? It is a group that broke out from Tartarus. The one who answered with a constellation with the symbol of a pair of swords. The trident asked again. Hades let them go. It was said they performed the myth ritual. The myth ritual? They must have sacrificed a great probability. Did everybody's mother wake up? No. It was the 3 Centimanes brothers who moved. All 3 of them went out. It is Briareus alone. It is said he lost half his 100-handers. They were probably lacking probability for all 3 to leave. It was silent. Then the blazing sun spoke. "We can't sit idly by. Kim Daksha's company? The small nebula is provoking us. We need to severely punish them." Then a winged shoe with numerous data windows around it spoke. "It won't be easy. Like the 3 chiefs. The master of the nebula has received the indication of the end hint. Is that true, Hermes? Yes. Huh. It is funny. The master of the nebula is building a story on the same level as the lightning throne. There was a stir in the group. A single story was a sensitive topic for the 12 gods. The constellations were all seeking the ultimate story. There was no one who wasn't interested in the hint of the end. It was the trident who arranged things. Quiet. Everyone is busy and there is a lot of work to do. We will start the vote. Everyone in the place fell silent. The reason why so many gods gathered was due to the 60th scenario. In response to the provocation of Kim Daksh's company, I, as chairman, am calling for the deployment of the story weapon. Then the voting began. The constellation god of marriage and the home declares abstention. The constellation organizer of agriculture and the seasons declares neutrality. The constellation spokesman of justice and wisdom declares that we must withdraw the justice the humans don't know about. The constellation atrocious war god wants to fight the giants. The constellation almighty sun wants to burn a petty nebula. The constellation volcanic blacksmith wants to make a weapon to fight against the giants. The constellation pure hunter of the moonlight rejects a meaningless war. The constellation goddess of love and beauty says she will abstain from this superficial vote. The constellation master of the skywalk says the issue shouldn't be approached so simple. The big data should be examined, the nature of the case reviewed, and the patterns of the enraged giants. Hermes, just say it. The constellation master of the skywalk is against the war. Several constellations were surprised by the declaration. You are a coward, Hermes. He always goes against the will of the temple. Hermes didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the result of the votes came up. Agree? 4 votes. Disagree? 2 votes. Abstain? 3 votes. There was only one last vote left. Of course, it was the chairman's vote. The constellation spear that parts the boundaries of the sea is demanded the release of the weapon. Agree? 5 votes. All seats have voted apart from the non-attendees. The gods nodded. Apart from those who abstained, more than half are in favor, and I am declaring the release of the story weapon. A hammering sound rang through the temple while an ominous foam rose from the sea. The direction of the foam was the theme park Gigantomachia where the giants were gathering. We need a commander to lead the weapons. The great constellations will go together, but they can't deal with the giants alone. Who will you send? I will approve some gods to move. You will be in an incarnation body, and I hope you assist them without hesitation. Then somebody raised their hand. I will go. After Achilles' incarnation body collapsed, the incarnations fell into panic. Several incarnations fled when they saw the mountains of giants rising everywhere. In the chaos, several incarnations shouted, "Why are you doing this? You? What the hell is this?" The astonishment and resentment of the incarnations were soon directed towards me. I asked in return, "Why are you doing what? What did I do?" We missed the chance to get a star relic because of you. It was a chance to get a story about catching a giant. I was going to catch the eyes of the 12 gods and join Olympus. Now because of you, Gigantomachia, with a participation fee of 100,000 coins, they got a chance to gain hidden pieces and, if lucky, a piece of a giant story. That opportunity was now disappearing into a handful of dust in front of their eyes. I watched the incarnations and wondered, do you really think that Gigantomachia is such a naive event? Perhaps they were right. There actually were incarnations and constellations who were strengthened through Gigantomachia. In addition, many of them likely became members of Olympus. Let's say you join Olympus. Then what will you do? What? In a nebula already occupied by the 12 gods and the ancient constellations, what can you do? Through ways of survival, I saw the words of countless incarnations who had joined Olympus. The incarnations were bound by unusual contracts and collected crude stories as they were used in the long term for various scenarios. All the incarnations of last year's Gigantomachia climbed to the top scenario. Are you talking about them? The people turned their heads in the direction I pointed. There were countless ships crossing the sea, including Argo. Among the ship's passengers, the participants of last year's Gigantomachia were also seen. Why are they? Gigantomachia. The myths recorded it as a fight between the giants and the gods and heroes of Olympus. However, most incarnations weren't aware of how the heroes who participated in the war were made. Many constellations are excited. The gods were afraid of the giants and mass-produced heroes from humans for Gigantomachia. The constellations of the nebula Olympus are showing hostility towards you. Even after the end of Gigantomachia, it was unknown how many incarnations were being mobilized for this reenactment war. It was a scenario that ate and produced itself, like a snake biting its own tail. A number of constellations have entered the channel. A large number of constellations can't hide their excitement for Gigantomachia. The constellations who hated the scenario reached the end of the scenario and enjoyed the scenario. They desperately climbed the ladder of the scenario, mocked the incarnations and kicked the ladder towards the top. The victim of the tragedy became the subject of the tragedy. I declared towards the horror-stricken incarnations. I want to break the scenario. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 329 God's Enemy. 2. Break the scenario? What are you saying? The people made expressions that showed they didn't understand. It was natural. There was no way they thought they could break the scenario. The scenario had become a condition of life for them. You are a splendid constellation. Do you think you can contend with Olympus? I turned after hearing someone's voice and saw a familiar big man. He had a bushy beard and held a long spear. It was a constellation I knew. That's right. Quahahat. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask for your name. I am the Demon King of Salvation. Demon King of Salvation. Some of the incarnations and constellations who heard my modifier immediately responded. Is it the Demon King's selection? To the Demon King who knocked down Surya. The man with the big spear came forward and said, I am called Protector of Changban. Protector of Changban. It is Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei struck his massive chest. I want to help you. I didn't want to play this childish game, but now I'm getting heated up. He threw away the items harvested from Olympus theme park. It was the head of a young hydra, a golden apple and fake golden fleece. I nodded and said, good. If Zhang Fei had this equipment, he would definitely be a big power. However, it wasn't enough. The hidden scenario myth subversion has affected the main scenario. I glanced around at the other incarnations and constellations and stated, now choose. The incarnations looked between me, the terrible giants and Argo crossing the sea. Do you want to be stuck to the back of a giant nebula and be their limbs for a lifetime? Or do you want to be the master of a new myth along with the mythical giants? The contents of the main scenario that you and your nebula received will be updated. Plus, main scenario number 60, Gigantomachia. Category, main. Difficulty level SSS+. Clear conditions. The ancient giants have come to the Gigantomachia battlefield. You can join the battlefield by taking the side of the giants or Olympus. Cut the neck of the enemy leader and declare the advent of a new myth to the star stream. Time limit. Compensation. A new giant story? Failure. Partial disappearance of the giant story. If the enemy's incarnation body is destroyed, the corresponding scenario will end. Each faction has 2 leaders. Plus, the moment the scenario updated, a green arrow flashed over my head. You already belong to a force. You are one of the 2 leaders in charge of the giant forces. The incarnations around me were silent. They had probably received the updated scenario. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is delighting in this spectacle. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is delighting in your suffering. The constellation Secretive Plotter is wondering about your strategy. Then the bombardment started from the sea. Han Suyung's voice was heard behind me. Kim Dokja, how long are you going to stand there? Do you want to just watch? I drew my sword and descended from the shoulder of a giant. Let's start. How are we going to fight? Our power is overwhelmingly lacking. Han Suyung's words were true. I wouldn't say it was overwhelming, but less than 10 giants had passed through the portal with me. Furthermore, Briareus of the Centimanes was a core power, but he hadn't yet appeared on the field. Perhaps he was the other leader. Kill the giants. A true voice emerged from somewhere and the human heroes leapt from Argo to attack the giants. The stage transformation of Gigantomachia is occurring. There were sparks and the surroundings changed. The ancient battlefield. It was the land of massacre where the first Gigantomachia occurred. The constellations of Olympus came flying through the air. Most of them were great grade, but once they joined forces and attacked the giants, the situation suddenly tilted. The supreme giants will kneel down to the combined forces of the heroes and gods. The giants were kneeling down one by one before the combined efforts of the constellations and heroes. My group tried to help the giants, but we were blocked by the shells coming from the sea. Li Hyunsung exclaimed, I think we have to do something about that story weapon. The story weapon Argo. The ship of the Olympus heroes was launching shells that contained enormous magic power. It was difficult to even approach the sea. Of course, it was expected. Have you forgotten who we have? I stared at a girl standing among the party members. Me? To be exact. I looked at the constellation behind Li Jai-hai. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at you. Li Jai-hai shouted. Are you crazy? You want me to deal with that? Olympus Argo was much bigger than Li Jai-hai's ghost fleet. It was the size difference between a patrol ship and a destroyer. It was natural to think it was impossible. You can do it. I knew. Li Jai-hai could indeed do it. You can definitely do it if you are with your sponsor. As the constellations of the Korean peninsula watched, the Maritime War God was looking up at the sky. A constellation who had been confined to the Korean peninsula for a long time. He had to carry the name of the country on his back. The constellation who had to remain a symbol of the nation he dedicated his life to. One day, Goryeo first sword had said, "Among the great constellations of the Korean peninsula, only the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare can compete with me." Then why did Yi Sun-sin remain at the great grade despite Goryeo's first sword become a narrative grade constellation? The constellation Maritime War God is looking at his fellow people. It was because he refused to be narrative grade. The constellation Coaeil Pil wants Maritime War God to fight for himself. It was the moment when a great grade constellation became narrative grade. The moment when a single constellation left his nation and moved towards his own path. A dazzling radiance emerged from Lee Jae-hai's body. The constellation Maritime War God is opening his status. The Duke of Loyalty and Warfare released himself, as if revealing everything about him. The star stream is staring at the constellation Maritime War God. The sky of the scenario looked down at the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Like a seasoned actor who had been hiding his capabilities, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare under the sky was magnificent and bold. It was a spirit that didn't retreat or feel fear. Many constellations are surprised by the status of the Maritime War God. After a long time, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare was finally leaving the Korean peninsula. The star stream has accepted the promotion of Maritime War God. The constellation Maritime War God has become a narrative-grade constellation. Jae-hai. The opening of Gigantomachia started with the promotion of the Sea Admiral. Smash it all. Lee Jae-hai was surrounded by the spirit of the Maritime War God and raised her sword. The character Lee Jae-hai has activated the Stigma Ghost Fleet LV. 10. The status of the sponsor has risen and the destructive power of the Ghost Fleet is rising rapidly. 12 ships appeared at the shoreline. The ships had already grown to the size of a destroyer. Those who seek death shall live. Those who seek life shall die. The cannons of the 12 ships fired simultaneously. The number of enemy shells that never ceased firing slowly started to change. The front of Argo was crumbling. The number of shells dropped sharply and there was the sound of the hull exploding. The solid Argo was shaking. We equipped ourselves to defend against the shells and moved our feet. We cut down the Olympians running towards the giants and moved forward. Maybe they thought this couldn't continue anymore and the heroes of Argo came out. Everybody land. The intense true voice was heard from Argo's expedition leader, Wind Expedition King. Argo Expedition Leader, Jason. The giants can't stop humanity and gods from joining together. The winner of this war is already fixed. The army poured out along with this shout. I took the lead while speaking to the faltering group members. There is no need to be afraid. We aren't giants. We weren't giants. In other words, stage transformation didn't have an influence on us. The large Jason came this way and a man on our side ran towards him. They'll take this big one. It was Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung collided with Jason with a tremendous amount of force and bellowed as they had a battle of strength. Hey up. Jason was surprised by the tremendous strength that forced him to be pushed back. In the latter half of Ways of Survival, Lee Hyun-sung wasn't pushed by an incarnation or constellation in strength. Lee Hyun-sung's upper body was covered by a shell of steel. The level of Lee Hyun-sung's steel transformation was extremely high. His body wasn't touched at all despite being punched by a hero. In the sky, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young were flying on the dragon. Shin Yu-sung avoided the heroes with dragon-slaying stories and fired a breath. The sea was instantly poisoned and the enemies were cut by Lee Gil-young's insect kings. Lee Seilwa used poison against the heroes while Han Soo-young used the black flames and blocked the constellations of Olympus. Now they all had the ability to deal with great constellations. The 10 or so nebula members were fighting against the constellations of a mighty nebula. The incarnations observing the situation in the back were shocked. What? Olympus seems to be pushed? By that small nebula? This was the effect I had intended. The battle was still in its infancy. I had to appeal with strength to bring in reinforcements. However, the god of victory still wasn't on our side. It finally appeared. I looked at the 20 meters high monster filling my field of view. It wasn't a human, no matter how I looked. Gleaming golden armor. A cloak made of lion leather wrapped around it. Those who knew Greek mythology couldn't not know his name. Some of the giants shrieked at the majestic appearance. Hercules, the hero's status, that even the 12 gods were reluctant to go against, dominated the entire battlefield. I looked up as a dark shadow covered the surrounding area and smiled bitterly. If I wanted to deal with this monster then I had to call a monster as well. Took me so long to get here. Naturally, I wouldn't withdraw from here. The sword designed to cut a sleeping giant. I quietly stated, now descend upon this place. Come. Kim Namwon. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 330 God's Enemy 3. A swirling portal appeared in the sky. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring is looking at you. Pluto's license was obtained from Hades. I could use Pluto freely in the limited time Gigantomachia was held. Ha ha ha, Grasshopper Man. You memorized the starting change despite not liking it. It was Kim Namwoon's mischievous voice. However, the giant soldier didn't appear immediately. There was only the darkness of the abyss visible beyond the swirling portal. By the way, can you wait 10 minutes? The summoning circle is damaged and I can't go straight away. The giants stomped their feet too many times. Damn it. Heracles was emitting a white light and looking my way with blank eyes. TL. Small change from Hercules in the last chapter. Couldn't be helped. I had to buy as much time as possible. I stepped forward and shouted, Heracles, hero of the 12 tasks. Heracles stared at me. The red arrow above Heracles' head was flickering. The constellation is a leader of Olympus. As expected, he was one of the 2 leaders of Olympus. According to the myths, Heracles was a man who killed the leader of the giants in Gigantomachia. Many constellations in Ways of Survival spoke about him. As long as Heracles is present, the winner of Gigantomachia won't change. Numerous incarnations cheered when they saw Heracles. Heracles, 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 the hero of Olympus who left countless myths and folklore. Despite the many stories that resonated through the star stream, the number of constellations who actually saw Heracles could be counted on one hand. He was a demigod, a mix between a god and human. He had a body of steel. The stories of the protector of Olympus circulated around him. The story man who strangled the lion of Nemea has begun. The story man who beat up the giant boar has begun. The story man who overpowered a Cerberus with bare hands has begun. A tremendous amount of stories were shining in Heracles' body. At first glance, they seemed like crazy stories. Every one of them was at the very least legendary grade stories. The scale of his giant stories was incomparable, but I didn't start the game without knowing this. Once again, rumors in the star stream can't be believed. I spoke in a provocative voice and Heracles' fist flew towards me. The exclusive skill bookmark is activated. Miniaturization and electrification were activated. Heracles' fist passed over the top of my head and made a crater in the ground where I had been standing. I was swept back by the ignorant power, but I didn't stop the provocation. Your punch is only this much. I don't know if this was enough to overpower the giants. An angry cry seemed to burst from Heracles' body. I know many stories about you. You caught the lion of Nemea, killed a hydra, hunted a Stymphalian bird. They are incredible stories for one person to accomplish in a short period of time. Finally, a true voice burst out from Heracles' body. That's right. That is me, Heracles. It was creepy hearing the voice. It might be equivalent to the 12 gods, but as a result, I was even more convinced. I heard a rumor that you were born for Gigantomachia. Your 12 tasks were trials for the victory of Gigantomachia. Some constellations are interested in your words. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is worried about you. I didn't know how he took my words, but Heracles banged on his chest. It was a spectacular sight to see a monster over 20 meters tall doing such a thing. I kept speaking. Then one of my close colleagues heard your story and raised a question. I suppressed my boiling anger. The original Heracles was born after the Great Disaster period. Then how could he participate in Gigantomachia, which occurred before that? It was none other than Usanga who said this. A stir occurred among the constellations in the channel. Heracles' eyes gleamed angrily as his true voice rang out. Arrogant guy. Are you saying this Heracles is a lie? Yes. Not just you, but all of the 12 gods. Heracles was silent at my answer. You made many false stories. You did this by manipulating them. Heracles clearly looked embarrassed. I was surprised as well. If you kept talking and talking nonsense, it might someday become a real story. 1,000 years, 2,000 years. The lies were repeated for tens of thousands of years. Once it becomes a story, it can be said to originally exist. Isn't it amazing? I am Heracles. Heracles of Gigantomachia and the symbol of Olympus. Yes, perhaps in another world line. Somewhere in another world, you really killed Nemea's lion and the Hydra. The constellation Secretive Plotter is making an interested smile. I stared up at the sky as I spoke. I moved through the 1863rd round and remembered the countless rounds that Yu Jonghyuk went through. However, that isn't the case in this world. In this world, a hero like Heracles doesn't exist. It is because Heracles is the name of the story weapon you created. Zeus, the god of lightning, had sowed his seed in preparation for Gigantomachia. As always, the seed here was a metaphor. Zeus feared the giants and collected miscellaneous hero stories from across the world. Nemea's lion, golden-horned deer, bull of Crete, hydra of 9 heads. Stories were gathered and created a single character. This character was soon shaped into a story weapon. It was created to fight against the giants using human souls as power. A weapon that brought the fear of massacre to numerous battlefields in the Star Stream. Giant soldier Heracles. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is surprised. The constellation bald general of justice resents the atrocities of Olympus. The constellation queen of the darkest spring has a cold expression. The constellation spokesman of justice and wisdom has shaky eyes. Many constellations are shocked by the identity of Heracles. Perhaps most constellations were unaware of this story. It was natural. It was a truth that only I, who read Ways of Survival, and a few of the 12 gods who made Heracles knew about. Many constellations have entered channel hashtag by 9158. The constellations in the channel suddenly increased and Bayou cried out tearfully. A large number of constellations are questioning the identity of Gigantomachia. The stage I wanted was finally going to be completed. Heracles' mythical identity is shaken. The identity of Heracles has influenced the reproduction of stage transformation. I stared at Heracles. The exclusive skill reading comprehension is activated. You have learnt about the other person's composition of stories due to the attribute effect. He is a god of war born only for war. Holding fear in the right hand and anxiety in the left hand. He left discord every time he walked through a fight in front of him. The stories of a constellation flowed through Heracles' giant soldier. They weren't Heracles' stories. Heracles was a giant soldier. If so, there was someone riding him and I knew who that person was. I cried out in my true voice. Atrocious war god. Are you a coward who fights behind a giant soldier? A huge storm of wind blew around Heracles' body. The heroes and constellations fighting in a bloody manner around him were pushed back dozens of meters. I would have flown to the horizon if I hadn't used Way of the Wind through bookmark. Ares opened his mouth. In the past, many people who spoke bad words to Olympus didn't have a good fate. Oedipus and Prometheus as well. No one was an exception. Unlike the fierce outburst, Ares' true voice was unexpectedly calm. You have spoken more words than anyone I've seen. It happened the moment Heracles aimed a fist at me. 10 minutes had passed. Pluto appeared in the sky and blocked Heracles' fist. I literally flew through the air and entered Pluto's cockpit. The giant soldier Pluto has confirmed your boarding. The giant soldier Pluto has confirmed the Master's constellation. Your story will be assimilated with giant soldier Pluto. I was comfortably embraced by the giant soldier's body. It was like soft muscles were wrapped around my body and I could see the vision of the giant soldier. The power of the story weapon enveloped my entire body. This was one of the strongest story weapons of Ways of Survival, giant soldier Pluto. I feel like there is a parasite in my stomach. As Kim Namwon was making a fuss, Han Soo-young spoke through Midday Tryst. Hey, can you do it? This is the giant soldier Heracles. You only have Kim Namwon. The rating of the giant soldier was determined by the quality of the soul used as the material of the giant soldier. In addition, the soul used for the original Pluto wasn't Kim Namwon. In other words, the current Pluto was much weaker than the original Pluto. Kim Namwon is pretty good. The situation is completely different from when you smashed the factory in the demon world. Do you think I don't know that? He can do it. You're serious? Perhaps it would be impossible originally, but I learned something from you. From me? I rushed towards Heracles. Heracles amplified his body volume to match Pluto and also headed towards me. For hands collided and the fierce wind pressure created a whirlpool in the sea. Ares was surprised when Pluto showed a strength comparable to Heracles. A giant soldier? Where did you get it? I scammed it from someone just like you. From the start of the Demon King selection to the 1863rd round. I had been preparing for Gigantomachia. It was a chance for a new nebula to establish a solid position and an opportunity to properly warn the big nebulae. Kim Daksha read and read Ways of Survival. I changed the original novel and the future became uncertain. However, it was impossible for me to use anticipation plagiarism like Han Soo-young of the 1863rd round. It was possible for writers like Han Soo-young to create possible developments of the future. To such a me, the 1863rd round Han Soo-young stated, "What are you talking about? You're a reader. Reader. A person who read and appreciated the writer's words. Author, don't you think the research into the 12 gods is a bit lacking? Ares is more violent and looks down on humans more than depicted. Besides, the probability that the 12 gods can use individually. I was the one who made the story along with the writer." Heracles' fist slammed into Pluto's head and Pluto's fist struck Heracles' chest. In the ensuing melee, the feelings I felt while reading Ways of Survival flowed through me. I think the constellations who descended to the sub-scenario are too unfavorable. I wasn't a writer. I couldn't do it like Han Soo-young. However, more than anyone else, I was aware of the loopholes in the original work. Perhaps even more than the author who wrote the novel. The game ends here. The momentum around Heracles' body changed. The strength that shattered a lion's head was concentrated on both arms of the giant soldier, and Heracles' star relic, Heracles' club, was summoned. I had also prepared for the day when I would confront him. The giant story Demon World Spring has begun. The status of a demon king is released. The power of a demon king mixed with electrification. On top of that, the giant story of Kim Dokja's company was placed. I exploded all the stories I had hidden. The stories I released were amplified to an enormous level due to Pluto's buff effect. Ares was greatly astonished. It was natural to be surprised. In fact, I was overdoing it. My status was still lacking to confront one of the 12 gods, but after going to the 95th scenario, I couldn't be compared to incarnations or constellations of the same grade. At the very least, I exceeded the limits of the 60th scenario. Your status is going beyond the limit of this scenario. Since the 60th scenario, the probability storm that occurred couldn't be compared to before. If I made a mistake, I might suffer a disaster where my incarnation body was destroyed. I endured the sparks with gritted teeth. The nebula Olympus has used too much extra probability on me. Therefore, the probability allowed for large-scale scenarios such as this Gigantomachia was almost gone. Indeed, Ares' status didn't rise above a certain level. Stupid fool. If you do that, you will die. I might die. I looked over at Ares and declared, "But you will die first." I looked down at Pluto's empty right hand. The power of the giant soldier was so high that an ordinary weapon couldn't withstand the shock. At the very least, I needed a weapon comparable to Heracles' bat. In fact, I had such a weapon. It was a weapon I have been saving for a long time, just for this moment. Come, Steel Sword. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 331, God's Enemy. 4. The noise of the battlefield died down for a moment at my cry. The struggle between giant soldier Heracles and giant soldier Pluto. Even the constellations in the channel seemed nervous at the summoning of the weapon. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering what your weapon is. Many constellations are curious about Steel Sword. My empty hand still wasn't filled. Why didn't it come? I looked back and reflexively activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. It was to grasp the situation of the battlefield. Then I heard the thoughts of characters with a high level of understanding. Steel Sword? I seem to have heard that somewhere before. A person who uses the sword. What? Kim Dokja is an eye diet. The fourth wall's mocking words were heard in my head. I belatedly noticed. Lee Hyunsung's nickname was still Pure Steel. Steel Sword, nice name. It was called by Dokjasi. He must be a great person. Lee Hyunsung was looking this way while fighting Jason. I shouted towards Lee Hyunsung. Hyunsungsi, come quickly. Huh? You were talking about me? Hurry, you idiot. They'll cover this place. Han Suyong shouted, and Lee Hyunsung gave up his showdown with Jason. The Stigma Great Mountain Push was triggered and Jason flew backwards. No, use it earlier if he had that power. I didn't know how much stronger Lee Hyunsung had become in the last 3 years, but he was more useful than expected. However, I'm not Steel Sword. You will be called that from today. What should I do? I quickly grabbed and swung Lee Hyunsung. Quack. Ares regrouped and swung Heracles' bat. It was a tremendous blow that combined giant soldier Heracles' story mixed with Ares' story. It was a destructive force that could crush Nemia's lion in one blow. I swung Lee Hyunsung at Ares. Dokjasi. Dokjasi. It isn't possible. It's fine. Trust yourself. Along with the sound of waves, particles of water turned into fog. In the fog, Lee Hyunsung slowly faced the bat. Look, you can do it. Yuio. Steel was growing all over Lee Hyunsung's body. It grew and grew again. He soon became a sword. Ares was noticeably baffled. If Yu Jonghyuk was here, he definitely would have said, "This is the reason why Lee Hyunsung got the nickname of Steel Sword." Steel Sword. The reason he was called Steel Sword wasn't because he could control a sword well. The character Lee Hyunsung has used the Stigma Steel transformation LV. 10. Steel transformation. It was the stigma of a constellation from a distant place in the universe. As the stories piled up, it became harder than any metal and had the advantage of being capable of regenerating if broken. Lee Hyunsung was no different from a living strongest sword. The constellation master of steel is frowning at your cruelty. Perhaps it was because this was his first time being a sword, but Lee Hyunsung was still in an insecure state. I deliberately spoke in order to inspire Lee Hyunsung's morale. Hyunsungsi, do you see the shield that Heracles is holding? Yis, what is that? It is the original version of Heracles' shield that I gave you before. In the past, I had given the replica version of Heracles' shield to Lee Hyunsung. It was the shield that Lee Hyunsung kept cleaning. I'll give it to you, Hyunsungsi. Really? Of course. Lee Hyunsung completely adapted and integrated himself into the hand of the giant soldier. It was a perfect grip like a handshake. I started running. A large amount of probability was consumed as I once again clashed with Ares in Heracles. The star stream is paying attention to you. The Bureau is doubting your probability. Overusing this probability will endanger your body. Steel sword and Heracles' bat firmly collided. Ares was surprised by the force and took one step back. Damn crazy. We struck each other again. Part of Heracles' bat flew away as debris, and Lee Hyunsung's steel transformation had cracks all over it. We were desperate because it couldn't be a long-lasting battle. Lee Hyunsung, Kim Namwon, me as well. The giant story Demon World Spring is continuing. There wasn't the stage transformation like when we fought Surya, but this story was protecting us. A stage where Lee Hyunsung and I were together. Kim Namwon, who was once an enemy, was now part of the story. The most despicable soul in the world, a man born from steel. Finally, the blade of the steel sword cut at Heracles' right shoulder. Ares growled out, "Why are you trying so hard? Olympus has always been merciful to you." Merciful? Is that why you placed the fate on me? Just because of that small that? It is small? You survived it anyway. You should be thankful about successfully passing the trial. That wasn't my only enmity. My colleague is dying because of you guys. Colleague. The sword and the club hit each other again as Ares seemed to remember something. The incarnation who used to the Singularity Watcher. It isn't an incarnation but Usanga. We didn't make the incarnation do that. She brought that misery onto herself. Ares laughed. The mortal tried to access Olympus database. It is natural to suffer. I shouted through gritted teeth. It is you who gave her that strength. You brought about such a situation. God is watching. Everything is a human choice. Do you think you can use choice for a predetermined cause? Ares laughed. This is the scenario. Cold anger settled deep in my chest. Yes, this was a constellation. They had a desire for stimulating scenarios and enjoyed the fall of incarnations. They made good and evil on purpose. A god waiting merrily for humans to break the taboo. Sparks that I couldn't afford started to appear around Pluto's body. A brilliant magic power storm occurred around the junction of bat and steel. Ares exclaimed, "This crazy bastard." Kim Dokja was angry. Apart from that anger, Kim Dokja's sense of reasoning was still as cold as ever. In fact, it was almost impossible to defeat Ares in a frontal showdown, but now the story was different. Kim Dokja thought. This was the sea where Ares couldn't exert enough power. It was a sub-scenario where he couldn't release all his status. Crucially, Ares Heracles was an early model of the giant soldier. Heracles bat broken Pluto's left arm, and at the same time, the steel sword penetrated Heracles' waist. Ares hurriedly cried out, "If you do this, you really will turn all of Olympus into an enemy. Ask anyone to come." However, they wouldn't come. The 12 gods were all cowards. Zeus, Poseidon, or anyone else. Heracles was pushed back by the white pure star energy. Even to the end, Ares didn't fully release his status. Not all narrative-grade constellations were like Surya. It had been a while since the real Gigantomachia. The 12 gods had forgotten their lives. The same was true for Ares, a fierce warrior. He seemed more courageous than anyone else, but he was actually more cautious about his life than anyone else. He flaunted his bravery in Gigantomachia, but now he was a constellation who feared the aftermath of opening his status in the scenario. Ares shouted angrily, "Aren't you afraid of probability?" "I'm not afraid." Lee Hyunsung, Kim Namwon, me as well. There was no such thing as fear. It was because we had been living through the aftermath the whole time. Rather, it took courage to be weak. Along with the bubbling sea foam, I thrust the steel sword into Heracles' cockpit. You have knocked down giant soldier Heracles. You have acquired a new story. The star relic Heracles' bat, damaged, has been acquired. The star relic Heracles' shield, damaged, has been acquired. The star relic Heracles' spear, damaged, has been acquired. Then a tremendous explosion occurred. Kim Namwon. I emerged from Pluto's cockpit at the moment of the explosion. Pluto had exceeded the limits of probability and was breaking down. This dog. Kim Namwon sounded happy. After a while, Pluto's body couldn't withstand the probability storm and collapsed. It was the result of taking the probability on my behalf. Fortunately, the power supply seemed safe. It was just that more fighting would be difficult. In the haze of the smoke, I saw Ares, who escaped from the cockpit like me. Ares was wounded all over his body and he was roaring furiously. The game hadn't ended yet. Heracles was a type of protective sphere. The moment Ares opened his status, I would have to deal with him head-on. Still, it didn't matter. In the first place, my purpose was to make him fall from Heracles. Usangasi told me something about you. As Ares had mentioned, Usanga used Hermes' system to investigate all types of future information. Among them were things about Olympus. I heard you were once hit by Heracles' spear. Usanga had told me that Ares fought Heracles and was stabbed in the thigh with his spear. If fake can be real, can I make the story real? If the weapon could be obtained. Ares' eyes were shaken as he glared at me angrily. I was curious. Heracles is the creature you have created. Then is this myth real or fake? Ares rushed towards me as I kept speaking. How much power can a fake story exert in the star stream? Aren't you curious? The story fragment in Heracles' spear is responding to you. The story natural enemy in war has begun. The story started talking. With one penetration, the spear neutralized the god of war. I held the spear with all my strength. It was such a heavy spear that I wondered if I could throw it by myself. Ares was now in sight. I should throw it properly. If it fails, I would die here. At this moment, the weight of the spear lightened. Someone was also holding onto the spear from behind me. It wasn't Lee Hyun-sung, but there was no need to think. Only one incarnation in all of ways of survival could take on the weight of this spear lightly. In the first place, this incarnation was an ally. Kim Daksha, there is only one chance. It was an eternal once. A once made with the countless failures of the regressor. It has always been once for me. Thus, this one chance couldn't fail. We threw the spear at the same time. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 332 God's Enemy. 5. The spear flew away with a dark blue light. The power and status of the spear weren't at a level that Yu Jonghyuk originally was capable of. Perhaps the third round Yu Jonghyuk's understanding if the spear had sharply increased after he went through hell of eternity. I watched the flying spear and asked, "You came back faster than I thought? What happened to the returnees?" "I'll explain later." Ares gritted his teeth and tried to avoid the flying spear. He might not be able to move freely in the air like Hermes, but it should be enough for Ares to move the spear. At least if there wasn't a story in the spear. The spear that left the fingertips was inevitable. Could a story have feelings? No story expert was able to give a definitive answer. The only certainty was the situation currently unfolding in front of my eyes. The fragment of the story enemy of the war god is showing hostility to atrocious war god. The Heracles in this world line was fake, but over time, fake became real. The created story had its own will. The moment Ares quickly turned in the air, the spear turned at the same speed. Ares hurriedly took a defensive posture, but the spear ignored it. There was a terrible amount of blood, and Ares gave a pained scream when his thigh was pierced. One of the great 12 gods, the god of war, fell into the sea while bleeding. "I'll subdue him." Lee Hyun-sung, who had been waiting on the ground after releasing steel transformation, struck Ares' body with great mountain smash, while Yu Jonghyuk opened his transcendence and trampled on Ares' incarnation body. It was fortunate that Yu Jonghyuk came back at a good timing. "The earth side is all sorted out?" Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. Ares struggled and his face twisted as he was trampled on by a pair of boots. No matter how much he struggled, the spear in his thigh was restraining his status. The story of Heracles was persistent and stubborn. At the very least, it was strong enough for the 12 gods to be neutralized in the 60th scenario. It was something all the 12 gods inflicted on themselves. "To this Hephaestos like bastard." The constellation Volcanic Blacksmith is frowning. I saw the red arrow floating over Ares' head and pulled out Unbroken Faith. In order to win this scenario, the 2 leaders on Olympus side had to be killed. Ares was one of them. The Ares in front of me wouldn't really die because he was an incarnation body. However, the loss of the incarnation body would be huge damage to the 12 gods. Then Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts entered my mind. "There is no time. I can save it if I hurry. Nectar is required." Yu Jonghyuk aimed the black demon's sword at Ares' neck and opened his mouth. "Ares, do you have nectar?" I was baffled by Yu Jonghyuk's sudden words. "Nectar?" I knew the identity of this item. If Vedas has the star fluid soma, Olympus has nectar. This jerk, was he still greedy to enhance his body? At this time, constellations who entered the channel sent indirect messages. A number of constellations have entered the channel. The constellation king, Hungmu the Great, is warning you. The constellation One-Eyed Mithraea wants to tell you about the crisis on Earth. There was a beep and the indirect messages disappeared. The constellation Secretive Plotter is warning everyone to shut up. I looked up and saw Bayu making a restless expression. Bot. Bayu, what's going on?" There was no answer from Bayu. She was trying to avoid my eyes. Everything was uncertain. It wasn't another Dakibi hiding from me. It was Bayu. Then Ares opened his mouth. "You are a time-defying being. Why does the man who received the blessing of immortality need nectar? I have no obligation to respond to you. Once again, give me the nectar. Is one of your colleagues in danger? Is that why you need nectar?" Yu Jonghyuk's black demon sword lightly touched Ares' neck. There was the sound of blood falling. The particles of blood would have all the stories he built up contained in the red and white blood cells. Ares seemed to think of something and opened his mouth. I don't have it on my now. However, if you pull this spear for me, I can go and get nectar for you. That won't happen. Then die. Yu Jonghyuk's black demon sword stabbed Ares' heart. Ares' incarnation body emitted a faint light and he started to turn to gray. He was recovering his incarnation body from the scenario. The enraged Ares exclaimed, I will repay this debt, puppet of the oldest dream. There was a loud sound and Ares' incarnation body completely disappeared. The constellation Atrocious War God has left the battlefield. One of the leaders of Olympus has abandoned the scenario. You have defeated the Atrocious War God. The legendary story one who defeated the War God has been acquired. You have obtained 400,000 coins as compensation. Major contributors: Constellation Demon King of Salvation, Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk, Incarnation Lee Hyun-sung. There were huge rewards as the messages continued. A new story has been added to the existing Gigantomachia. Some of the items on the incarnation body of Atrocious War God will be distributed to the main contributors. After the system messages, indirect messages were sent to the battlefield. The Constellation Wind Expedition King is shocked. The Constellation Spokesman of Justice and Wisdom is astonished. The Constellation Almighty Sun distrusts his eyes. The battlefield became a crucible of confusion. It was the same for the heroes fighting in Olympus camp and the giants fighting against them. Even those watching the battlefield were included. The fact that the war god of Olympus abandoned the scenario was a big shock. Ha ha ha. This time Gigantomachia is really interesting. Zhang Fei's true voice rang out as he crossed the battlefield and dealt with the heroes. Yu Jonghyuk didn't care about the turmoil and was searching through the rubble of the dead Ares. He really doesn't have nectar. Then I must kill Hebe. Yu Jonghyuk, you crazy bastard. I grabbed Yu Jonghyuk by the collar and shouted. What are you doing? You would have killed him if I hadn't. Why kill him straight away? I could have received one more star relic from him by threatening him. Of course, I agreed that we should kill Ares. However, in a situation where his incarnation body was held hostage, I could have received more items. This isn't the time to be leisurely. Why are you asking for nectar? You don't need it, do you? I am going to get Soma from Vedas. A sinister hunch filled me. Yu Jonghyuk, what happened on Earth? Perhaps Usanga, Earth is safe. Don't think futile things and concentrate on finishing Gigantomachia. Yu Jonghyuk spoke in a determined voice. The war isn't over yet. Yu Jonghyuk looked around the battlefield. Ares Heracles had collapsed. However, one thing to keep in mind was that the Heracles ridden by Ares was just one of numerous giant soldiers. More dirty ones are coming. Countless Heracles were running to the side along the sea route Argo had created. The mass production type Heracles. In these long years, Olympus had prepared many giant soldiers for the war against other nebulae. Kill the giants. Their fierce momentum was enough to shake the waves. Previously, it wouldn't be strange if the giants ran away in fear. However, now it was different. It is the time of liberation. Comrades, Heracles is fake. Another leader on this side suddenly tore through the portal. Briareus. He used to have 100 arms and now only had 50 due to probability, but he was still enough to compete in the battlefield. Don't be fooled by what you see. Believe in yourself, not the myths already recorded. The giants roared after hearing his true voice. Yu Jonghyuk spoke, you've changed the myth. The power of the myth was determined by those who believed in it. The protagonist of Gigantomachia was Heracles. The fact that Heracles was a fake had a direct impact on the giants. The shaky stage transformation was the evidence. On this broken stage, a new stage was being made. On the pages of the torn script, another script would be used. However, Yu Jonghyuk's expression didn't relax. This isn't the end. The gods will come. Ares was only one of the 12 gods. If the contents of the original were the same, there would be at least 2 more of the 12 gods fighting. One was spokesman of justice and wisdom, Athena. The other was Almighty Sun, Apollon. Yu Jonghyuk glanced at the broken Pluto. You can't go with the gods with the weary and broken giant soldier. There is still a long time before you can fight one-on-one with the 12 gods. I won't know without trying. These words were spoken, but it was impossible for the current Yu Jonghyuk to go head-to-head and win against the 12 gods. In my case, it was possible because I was lucky with the tricks I used. After witnessing Ares' defeat, the 12 gods will come in different ways. Even with your status, you are likely to have to sacrifice some probability. It doesn't matter. That will make it taste better. You deal with spokesmen of justice and wisdom. It will be difficult alone, so it'll give you one more person. Then you'll be able to stop her somehow. Who are you going to add? You'll know soon. I saw Athena and Apollon flying in the distance. They had a terribly status that could be felt from this distance. It would definitely be different from the battle with Ares. Yu Zhonghyuk adjusted the black demon sword and asked, "Will you deal with the Almighty Sun? There is a separate constellation for him. I will trust your tricks this once." The moment he spoke, Yu Zhonghyuk ran into the sky. He disappeared using Red Phoenix Xuanpa, leaving a beautiful trail behind him. Yu Zhonghyuk's early stage of transcendence was now perfect. There was the sound of the black demon sword splitting through the air. It stopped before Athena, and a collision of red magic power occurred almost simultaneously. "Get out of the way, or die." Spokesman of justice and wisdom, Athena, the daughter of the master of lightning who ruled Olympus and the most respected war god in Olympus. "You might be proficient in mythology, but I am different from Ares." They might both be war gods, but Ares and Athena were different. Both gods fought in many proxy wars, but he had never won against Athena. Athena spoke, "I don't hate you. My purpose is to return the giants to Tartarus. But if you continue to disturb," cold anger filled her expression. "In the name of justice, I am forced to punish you." Athena was a god who always fulfilled her words. If she truly lifted her spear and shield, there were few people who could prevent her wrath in all of Olympus. There were sparks as someone's true voice came from the sky. "You are still using that line, Athena. Whenever we cut the ing demons together, nothing has changed." I was barely breathing as I looked up at the sky. Athena was a constellation with one of the strongest combat power. However, it was limited to Olympus. If there was an Athena of justice in Olympus, brilliant flames appeared in the air and a new incarnation entered the battlefield. The pure white flames subsided and I saw a person I knew well. There is Jung Hee-won in Kim Daksha's company. The strongest sword I had finally appeared on the battlefield. "It's been a long time, Athena." Uriel unfolded pure white wings as she descended into Jung Hee-won's body. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 333, God's Enemy. 6. Jung Hee-won emitted a pure white light as she pointed the sword of judgment at Athena. Athena spoke, "Uriel, I didn't hear that Eden was coming. I'm not here as part of Eden. Then, I'm just helping my incarnation." Uriel continued speaking. "Athena, up to here, haven't you done a lot for Olympus so far? How long are you going to worry about Gigantomachia? Are you going to keep creating it with the Bureau?" "I'm concerned. It is very serious, Uriel. We are just trying to recall the tale of encouraging good while punishing evil. Good wins and evil is defeated. It is right to emphasize this a few times. Encouraging good while punishing evil. As the good story increases, the constellations will consume good scenarios. The more this happens, the cleaner the star stream will become." Uriel's eyes shook when she heard the words. Carrying out many good stories and scenarios would make the world better. Certainly, there was a time when she believed so. Then is the star stream better now? Do the constellations love the good stories? It isn't enough right now. But someday, the angel's wings flapped and moved. "Athena, you are usually on the side of the weak." Uriel looked down at the giants fighting on the ground. To be precise, she was watching the smallest giant breaking the Sky Sword Saint. "I want to ask you, spokesman of justice and wisdom." Uriel's tone changed and Athena's expression became stricter. "Is that giant evil?" Athena looked down at the breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The breaking the sky swordsmanship smashed the sky and tore at the constellations. The breaking the Sky Sword Saint was small but strong. Perhaps she was stronger than the giants who had been idle in Tartarus. However, she wasn't strong from the beginning. "Go away. Get away from me. You unlucky girl. Cursed girl. You ruined my family. The blood of the giants. It is said that if you eat that girl's heart, you will gain the strength of a tiger." The suffering that the breaking the Sky Sword Saint experienced were narrated and entered Athena's eyes. It was a bitterness she had to bear just because she was born as a giant or because she had a different appearance. Athena bit her lips. All giants are dangerous. Their nature is fierce and they can bring about another terrible disaster. Disaster? Who will they bring the danger of disaster to? Athena firmly grasped her spear, but she was avoiding Uriel's gaze. "Of course, to humans." "Humans? Since when does Olympus care about humans?" "Uriel, you better be careful with your words." "Athena, you know it as well." Athena's mouth half closed and Uriel continued. "The thing you are trying to create right now is a fake encouraging good while punishing evil. It is a fake myth that arbitrarily designates evil and good." Athena's eyes shook. "So what if it is fake? Even if it is fake?" "Athena, did you forget? The scenario of encouraging good while punishing evil because of the rampant fakes." Uriel's voice quivered as she remembered the time of demon hunting. "Athena, in this scenario there is no good or evil. There is only our desire to see the story." Uriel stared up at the sky and a light shone. I don't want to see this story anymore. Archangel Uriel was staring at the star stream. Now I want to see real evil being broken. Athena's eyes widened. Her trembling voice flowed out. That story has disappeared a long time ago. No, it hasn't. Uriel smiled as she watched me. That's why I came here. The sword of judgment and Athena's spear pointed at each other. There is no more room for compromises. The Archangel of Eden collided with the goddess of Olympus. Athena's onslaught went beyond the probability. Jung Hee-won seemed to be pushed at first, but the situation soon stabilized thanks to Yu Jong-hyuk's participation. It wouldn't be impossible to stall Athena while the synchronization with Uriel lasted. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is rejoicing in the bloody battle between constellations. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon wants both to die. The absolute evil constellations are cheering for the collision between absolute good constellations. A huge admission fee was pouring into the channel through Bayu. Bayu shook a bit. Bot. I looked at the other side of the sky. The problem was that red-headed man flying over there. He was riding a huge carriage with a red sun behind him. The almighty sun, Apollon. Just like the myths, he had a very handsome face. It was almost enough to slap Yu Jong-hyuk's cheeks once. No, it would be twice. The constellation Almighty Sun is directing intense anger at you. He was one of the 12 gods and too much for me to handle alone. Pluto was broken and the body parts hadn't fully recovered. Maybe my incarnation body would turn to ash after being hit once or twice by the sun. However, I wasn't worried. It was because I wasn't the one who would fight the Almighty Sun. In the distance, I heard something like a locomotive horn. There was the sound of train wheels. At one time, I didn't know how scary the sound was. The constellation Almighty Sun is confused. If there were 12 main gods in Olympus, there were 8 Locapula in Vedas. The Locapula that appeared was one I knew well. Surya, why are you here? The sun carriage and sun train collided, creating a blinding explosion. The lacking probability meant Surya's train wasn't as big as before, but it was enough to match Apollon's carriage. Surya, can I accept this as Veda's meaning? I have no relationship with Vedas. I left it a while ago. Surya laughed. I just came here to determine who the best sun god is. A blazing sunlight filled the air. It was a showdown between Surya and Apollon. The arrows containing Apollon's light power covered the sky like a waterfall, and Surya's third eye disrupted the trajectory of the arrows. The myth and myth were crashing together. It was enough to leave Apollon to Surya. I looked around the rest of the battlefield. Jassy, I like the new shield. Lee Hyun-sung, who held Heracles' shield, was crossing the battlefield while knocking down heroes and giant soldiers. Han Soo-young precisely managed her magic power and handled the mass-produced Heracles one by one. Once stage transformation started to collapse, the balance was slightly leaning towards us. The powerful Gigantes pushed the heroes, and Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung controlled the Chimera Dragon, using its breath to turn the beach into a sea of fire. Lee Jai-hai was constantly firing shells at the mass-produced Heracles. I had increased Lee Jai-hai's magic power in preparation for this day. A new myth is emerging in Gigantomachia. The myth of Kim Dokja's company was being recorded in real time. Everyone was fighting well and nothing was wrong. Nevertheless, Kim Dokja was strangely nervous. It was a very small hunch. I subtly felt that something was wrong. There was nothing wrong when I checked calmly. Uriel and Surya participated in a timely manner, and Yu Jong-hyuk returned safely from Earth's crisis. Then why? Actually, Kim Dokja knew the reason. No, look around. The one I was looking for didn't exist. Athena, Jason, Apollon, Achilles. There were many gods and heroes who made a name for themselves in Olympus, but none of them was Olympus' leader. If the scenario was correct, there should be one more leader other than Ares. I had to kill them in order to end this scenario. Perhaps it was the volcanic blacksmith Hephaestus who hadn't appeared, but he didn't directly participate in Gigantomachia in the original novel or the revised versions. Then who the hell was the other leader of Olympus? At this moment, a hero entered Kim Dokja's eyes. Stop. You have to stop. I looked at the hero. A beautifully tanned, muscular body and eyes full of dizziness. The status I felt from him was similar to Usanga, the hero of the labyrinth, Theseus. This fight has no meaning. Theseus was trying to stop the fight. We have to stop here. There is no need to fight the giants. Doing this won't help Olympus. Athena, Apollon. Don't you know? I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. In the past Gigantomachias, Theseus had never appeared and done such a thing. It wasn't an impossible story, but please, stop. At this rate, Olympus will. It happened at this moment. A red arrow flashed over Theseus' head. It was an arrow stating he was the leader of Olympus. Then Theseus grabbed his head and groaned with pain. To this, no, father, something went wrong. Dionysus, watching the scenario on the sofa of the administrative bureau, jumped up. The popcorn box rolled across the ground. The surprised Baihyung was going to open his mouth when Dionysus exclaimed, "Damn! Why is Theseus there?" Dionysus shouted at the Dakibis. It was as if he was the Dakibi king. "Quickly prepare the probability plausibility screening, or everyone in that scenario will die." The next moment, there was an explosion on the screen. I couldn't tell what was happening. My ears rang and my vision turned completely white. I was caught in the explosion and flew through rock walls into a cave. Your incarnation body is severely damaged. The damage to your incarnation body is serious. You need urgent treatment. I bandaged the wounds to stop my stories from escaping. I staggered up and looked outside the coastal cave. A battlefield strewn with blood. The foam reached the tip of my toes and the sea breeze soaked my lips. In addition, no one could be seen on the battlefield. There was no Shin Yusung and Lee Gil-young flying in the sky on a dragon. Lee Jae-hai directing the Phantom Fleet as well. In addition, Lee Seilwa and Lee Hyun-sung who had just been protecting the party. Yusung. Gil-young. I couldn't see Yu Jong-hyuk fighting Athena in the sky or Han Soo-young destroying the mass-produced Heracles. There wasn't even Uriel or Surya. Han Soo-young. Yu Jong-hyuk. My shouts echoed inside the cave where the sea breeze was blowing. My heart sank. What the hell happened? After a while, something huge emerged from the water. An immeasurable and inscrutable being to human cognition. I thought as I faced it, this is a god. It felt like all the constellations I previously saw were fake. It was an existence that could only be described as a god. I am the spear that parts the boundaries of the sea, Poseidon. The mythical father of the great hero of Olympus, Theseus. The moment his true voice rang out, my heart throbbed and blood poured out. It was just like the first time I met an outer god a long time ago. My fingertips shook like I had palsy. Why did Poseidon descend? It wasn't possible. Poseidon had never intervened in any period of gigantomachia. If the myth-grade constellation like him intervened, not only would the odds of Olympus be seriously damaged, the entire scenario would be blown away. Nevertheless, he appeared here. What the hell? What was he thinking? My hand kept shaking. Then after a while, I realized that I wasn't the one shaking. The smartphone that I subconsciously held tightly was vibrating. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 334 End of the Myth, 1. You will die like this. This was the screen of the vibrating smartphone. I felt the rising waves against my toes and raised my smartphone. Originally, the 4th revision should have been sent. I think something went wrong. I knew who was talking. The librarians of the library inside the 4th wall. Perhaps they were the ones who sent this. This is all I can do to help. Even if it is only partly. There was light interference and sentences rose from the LCD screen. It was as if the contents of the book were summarized. This place again. It was obvious whose monologue the sentences belonged to. This was clearly the contents of the 4th revision. There were too many mistakes in the 3rd round. The appearance of Poseidon was unexpected. I should have thought more about the issue of probability. I should have considered the relationship between myths. The sentences were filled with regret as always. Perhaps we failed even in the 4th revision. If I had saved Lee Soo-kyung, not Usanga at that time. What? I stiffened and no longer scrolled down the screen. Lightning struck the screen and all the flowing sentences were erased. I hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute. Show me again. What did you mean by those words just now?" There was no reply. Kim Dokja, fate can't be changed. However, Shu Ti up near Vienna. The exclusive skill 4th wall is strongly activated. The power of the 4th wall obstructed Nirvana's voice. The sentences disappeared and my fast heartbeat rapidly calmed down. My irritated head cooled down like a sophisticated clock. This composure, I didn't like it. I couldn't rage when I wanted to rage. I couldn't be sad when I wanted to grieve. 4th wall. The 4th wall is looking at you. Tell me honestly, is my mother in danger? The 4th wall didn't answer. Shit, sometimes I wondered if this guy was on my side or not. I looked up at the air. Bayu, whose body was transparent, looked down at me with sad eyes. I opened my mouth to ask before closing it again. The exclusive skill 4th wall is shaking. Bayu was crying. All types of thoughts passed through my head. Some of the confusing puzzle pieces were slowly fitting together. Yu Jong-hyuk had returned too quickly, and he looked like he was hiding something. Somehow, I thought it was strange. The reason why the constellations sent strange messages and why Yu Jong-hyuk was seeking the nectar. Maybe all of this was due to the same reason. This friend. Don't worry, your mother isn't dead yet. A voice was heard behind me. TSK. It was information that shouldn't be leaked. Sparks emerged from the darkness and it was a constellation I knew well. Dionysus. It has been a while. Is this the first time since the last banquet? Dionysus approached my side and gazed outside the coastal cave. His left hand charred from the probability. This place contained one of the three chief gods of Olympus, the ruler of the sea. Sea god Poseidon. Poseidon didn't move, but there was an ominous silence hanging around him. Like a predator waiting for the chance, Poseidon was silently staring at the sea. It was as if he was seeing where he came from. The probability-plausibility screening has begun and Uncle won't move too much. However, don't do anything rash. He is looking hard for you. You are saying this while spamming your true voice near me. It's okay because I'm hiding here using my power. He can't hear me. I saw that entrance of the cave was covered with a wine glass. Maybe this barrier was hiding Dionysus and I. Dionysus gazed at Poseidon and spoke. Isn't it great? The third chief gods, that is a myth-grade constellation. They are high constellations that ordinary constellations can never reach in their life. Certainly, I could only say he was great. If I was Poseidon, I would be able to stop the nameless fog that had once destroyed the demon realm. The place where his spear reaches will soon become the boundary of the sea. Poseidon's gaze soon reached the sea. All the mountains under the sea were shuddering before his sublime presence and prostrated themselves, praying for an error they probably hadn't committed. The depths of my heart were roaring. You are really amazing. What are you saying? There are no signs that you are truly afraid when looking at him. Why? Of course I was afraid. My legs trembled and I was dizzy. But more than that, Kim Daksha was really impressed. I watched the majestic Poseidon for a long time before answering. I couldn't imagine this. Imagine? Haha. You truly are a funny person. Why are you helping me? You are part of Olympus. It is my heart. What happened to the other party members? Dionysus flicked his fingers and a screen appeared. The party members were gathered in the distant sky. They were tied by Ariadne's web and floating in the air using Hermes' walking method. No one was missing. Of course, the narrative-grade constellations Surya and Uriel were also safe. Indeed, it was a clever escape. The sky was the domain of Zeus. Poseidon might draw the boundaries of the sea, but he couldn't reach into the sky. Dionysus sipped from a glass and said, "Rest assured, none of them were hurt. Ariadne and Hermes made it just in time. Can I give a punch?" "To who?" I glared silently at Dionysus. "Me? Why? Don't you know?" Dionysus was quick to notice and replied, It's because of that incarnation. Yes, I'm sorry. You can hit me if you want to. Instead, do it a bit softly. You are a constellation, so it will be quite painful." I didn't hit him. Instead, I asked, "Why did you do that to Usangasi?" The story is complicated. Dionysus sat at the edge of the coastal cave and laid down his glass. He took some time to choose his words. In this world line, the Moira three sisters received a peculiar prophecy. Peculiar prophecy? Dionysus glanced at me and replied like a Greed-era orator. The end of all will soon come. What does that mean? I don't know. The obvious thing is that Olympus can't get away from it either. Thanks to this, Olympus has been busy for a while. All the scenarios will come to an end one day, but we had to know how it ended. Dionysus continued speaking. In the process, we found some singularities related to the predicted end. One of them was the regressor with you. You chose Usanga to keep an eye on you, Jonghyuk? Honestly, yes. My anger increased, but I endured it. Dionysus' words hadn't finished. Then, while spying on him, we came to know of your existence. An incarnation who hates fate, hates constellations, and doesn't believe in the star stream. He became a constellation on his own without choosing a sponsor, and he is even a constellation we can't see the identity of. A singularity I have never seen before. We found you and made up our minds. Dionysus laughed. Hide you and use you. There were remnants of dim stories in his tone. Some scenes in the past where I thought I was lucky passed through my mind. The even bridge that unfolded at the first Oxu station, a Deus Ex Machina. There was the probability that helped whenever I was in danger. We wanted to use you to stop the destruction. Thus, I wanted to help you by using Incarnation Usanga. It is different from Ares' words. He wants to get rid of me. There is already internal conflict among the 12 gods. I don't know if you're aware. A golden aura rose from Dionysus' body as he got up. This was the grandeur of the lineage of Zeus, king of the sky. The present Olympus is a fake. Dionysus' golden eyes gazed at me like he was looking down on his vassal. Just as human priests created gods to establish their authority, the gods of Olympus created myths to maintain their power. Fake myths such as Gigantomachia and Heracles, and this is the result. The constellation god of wine and ecstasy is looking at you. I want to end this era. Then I want to make a new Olympus. The story king of a kingless world is responding. The story sleeping inside me reacted to his story. The Dionysus in front of me was one of the candidates to replace Zeus in the future. Anyway, that was the plan. Now this place is haunted by the fish uncle and there is nothing you can do. Perhaps the scenario will end this way. If the probability-plausibility screen begun, then there was a high probability this scenario would fail. The participants would receive compensation according to their combination, but gigantomachia wouldn't occur. Perhaps Poseidon had been aiming for this. At the expense of his own status and nebula probability, he was trying to defend Olympus. No, there is still something I can do. What? I think we can overturn Olympus in this scenario. Instead, give me a nectar in exchange for my help. Nectar? I have a bit here. I took the nectar from Dionysus. I placed a few drops on my tongue. A star fluid has been ingested for the first time. The star fluid nectar has responded to you. The probability of Olympus has restored your broken body. All your stats and skill levels have increased slightly. Was this the star fluid I had only heard about in words? I received an effect even though my average stats exceeded 200. Dionysus watched me put away the remaining nectar and asked, "Hey, did you forget that one blow before? Yet you want to fight again? Will you help? Are you crazy? Even if I help you, no, it is impossible to change the situation even if half of the 12 gods help. Don't you know how strong that fish is? Are you still out of your mind? The end of this scenario is already The end of the scenario is fixed. Is that what you want to say?" As giant Briareus stated, fate couldn't be averted. Ares had also said it. This scenario was just the development of a causal event that was scheduled. Yes, that's right. Perhaps their words were correct. If the end is fixed, is there any meaning in the process? It must be meaningful, but that is just being romantic. As a result, it is recorded as a failed story. Are all failed stories meaningless? Even if you know you will fail, isn't the story of those who have fought to the end worth it? The constellations like those stories, but those who do so are bound to die. It is a possibility. Then what about this? Someone who is influenced by the story tries to challenge the same story again. At this moment, Dionysus opened his mouth. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. What if many constellations and incarnations are affected by the story and live such a story again? Failure might be scheduled, but the countless beings built up a story of courage as they confronted the given fate over and over again. What if they accumulated stories about challenges and challenged them in another way? Then are the failed stories useless? Stage transformation wasn't absolute. It was because the myth was just a creation. Dionysus was speechless. In the end, the probability of the star stream was a law that flowed towards the desired flow that many beings wanted. The story that many beings desired would be realized someday. Dionysus barely managed to open his mouth, but he was oddly incensed. Then are you going to be the first? You will be the first victim and overthrow the torch of the scenario. Nope. I smiled. I will be the last torch. What? It is because numerous people have already failed before me. I knew. I needed hundreds or thousands of attempts to defeat this Poseidon. Just like the current existence running towards Poseidon. Damn it. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 335, End of the Myth. 2. Yu Jonghyuk was rushing to Poseidon, who even narrative-grade constellations avoided. Dionysus asked, "Are you talking about this crazy guy?" I activated Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts were pushed into my head. The period while the probability-plausibility screening is happening is the only opportunity. Poseidon is a myth-grade constellation. There is almost no way to subdue him through stage transformation. The only useful thing is this branch. I noticed the branch in Yu Jonghyuk's hand. The constellation spokesman of justice and wisdom is astonished. Perhaps the branch was a stolen star relic from Athena. Strictly speaking, it was a sacred star relic. Athena's olive branch. The reason why Poseidon was so scary was that despite living for many years, he had very few losing stories. Poseidon had lost once, and it was in the best he made with Athena. I had some memories from Usanga. A long time ago, Poseidon and Athena competed in a city. People decided that the god who gave the better gift would be the guardian of the city. At the time, Poseidon struck a rock with a trident, causing the sea to rise. Meanwhile, Athena grew an olive tree filled with rich fruit. Sea water is very common. Did Athena win? Yes, Athena won the competition and became the patron god. Thus, the city was called Athens. I'm sorry. Am I talking too much? Doc Jassy should know this as a fantasy expert. Of course, I had no idea. I wasn't as knowledgeable in myths as Usanga. Yet this damn Yu Jonghyuk knew the story. If there is a slight blow, I can get rid of it. The olive branch. If there was a losing story, there was a losing story. Perhaps Poseidon would only vomit a bit of seawater after being struck by the branch. The constellation spokesman of justice and wisdom is warning you that this isn't enough. However, I could understand Yu Jonghyuk's choice. If the scenario was going to be forcibly terminated by the probability-plausibility screening, it wasn't too bad to do a bit of damage to Poseidon. If he was lucky, he might be able to get the story one who changed the boundary of the sea a bit or one who went against the owner of the sea. This was only if he was lucky. I prepared to jump forward in case of an emergency. Dionysus grabbed my shoulder. Don't go. You will die. Huh? Dionysus' expression hardened. Then, the probability-plausibility screening has ended. There is no problem with the probability of the scenario. I looked up at the system messages in the air. The indirect messages poured out in succession. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is questioning the Bureau's judgment. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is cursing. Many constellations are suspicious of the Bureau's judgment. Anyone would be shocked. It was impossible. A myth-grade constellation had appeared in the 60th scenario, yet there were no problems with the probability. A giant trident appeared in Poseidon's hand as he slowly rose. The star relic Triana. The spear that drew the boundaries of the sea. A fearsome weapon that turned everything it touched into blood bubbles of the sea. Yu Jonghyuk. I shouted, but Yu Jonghyuk was already right under Poseidon's nose. Even Yu Jonghyuk would die if he received one blow. I couldn't bear it as I moved away from Dionysus and invoked Way of the Wind. However, Yu Jonghyuk was too far away and the Triana spear was close. Sparks of probability appeared like lightning in the air. The recoil naturally pushed Yu Jonghyuk back. There was a mild spring sent along with a black aura. Someone was blocking Poseidon's way. Poseidon, why are you fighting with kids? In the spot where the sparks disappeared, there was a goddess with a beautiful appearance. Half her face was covered with a folding fan, and there was a black silk cape around her body. Her face was unfamiliar, so I didn't recognize her for a moment. Dionysus screamed, "No, why is this old lady here?" The glare, that could only bloom in the darkest underground, blocked Poseidon's spear. Persephone. The sea seemed furious and a fierce sea breeze shook her collar. Persephone glanced at me and smiled. I was thankful, but my feelings were complicated. Why did Persephone appear? I thought the underworld wouldn't directly intervene in this. Perhaps was it to gain a part of the giant story? Things would be very complicated if that happened. Persephone, why are you blocking me? I am telling you to stop here. Look, it's too much. Your Majesty's parents are all terrified. Persephone pointed to the sea where countless life forms were trembling. Some aquatic species turned belly up and died. Even the Kraken, the giant second-grade monster, was breathless. The constellation Pure Moonlight Patron God is deploring the death of life. The constellation Goddess of Love and Beauty is dissuading the spear that parts the boundaries of the sea. The constellation Mistress of the Hearth and Benevolence is talking to the spear that parts the boundaries of the sea. The neutral constellations were trying to dissuade Poseidon. Persephone continued speaking. This isn't the stage for a myth-grade constellation. Leave the children to fight among themselves. This is no longer a problem for children. It isn't a matter for children. My son was attacked. In fact, there was a small arrowhead in Theseus' left arm, who Poseidon had descended in. Persephone narrowed her eyes. Just because of this, then you should punish those who attacked Theseus. Do you know who it is? It must be a giant. You don't know that. The giants will kill everyone. The stubborn attitude caused even the valiant giants to tremble with fear. Those who burrow deep underground. You will regret coming up to the ground today. The power of Triana caused all the nearby creatures to scatter. Yet Persephone didn't back off. I was worried. She might be queen of the underworld, but it was impossible for her to stop Poseidon. A myth-grade constellation. Get out of the way. You might be your brother's wife, but I will kill you. Persephone didn't back down from the threat. Poseidon's Triana didn't hesitate. The light moved and Athena and Apollon, watching the scene from the air, flew forward. No, Poseidon. Spear that parts the boundaries of the sea. It was too late. The moment the waves hit, Poseidon's spear was already stuck into Persephone's heart. Then looking closer, the spear didn't hit Persephone but a giant hand. A hand made of dense darkness gripped Poseidon's spear. It was a feast of probability so bright that I would probably never see it again in my life. I understood why the Bureau had passed the probability-plausibility screening. Dionysus laughed while shivering. Haha, if things go wrong today, the 12 gods will die. A story of darkness was released into the air. The darkness that had kept silent for a long time was awakening. The giant story underworld is coming to the sea. One of the 3 chief gods of Olympus, father of the rich knight. Underworld King Hades had descended to Gigantomachia. Poseidon, you are making a fight between children into one between adults. In the original novel of Ways of Survival, the myth-grade constellations had fought several times. Yet such a thing had never happened in the 60th scenario of Ways of Survival. If I remembered correctly, in the 75th scenario where Poseidon of Olympus and Shiva of Vedas collided, all of North America flew away. There were times when the surrounding asteroids were destroyed and there was something else. Stop. You must stop. Spokesman of justice and wisdom Athena, almighty son Apollon, master of the skywalk Hermes and god of wine and ecstasy Dionysus. There was also Briareus of the Hundred-Handers. The moment the clash between the two myth-grade constellations occurred, all of the constellations were thrown out like toys. The constellations were thrown into walls and Briareus lost half his remaining arms. No one was able to stop the struggle between the two myth-grade constellations. The nearby Yu Jonghyuk was also shocked and flew this way. I moved quickly to his body. King of the underworld and king of the sea. Two myth-grade constellations were staring at each other. They were able to shake their world just by making eye contact. Poseidon was the one to open his mouth first. Hades, why did you emerge from the underworld? You have no justification to intervene in this situation. Even if the scales of probability are aligned, you shouldn't be here. Justification. It was necessary for a major being such as a myth-grade constellation to descend to the sub-scenario. The right justification would allow them to pass the plausibility screening. In Poseidon's case, his justification was his son Theseus. Then what about Hades? Who says there is no justification? We came to protect our successor. The one who answered was Persephone. Poseidon asked casually, "Successor? You don't have children." Poseidon's words were right. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, who had numerous children, Hades had no children. It wasn't because Persephone and Hades' conjugal harmony wasn't good. Of course not. We don't want to have children and use them in the long-term war. My husband's brain isn't his crotch like you. Poseidon's expression hardened and Persephone continued, "Isn't it strange to think of raising a child in this damn world of scenarios in the first place? I don't intend to attack your crooked values. Answer me bluntly. How do you have a successor without children?" The cold voice was like the temperature of the deep sea. Poseidon's Triana cried out roughly, "If you don't answer correctly, you and your husband will die horribly in the aftermath of the probability storm." Persephone laughed silently. Persephone slowly turned and looked this way. The moment I encountered the strange gaze, the pages of ways of survival flipped in my head. I looked down at the unconscious Yu Jonghyuk. Perhaps it was like this. Suddenly, several things were understood. In the 481st round, Hades was very interested in Yu Jonghyuk and said the following words, "I want you to be the successor of the underworld king." Come to think of it, the underworld was especially friendly to Yu Jonghyuk, i.e. Kim Dokcha's company. It was impossible for this cold couple. Everything could be understood if the underworld was planning to use Yu Jonghyuk as their successor. They invited me and Yu Jonghyuk to the Constellation Banquet, invited me to the Gourmet Association, sneaked the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint into Tartarus. By the way, didn't it seem like I received more benefits? The next moment, the darkness of the world spoke to me. The constellation father of the rich knight wants to make you the successor of the underworld king. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 336, End of the Myth. 3. What? I looked at the message with blank eyes. What did it say? The constellation father of the rich knight wants to make you the successor of the underworld king. I wasn't mistaken. I gazed at Persephone, who was smiling this way. Rather than Yu Jonghyuk, who was supposed to be the successor, I was chosen instead. Still, I didn't understand. Why me? Poseidon spoke. You are crazy. You are going to make your successor someone who doesn't have divine blood. Isn't it past time to get over the disgusting old-fashioned notion of blood descendants? Someone who hasn't even performed the task of succession. He performed the task. I wondered what Persephone was saying. I completed a task for the succession? Something flashed in my mind. They'll give you a task. You want to show me an interesting story? If you succeed, I will let you find the soul you want. Your task is to cut off the head of the serpent. Certainly, there was this incident. The test that I did to regain the soul of the 41st round Shin Yusung. At the time, I cut off Yamata no Oroka's head to complete Persephone's task. That wasn't an ordinary task but a task for succession? Since when had this queen planned? Hades, are you serious? You want that trivial constellation to be your successor? Poseidon cried out fiercely and Hades glanced at me. Come to think of it, Hades had always been favorable to me. Father of the rich knight. He seemed strict and scary but never once did he do anything to harm me. It was strange when thinking of the many characters who went to the underworld in the original novel. Persephone's eyes deepened. Demon King of Salvation, it is better to decide quickly. Becoming the successor of the underworld. It suggested that in future scenarios, I might be able to borrow the probability of the underworld. Furthermore, I was qualified to become the master of the underworld after succeeded Hades. Kim Dokcha thought. If I accepted their proposal here, the underworld would formally be able to participate in Gigantomachia. In return, they would get a part in the giant story of Gigantomachia. If I refused the succession proposal, the underworld would suffer a great loss and be locked underground again. Then their relationship with me would be completely severed. Really clever, Queen of the Underworld. The underworld would get the right to participate in Gigantomachia. I would prepare for the overthrow of Olympus. If I refused this offer, Poseidon was the only one to benefit. In such a situation, what was there to think about? In order to return to Earth as soon as possible, in order to revive my mother, this was the best way. I will be the successor of the underworld. However, I have a condition. I swiftly told her my condition. I also said that I couldn't accept the succession if the condition wasn't met. After a while, the constellation Father of the Rich Knight has accepted your condition. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has become the successor of the underworld. The moment I made the declaration, the probability of the star stream moved. Many stars looked down on me. Some were jealous of me, some felt admiration, and some were genuinely pleased. Then the underworld king spoke. Spear that parts the boundaries of the sea. The tone was thicker than any voice I had ever heard. We of the underworld came here to protect our successor. It was a dependable tone. I really wanted a father like this. The star stream is convinced of the cause suggested by the Father of the Rich Knight. The star stream has accepted the probability of the Father of the Rich Knight entering. A huge scale was now moving. It was on a level I had never seen before. The two myth-grade constellations climbed on their respective scales, released their status, and destroyed the ecosystem of the scenario. The Bureau has built a wall of probability to prevent the destruction of this scenario. Many constellations are focused on the collision between two myth-grade constellations. Many constellations are shouting the modifier spear that parts the boundaries of the sea. Many constellations are shouting the modifier Father of the Rich Knight. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is keeping a close eye on his rivals. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is excited about the real confrontation. The constellation Secretive Plotter is silently watching the situation. Many constellations are praising the Demon King of Salvation for the confrontation. 700,000 coins have been sponsored. This was the moment I realized how big a deal my actions were in the star stream. Dionysus made a despondent laugh and said, You don't know what you have done. No, I know. Then both constellations moved. In the darkness reminiscent of a giant mountain, a black sickle appeared. Meanwhile, Triana emerged from the waves that rushed like a tsunami. There was a collision as the waves surged in front and a cloud of dust was created in the air, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. Then Hades' body disappeared. Poseidon exclaimed, Damn it, it is Kaini. If Poseidon had the star relic Triana, Hades had the golden helmet Kaini. A star relic made by the three Cyclops brothers of Olympus and a helmet that could hide the existence of the wearer from the world. This is a cowardly method of fighting, younger brother. You are still trying to claim that you are the older brother. Every time the wind struck, water vapor swept through the area and the fish that died in place of Poseidon were blown away. The enraged Poseidon pushed Triana towards the possible position of Hades' defense. The stormy waves swallowed the darkness before the darkness once again broke out from the waves. It was a game regarding the pride of the myths. In the duel between myth-grade constellations, neither of them retreated. The giant story underworld is continuing. The giant story supreme ruler of the open seas is continuing. Their main stories struck and Dionysus desperately started to protect the cave. The stories that the myths had been accumulating since birth were intersecting. The collision of the myths caused some sentences to disappear and some sentences to be born. The living stories of Poseidon and Hades were being rewritten here. I watched the scene like I was reading a novel. A new wave was pouring in from where the night and the sea met. It was a scene that had never been seen in Ways of Survival. It was beautiful. The battle itself was spectacular, tremendous, and marvelous. I pulled out my sword. Then Dionysus' surprised voice was heard. What are you doing now? I can't just watch. If the fighting of the two people continued, all the beings here would be wiped out from the aftermath. The giant story of Gigantomachia would be reconstructed around the influence of these two. In addition, they might be even now, but the stage of this battle was the sea. Therefore, it was obvious who the god of victory would side with. I have to help Hades. Let's try whaling. Didn't you see Athena disappearing into the horizon? If you get hit like that, you will die. It is because she was trying to catch the father whale. Then what about the baby whale? I was pointing at Theseus. The great Greek hero who accepted Poseidon's descent was releasing stories in the midst of the waves. Stop. Now stop, please. Dionysus' expression distorted. You want to send Poseidon back by defeating Theseus? It is cowardly, but it is the best method. It isn't cowardly. Still, do you think that fish will allow you to do so? It is impossible for a narrative-grade constellation to break through those waves. Yes, if I am only trying with a single story. However, what if I'm holding the sacred torch? At this moment, Dionysus' expression changed. Don't tell me, you want to create a sacred torch? Will you collect the stories to pierce through Uncle Fish's barrier? It is similar. A sacred torch. The flames that burned when many beings gathered their stories. Dionysus asked, who will carry that fire? You? I have to wear the fireproof suit first. I looked at the broken Pluto near the cave. Pluto was completely ruined in the previous battle with Ares. I pulled out the old to new toad. The toad sang, give me an old house and he'll give you a new house. He'll give you two. Instead, fix this with the new one. Go OD. The real power of the old to new toad wasn't simply exchanging items with new items. This toad had the special power to replace broken items with the same new items if the sacrifice was available. There was a reason Anna Croft wanted this toad at the auction house. I fed the toad with some low-level star relics from the battle just now in Pluto's body. The toad opened its mouth unusually wide and swallowed the metal Pluto. After a while, Pluto was vomited out. You shit. What? I'm alive. Pluto, who was smaller at 2 meters in size, came out while covered in sticky fluids. It looked perfect without any scratches. Dionysus looked somewhat surprised, but his expression was still dark. How are you going to make the sacred torch? Do you think the other 12 gods will help you? In addition, the torch needs to borrow the power of the sun. I knew. However, there was a later matter. There was something more urgent right now. Someone rose from beside Dionysus. He looked terrible as soon as he woke up. You woke up? Poseidon? Yu Jonghyuk held his head like he had a headache and frowned. Thankfully, it wasn't a big hit. He is fighting over there. The opponent is Hades. Yu Jonghyuk read the battlefield at once. A great battle between myth-grade constellations. The probability was vibrating uneasily. Perhaps he was thinking the same thing now. It is a great opportunity to deal a blow to Olympus. Don't you know? We have to hit them now. To do so, we need the cooperation of the woman you hate. A woman I hate? I silently stared towards the depths of the cave. Then from deep inside the cave, something like a torch turned on one by one. The woman walked slowly through the light. I stared at her and asked with a smile. Anna Croft, will you help? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 337, End of the Myth. Why should I help you? Or you will die too. There were more than 10 incarnations in the darkness. They were Anna Croft, Selena Kim, and other party members. As expected, they also fought in Gigantomachia. We can escape before that happens. Then you'll receive damage. Wouldn't it be a good experience to clear it to the end as long as you're in the middle of the scenario? Anna Croft stared at me as if to test my true intentions. What do you really want? King Lycomed's leather gloves. Don't you have it? I didn't see it at the auction house no matter how hard I looked. Anna Croft had used future sight. She probably knew the value of the items she purchased beforehand. Anna Croft read my intentions and then smiled. I can't give you that. It is a material for my giant soldier. Are you trying to create a model capable of stage transformation? You should know it is impossible with your strength alone. You'll only know after trying. One of Anna Croft's party members stepped forward with hostility. Then Yu Jonghyuk stepped forward to confront him. There's nothing to say. There was the clear sound of the sword being pulled out. She is a woman I need to kill anyway. A transcendent status filled the cave and the other side obviously became tense. I could use Yu Jonghyuk to take away items. The problem was that the opponent was Anna Croft. I raised my hand to restrain Yu Jonghyuk and Yu Jonghyuk stared at me with a dreadful expression. The character Yu Jonghyuk is using 3 restraints LV. 10. Restraining oneself 3 times to avoid killing a person. I couldn't believe I was seeing Yu Jonghyuk use this skill in front of my eyes. It was difficult for me to tell how much of a grudge Yu Jonghyuk had against Anna Croft, even after reading Ways of Survival. I was struggling to make a decision when someone spoke. Anna, give him the gloves. Now is the time for us to yield. Anna Croft's expression hardened at Selena Kim's words. Selena Kim turned her head and sent a sound transmission to me. I am thankful for last time, Demon King of Salvation. Previously, I had released the pledge on Selena Kim through the bet with Anna Croft at the auction house. In other words, Selena Kim no longer had to listen to Anna Croft's commands. Anna Croft's expression when her greatest power opposed her opinion was worth seeing. Since Selena Kim threw out these words, it was my turn to finish it. It won't be for free. Then, I will buy it with coins. Anna Croft paused at the mention of coins. How about 500,000 coins? You probably lost some money at the auction house. Anna Croft's eyes narrowed. She seemed to be thinking about the losses she had suffered. After a while, Anna Croft opened her mouth. I will consider it for 1 million coins. It originally cost 200,000 coins. Isn't that too expensive? 600,000 coins. 900,000 coins. 700,000 coins. I can't compromise any further. I'll give it to you for 800,000 coins. Indeed, she was a formidable woman. 800,000 coins wasn't a small number, but the deal had to be made. The King Lycomed's leather gloves was an indispensable item for this whale hunting. King Lycomed's leather gloves has been acquired. You have paid 800,000 coins to Incarnation Anna Croft. The deal was over and I smiled. There is no harm to each other. No harm to each other? Have you already forgotten that you took 1 million coins from me? There are still 200,000 coins. Come to South Korea once. You can enjoy a 200,000 one-course meal. Of course, 200,000 won and 200,000 coins were different. Anna Croft gritted her teeth angrily. Do you really intend to fight with Poseidon? You have seen it with future sight, so you will know. That, of course, I knew she didn't know the future. Her future sight couldn't see the futures associated with me. I brushed past her and added in a small voice, maybe this time will be pretty fun. You will go to a future that you can't read. I watched Anna Croft's quivering small head and felt a strange sense of triumph. I didn't know why I wanted to bully this person every time I met her. I hope you want Diadog's death. If you really want that, ask Asgard to add some probability. After finishing the conversation, I glanced at Yu Jong-hyuk. He was still glaring at Anna Croft and seemed on the verge of swinging his sword straight away. The moment I was about to open midday tryst, Yu Jong-hyuk unexpectedly sent me a message first. That woman's neck belongs to me. No matter when it happens. Do whatever you like. Of course, at that time, I didn't intend to stop it. However, at least until then, Anna Croft was a person we needed. Dionysus raised his hand. What do I do? Don't do anything. What? I left Dionysus and glanced at the giant soldier. Pluto was raising his body in the seawater. I asked you, Jong-hyuk, can you burn for 2 people? You're not satisfied with 1 and want me to do 2. Can you do it? Will you care if I say I can't? As the 2 myth-grade constellations clashed, the true voices of the constellations came from the sky. They stopped fighting and voiced their opinions on the current situation instead of pointing their weapons at each other. I didn't think Hades would show up here. How can we stop them? Athena, haven't you won a fight with Uncle Poseidon before? Isn't that another story? I just planted an olive tree. How can I win against a myth grade? I don't know if the lightning throne or Mother Earth appears. The expressions of the 12 gods were dark. The lightning throne neglected the work of the nebula after entering the top-level scenario, while Mother Earth hated Olympus and was unlikely to interfere in this incident. Hermes, what about using the giant stories of Olympus? They are the chief narrators of our giant story. Do you think it will work? That's true. There were comments here and there, but a solution didn't come out. Lee Sealwa observed the conversation between constellations and whispered in Lee Hyun-sung's ears. I thought narrative-grade constellations would be great, but they're more ordinary than I thought. Yes. Then what should we do now? If the constellations are like this? There was no confidence in Lee Sealwa's voice. In the meantime, Kim Dokcha's company worked hard. It was natural to become confident after training and progressing. However, now they weren't dealing with great-grade or narrative-grade constellations. The stories they built couldn't even compare to the toes of these enormous beings. Shin Yu-sung muttered in a small voice. It was really had to beat that Sun Ajusi last time. Surya had 2 eyes closed and was watching the scene through the 3rd eye on his forehead. Even Surya, the strongest sun god, remained silent without interrupting. He was also unable to confront the myth-grade constellations. Shockwaves spread. The clashes between Poseidon and Hades became more frequent and cracks spread in the sky. The space itself was collapsing from the collision. In addition, the more serious thing, Uncle Hades will lose. It can't be helped. This stage is the sea. Complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the 12 gods. Poseidon or Hades. No matter who won, Olympus would fall into the crucible of confusion. At this moment, Surya opened his mouth. Something is coming. Someone had penetrated the expanse and was quickly approaching this way. It was a giant soldier made of the skin of a black dragon. Lee Gil-young shouted, Dokcha-hyung. There was a loud exhaust sound and the giant soldier stopped. Kim Dokcha emerged from inside Pluto. Everyone. I'll explain it briefly. Kim Dokcha slowly looked at the constellations and incarnations. I'm going to make a sacred torch. For that, I need your help. Suddenly, the 12 gods glanced at each other. A true voice burst out. A sacred torch relay. Indeed. Why didn't I think of that? The voices spoke until Kim Dokcha once again opened his mouth. The 12 gods, please don't do anything. What? What do you mean? You belong to Olympus and have no way to resist Poseidon's giant story. If you participate in the torch relay, it can be counterproductive. Kim Dokja's words were true and some constellations nodded. However, it wasn't everyone. If we don't help, how can we turn on the sacred fire? In the first place, the sacred torch was a light that came from the sun. In order to start the sacred light, the help of the sun was needed. Then Surya quietly stood up. Kim Dokja gazed at him. Surya, sit down too. Surya sat down again. How will you make a sacred torch without the sun? The sacred fire is about sanctification. It isn't turned on only by the sun. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is shrugging. Looking back, Jung Hee-won's body was held tightly by Lee Hyun-sung, who had triggered steel transformation. Lee Hyun-sung's cheeks were red, although it was unknown if this was due to embarrassment or the flames of hell flames ignition. Tuhutut. I'm sorry. Please endure it a bit more. Surya nodded at the sight. The flames of Eden are enough to replace the sun's heat. However, the flames made from that sanctification will find it hard to pierce through Poseidon's waves. I know. Thus, it is time for you to step up. Surya rose from where he was sitting. Interesting. I needed more time before Lee Hyun-sung was heated enough by the flames, so I sat on the giant soldier's shoulder and gave some instructions to the group members. Then I looked around and saw Han Soo-young dangling her legs while sucking candy. I scolded Han Soo-young, is it delicious? Strangely, I've been craving something sweet lately. Do you want to eat? Han Soo-young didn't wait for my answer and shoved the candy she was holding into my mouth. It had a lemon flavor. I ate the candy and Han Soo-young looked at me quietly. By the way, that's what I was eating. So? You are really no fun. Han Soo-young slid down from the shoulder of the giant soldier and landed on its palm. I looked around and everyone also had a candy in their mouths. Even you Jonghyuk. Lee Sealwa said. Soo-young-si gave them away. I heard it has a relaxing effect. That's why they were all biting one. I nodded in a convinced manner and Lee Sealwa asked, can we win? I looked up and slowly gazed at Lee Sealwa. Lee Sealwa was looking back. I just smiled because I had no answer. Victory or defeat, I didn't know such a thing. Just, no one will die. Finally, the steel sword was preheated by the sacred flames and the torch was held in Pluto's hand. I opened my mouth while boarding Pluto. Please gather together. One by one, the scattered party members gathered. People born in different places and had different perspectives were gathered here. Thus, they became a constellation of people. The giant story Demon World Spring has begun. All the narrators of Kim Dokja's company started their story. It is a story originating from a reader. The strongest and loneliest man in the world held his sword. The steel sword bore the inferno of hell and soared towards the high expanse. The history that we accumulated was gathering in the flames of the sacred torch. Our story was a giant story from outside Olympus. Thus, it was impossible for Poseidon to not be hurt by this force. From a distance, Poseidon noticed the message and looked this way. He laughed and covered the air with waves, like a barrier. He was confident that the barrier made with the power of a myth-grade constellation couldn't be pierced. It was possible to know just by facing him. Kim Dokja's company couldn't pierce that barrier with our current power. We needed more power and a faster speed. A momentum strong enough to break through that wall. Finally, there was an assistant to provide that momentum to us. The giant story Demon World Spring has expanded. The sound of a train horn was heard from somewhere. Stage transformation has occurred. Thus, the bright sun illuminated their way. The train that was once our enemy was now rushing through the sky to pick us up. The sun train emitted a dazzling golden aura, and the party members looked up with ecstatic eyes. It was possible. If it was like this, it was clearly possible. Let's go, Kim Dokja's company. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 338, End of the Myth. 5. At this time, all temporary bureau members set up for the 60th scenario were looking at the same screen. The battle between myth-grade constellations was transmitted in real time. From low-grade to higher-grade Dakibis, they gathered regardless of their grade, forgetting their own channels scattered around various regions. Hades versus Poseidon. In the past few years, the number of times constellations fought such a bloody battle could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Of course, there were cases of powerful constellations confronting each other, but as always, it was about the story of the battle. A battle to defend their successors. Hades made a surprise declaration, when he didn't have a successor for thousands of years, caused the constellations to explode. The vast majority of constellations are enthusiastic about the battle scene. The vast majority. Even the advanced Dakibis like Baihyung had never seen such a cluster of constellations. The Demon King ruler of the East Hell is enthusiastic about the battle. The Demon King Devil of Principles is burning with the motivation to participate in the scenario. The Constellation Savior of Corruption is watching the battle with mad eyes. The Constellation Scribe of Heaven is looking at the battlefield with terrible eyes. The rumor spread quickly and the constellations started to gather together. no matter if they were good or evil. The constellation Great Mother God who created man out of earth is watching the battle. The constellation God King of Thunder is interested in the war of Olympus. The constellation founder of reincarnation is rejoicing. From the Nebula Emperor to Vedas and Goddess Island. The constellations of China, India and Ireland were gathered together to observe the battle of myth-grade constellations. The subscribers of the channel skyrocketed and the Bureau was busy capturing the remaining probability to sustain the scenario and maintain the channels. There was no way the Bureau could miss such an opportunity. As the balance slowly tilted, the reaction of the constellations became hotter. It was predicted that one myth would end here today. In the place where one myth fell, a new story that never existed would bloom like a flower. Unlike the other Dakibis who were full of excitement and passion, Bai Hyung was in a state of uneasiness. That bastard, what the hell is he doing? On the screen, Kim Daksha was moving. Giant soldier Pluto was holding the steel sword who had been heated up. The steel sword shone like a giant torch in the sun of ancient Greek. Dakgak opened his mouth. Crazy. They're trying a sacred torch relay. All the Dakibis were streamers. Curious Dakibi asked Dakgak. A sacred torch relay? What is it? Do you know the torch that burns with flames in the myths? I know. The sacred torch relay is the ceremony of peace and victory. They are declaring that they will end this war through that fire. After Dakgak's explanation, the Dakibis opened their mouths. Crazy. Joining that battlefield now, the Demon King of Salvation was also famous among the Dakibis. The master of the new nebula, Kim Daksha's company. The beloved Demon King of Archangels, the rule of the 73rd Demon Realm. A returnee who survived the fight against the indescribable distance, received the favor of an outer god and even crossed to another world. Even if it is him this time, he is a foolhardy man. In the middle of this, one Dakibi was laughing. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. It was Bai Hyung. Some of the Dakibis looked puzzled, but Bai Hyung continued to laugh. He had a thought. Perhaps none of the Dakib is here would understand his feelings. The members of Kim Daksha's company who carried the torch of revolution. They were perceived as moths flying towards the flames. However, he knew the stories they had accumulated. The difficulties given to them had varying sizes, but they were always in the realm of impossibility. Yes, this is Kim Daksha. Bai Hyung watched the constellation drawn by Kim Daksha's company and was reminded of a history not long ago. The first time he met Kim Daksha on the subway. The moment he made the exclusive contract with Kim Daksha, who was weak but calm. The stories piled up like snowflakes. There was something unbelievable. It was something he saw for the first time. A trivial human who built up his stories and became a constellation, finally reaching the starting point of a single story. Streamer Bai Hyung had watched it all. Dakgak opened his mouth. He will fail this time. Maybe so. You are composed. Isn't this the constellation you contracted with? He used to be but not anymore. Bai Hyung laughed. He didn't know if Kim Daksha's strategy would succeed or not, but strangely, he had a streamer's hunch. Kim Daksha's story wouldn't end here. The giant story Demon World Spring has expanded. Along with the system messages, the Dakibi's eyes widened. A golden train was flying through the sky. It was Surya's golden train. That, if they were told about what would happen in the 60th scenario, who would have believed it? If it is this, maybe, the cooperation between humans and gods. A single story, the torch of sanctification was leading the way to success. The train descended like a yellow dragon and the Dakibis gulped. Why? They watched the reckless, absurd and impossible challenge. Yet why were the streamers' hearts burning? Perhaps Dakgak was right. The attack might fail and this nebula might become dust in the star stream. Nevertheless, the great Dakibi Halong is watching the 60th scenario. The great Dakibi Halong is watching the 60th scenario. The great Dakibi Baram is watching the end of the 60th scenario. At this moment, all Dakibis were thinking the same thing. I also want to make such a scenario. The story of the constellations was growing on the grounds of the scenario. The constellations who grew up eating the stories dreamt of another story. This was the power of the star stream. The overwhelmed Bai Hyung exclaimed. They are the ones I raised. Do you all know? What made a good story? What scenario was a good scenario? There was no Dakibi who knew the answer. If anyone knew, it would be the Dakibi king. However, the Dakibis knew one thing. It was the fact that perhaps their king would also be watching this story. The head of the falling train finally crashed into the waves. The surprised Poseidon's eyes widened. The status of the narrative-grade constellation advanced and entered into Poseidon's waves. Even so, the walls of the waves were still rough and thick. Next is me. The woman who dreams of another apocalypse is staring her story. Han Suyong moved along the edge of the train and released her bandages to create black flames. Han Suyong's formidable black flames took the form of a dragon. She had already reached such a point. The shape of the dragon moved forward and tore through the waves. Li Jihai followed. The wounded swordsman raised her sword to protect her relationships. The key ring on Li Jihai's sword shone as she raised it like a commander. At almost the same time, a fleet appeared on the wall of waves. The ghost fleet fired through the passage made by the black dragon. Poseidon called his flagship as Isunsin's bombardment prevented the waves from filling back up. However, Poseidon couldn't afford to worry about this. Hades had regained his momentum and aimed for his neck with the scythe of the underworld. Behind the bombardment, giant soldier Pluto took a sprinting posture in the rear of the train. Shin Yusung declared, "Depart, Ajusi." The inertia of the train added to Pluto's speed. The wind attribute of the Chimera Dragon amplified the speed even further. Go, Daksha Hyung. Along with Li Gilyung's cheer, Pluto started the dash. Pluto held the steel sword in both hands, while Jung Hee-won supplied hellfire to it. Hot. Lee Hyun-sung bellowed and Pluto flew through the sky. The giant story Demon World Spring is continuing the story. The giant story Supreme Ruler of the Open Seas is continuing. Stories and stories clashed and Pluto's gloves were torn. Kim Namwon screamed with pleasure despite the pain. The steel giant, who returned from hell, swung his sword. The flames of hell burned up the steel. The sword that burned with hellfire and the stories of all the other members. The flames of the torch vaporized many water walls at once. The myth-rated barrier, that seemed impossible to penetrate, was being broken. Beyond the broken waves, the defenseless Theseus could be seen. In the situation where victory was in front of his eyes, Pluto didn't move. The world shook like it was reversed and I vomited up blood inside Pluto. In the meantime, Poseidon had thrown Triana and it pierced Pluto's waist. It was the exact place where I was riding. Dakjasi. Jung Hee-won's voice was faintly heard. The power of the star relic Triana is fatally injured your incarnation body. The status is a power you can't afford. The giant soldier Pluto has offset some of your shock. This was the majesty of a myth-grade constellation. It could trample on a narrative-grade constellation like me as if I was a worm. The waves had been pierced but the flames of the torch were cooling down. Lee Hyun-sung seemed stunned and Jung Hee-won's magic power was almost running out. The waves were showing signs of recovery again. Poseidon was still relaxed as he dealt with Hades. There was a faint smile. Maybe he thought he won. Towards that Poseidon I laughed. As always, the protagonist was the last to attack. Yu Jonghyuk, behind the torch that was dying out. A man in a black coat was running with everyone's stories on his back. The surprised Poseidon created a water spear but Red Phoenix Shuinpa quickly avoided it. Some spears that couldn't be stopped pierced Yu Jonghyuk's thighs and shoulders. The item giant's armor is effective. The armor that contained the power of the giants barely protected Yu Jonghyuk from the sacred spears. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As the number of spears that stabbed it increased, the giant's armor started to crumble. Then it shattered. With 10 steps left, Poseidon's status rushed towards Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk's expression hardened. This was a power that a regressor of the 3rd round couldn't afford. Just a bit more. Just a little bit further. Theseus was right in front of our noses. Kim Dokja. Yu Jonghyuk in my vision became a bit blurry. I knew from the beginning that it was unreasonable. It wasn't possible for Yu Jonghyuk to go to the place where Theseus was located. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Then what if he wasn't the 3rd round? Your blurred consciousness has been partially liberated from the constraints of your body. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been activated. Once again, the landscape I saw had changed. The first-person protagonist's point of view has been activated. It was the very landscape that Yu Jonghyuk saw. Kim Dokja? Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts seemed confused. Poseidon's spear was moving. I felt time slowing as I turned over the pages of Ways of Survival in my head. The 3rd round couldn't finish this. However, I eagerly imagined what would be possible someday. The story hell of eternity has begun. The 4th round, the 5th round, the 6th round, the 41st round, the 56th round. This round can't be understood with your reading comprehension. Pain came over me and my bloodshot eyes seemed like they were going to explode. The explosive stories were a mess in my head. Still, I didn't give up. The 4th wall is protecting your spirit. Your reading comprehension is moving towards new possibilities. The pages you can't read are opening. Countless curious eyes were on us. They weren't constellations. Yu Jonghyuk muttered. The Yu Jonghyuk of the other rounds were watching us. Some looked envious while others had gloomy expressions. Finally, there was one with an expression of intrigue. Interesting. I quickly moved through the pages and reached the maximum I could turn over now. Thus, I finally used the future ahead of me. You have reached the maximum number of rounds you can read. The maximum number of times you can read Yu Jonghyuk is up to the 362nd round. The 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk. This was the last card I could bring out. The 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk wasn't strong enough to kill Poseidon. In order to do that, the number of regressions must be 1,700 times. Thanks to the influence of first-person protagonist's point of view, the talent of Yu Jonghyuk of this round is passed on to others. The talent of 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk is attracted to Yu Jonghyuk. However, the 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk was strong enough. It was because the 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk. It has been a while, Poseidon. It was the Yu Jonghyuk who fought against Poseidon for the first time. At that time, I killed your son. Poseidon's furious roar was head. The 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk moved inside Yu Jonghyuk of the third round. It was a stance that he took 10 million times. This is palm boxing. Yu Jonghyuk's breaking the Sky Force Punch break through the final barrier and pierce Theseus' body. TL, Rainbow Turtle. I also made a small correction to the last chapter. Pluto was raising his body in the seawater. I asked him while nodding towards Yu Jonghyuk, "Can you pick up two people?" Chapter 339 End of the Myth. 6. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used breaking the Sky Force Punch LV. Ew. The skill level of this person can't be converted to a numerical value. The skill is strengthened abnormally due to the power of the story. Theseus' right arm was destroyed by Yu Jonghyuk's breaking the Sky Force Punch and floated in the water. Theseus watched this with a blank expression. I felt sorry for him who didn't do anything wrong. However, as long as Poseidon had descended into Theseus' body, getting rid of Theseus was the only way to expel the myth-grade constellation from the scenario. The next moment, sparks appeared around Yu Jonghyuk's entire body. Some Dakibis are doubting the probability of the story. The incarnation body of the character can't bear the skill. As expected, he might have the talent of the 362nd round Yu Jonghyuk, but this was the body of the third round. It was insufficient to break Poseidon's barrier and destroy Theseus' flesh. The power of the item King Lycomed's leather gloves is triggered. There was an item that would bridge this gap. It was the very item I had purchased from Anna Croft. Stage transformation is triggered by the effect of King Lycomed's leather gloves. King Lycomedes was a figure known as the murderer of Theseus in mythology. Theseus' complexion changed. Nevertheless, Theseus stepped forward instead of retreating. He unfolded his arms as if begging to be killed. Theseus. The moment Poseidon's wrathful true voice was heard, Yu Jonghyuk's breaking the Sky Force Punch struck again. The constellation abandoned lover of the labyrinth is grieving. I saw Theseus looking down at his heart and then looking at Yu Jonghyuk, or perhaps me. In the last moment, there was a relieved smile on Theseus' face. The incarnation body of the constellation hero of the labyrinth has completely disappeared. It was just the death of the incarnation body and he wouldn't disappear completely. Still, Theseus would be so damaged that he couldn't do any scenario activities for the time being. Theseus threw his body to complete this scenario, despite knowing all of that. Olympus leaders have all died. The scenario clear conditions have been met. Calculating the contribution of individual incarnations and constellations. First-person protagonist's point of view has been released. I coughed up blood as I returned to my body again. Inside the broken Pluto, Kim Namwoon's voice was heard. The calling has stopped, Grasshopper. Bye. Pluto's summoning time ended and he was returned to the underworld. At the same time, a massive storm of water swept over the area where Theseus' incarnation body had died. Poseidon, who had descended in Theseus' body, was running wild. In the midst of the spraying water, the incarnations struggled for breath. A portion of Poseidon's status was pouring towards the defenseless Yu Jonghyuk. It wasn't an attack that could be avoided by Yu Jonghyuk, who was seriously damaged and turned to rags thanks to the talent of the 362nd round. I shouted, "Hades, I understand." Hades appeared in the air with Kaini, holding Yu Jonghyuk in his arms. Poseidon's spear only crashed into the depths of the deep sea. This wasn't the end. Cracks spread rapidly around the area where Triana was stabbed. The cracks started to suck up everything around it like a vacuum cleaner. Unfortunately, I was also included in the things to be cleaned. My damaged incarnation body didn't have the strength to resist this suction. I stretched out my hand as I was being swept away by the torrents. However, there was no one to grab my hand. That's what I thought. Doc Jassy. You idiot. Hair scattered beautifully in the water. Lee Seal swam like a mermaid and grabbed my left arm while Han Suyong followed her and grabbed my right arm. The two people stopped my bleeding with hit a pressure point and pulled me up with all their strength. I saw Han Suyong swimming desperately in order to get away from the crack in the deep sea. Shortly thereafter, we emerged safely from the water. Hop. Kim Daksha, you crazy guy. The main scenario will close soon. Rather than replying to Han Suyang, I watched the currents. If my prediction was correct, Poseidon lost his incarnation body and would be forced to return. The constellation spear that parts the boundaries of the sea is roaring. However, the situation went differently than expected. Poseidon's power was becoming stronger instead of weakening. A juicy? It seemed that the party members perceived something was wrong. The Bureau is urging the spear that parts the boundaries of the sea to withdraw. Poseidon didn't disappear despite the Bureau's recommendation. The situation was obvious. In a scenario that already ended, there were no justifications for his actions. The Bureau is preparing sanctions for the spear that parts the boundaries of the sea to withdraw. Fortunately, the Bureau seemed to be doing its job properly. I watched the boiling and seething sea. The question was what Poseidon would do until the sanctions were imposed. A little further away, Hades and Persephone were watching this side. Many constellations are condemning spear that parts the boundaries of the sea. My mind seemed to go blank from the true voice. In the distance, a tsunami was approaching. It was a wave hundreds of meters high. Crazy. What is that? Poseidon is crazy. The incarnations belatedly tried to flee, but it was too late. Some of them, including the giants, were swept away by the first wave. It was a giant wave of water that no one could resist. I looked at Hades, but Hades didn't move. The reason he didn't come forward was obvious. Hades had exactly the same idea as me. We simultaneously looked up at the sky. No matter how disinterested you are in Olympus, you can't just watch this time. The Bureau is giving probability to someone. The next moment, the color of the sky changed. A light that seemed to paralyze sight and hearing filled the sky. The light seemed to make the world disappear. It was a little while later that I realized it was a very large lightning bolt. The lightning tore through the waves. It was strong enough to split the sea into two and burn the ground of the deep sea. I heard Poseidon's last roar before he disappeared. The constellation spear that parts the boundaries of the sea has exited the scenario. It was an incredible sight. Nevertheless, it really happened. The constellation Lightning Throne is looking down at Olympus. No matter how many of the 12 gods there were, they didn't dare to face him. The moment the indirect message came up, all the gods of Olympus froze in place. It was the same for the insolent Dionysus and the virtuous Athena and Artemis. The gaze of the sky slowly turned to the king of the underworld. The underground and sky faced each other. As if this conversation was enough, Hades wore Kaini and disappeared from the scenario. The constellation father of the rich knight has exited the scenario. Persephone disappeared while winking at me. We'll meet again soon, our cute son. 2 of the 3 chief gods had disappeared, but the tension wasn't diminished. There was the sound of the world moving as the scales of probability once again tilted. It was clear who the Bureau had given probability to. King of Olympus, Zeus. The only one in Olympus who had reached the last scenario. No constellation other than Zeus could eject Poseidon and cause this reaction in the constellations. In fact, Bayou's channel had a festive atmosphere. The Dakibi of the Bureau has recalled the probability given to the Lightning Throne. The Bureau is recommending for the Lightning Throne to withdraw. A festival was called a festival because it was short. If Zeus stayed in the sub-scenario for a long time, he would harm the balance of the star stream. It might bring about a disaster like indescribable distance last time. Even so, Zeus was arrogant. Don't rush me. I didn't come at your request. I came to see my seeds. The sky of Olympus looked down at the 12 gods. The 12 gods who came here were tense in front of Zeus' gaze. Yet they are still only garbage. At Zeus' words, the 12 gods sat down like they had received a great shock. Dionysus' shoulders were trembling. He was a narrative-grade constellation, but Dionysus couldn't resist at all. Some stories were like this. They accumulated for a long time and couldn't resist ending. The clouds in the sky were lifted and Zeus' status became blurred. Like a farmer turning his back to barren ground, Zeus was leaving the scenario. Some of the 12 gods muttered. Even his children. At this moment, a small stone flew towards the sky. It was the stone I threw. The stone in the air was destroyed by the sparks of probability. The constellation Lightning Throne is looking at you. I felt a powerful status surrounding my body, but I just glared at the sky. In any case, the probability allowed to Zeus was over. The constellation Lightning Throne has exited the scenario. I looked back at the 12 gods. Why are you just listening to his words? You? The moment Dionysus was going to spear, a message poured from the sky. No, it wasn't a message. Dionysus, the 12 gods, and even me. We looked up at the sky where Zeus had disappeared. White snow was falling like stars. The snow was irrelevant to Zeus, who ruled the sky. It was the power of a constellation who existed perhaps even longer than Zeus. It was the existence of light who ruled the first sky before Olympus was made. Like a lonely island, Briareus and the giants howled as they watched the falling snow. Main scenario number 60 A Gigantomachia has ended. Sub-scenario Myth Subversion has been completed. The compensation settlement will begin. The constellations of the world were watching me. Apart from the 4 main constellations, there were constellations I knew and those I didn't know. Dionysus spoke. You won, Kim Dokja. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and other giants used their big bodies like ships to carry us. Yu Jonghyuk and Han Soo-young were looking in at the sky in different directions. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung helped each other, while Lee Seolwa clasped her hands tightly together. Lee Jae-hai was wiping her tears while embracing Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young. Maybe they were listening to the system messages too. You have acquired a new giant story. 3 additional new stories have been acquired. It was a really long-prepared plan. I was able to see the things that would happen in the future, as if I was reading a novel with a definite ending. Your second giant story has completed the success portion. The second condition of the hidden scenario, a single story, has been fulfilled. Finally, the awaited success greeted me. The Nebula Kim Dokja's company has become well known in the star stream. A system message celebrating our victory widely resonated in the universe. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is raising his rod. The constellation Black Dragon of the Abyss is waving the bandages of liberation. The constellation Secretive Plotter is nodding. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is proud of you. The constellations in my channel were congratulating me. Some of the constellations of the last scenario are paying attention to you. Then beings of the last scenario like Zeus started to notice me. The demon kings of the demon world are paying attention to your actions. The archangels of Eden are paying attention to you. Unknown gods of another world are staring at your existence. The seekers of the end are listening to your story. In the midst of the white and snowy sea, good and evil and those who didn't belong to either side were watching the story. The end of the myth that had long dominated the world. Those who made the story with me would find me. Kim Dokja. However, at this moment, Kim Dokja? I already wasn't there. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 340, A Road That Isn't a Road 1. Immediately after the collapse of Olympus in Gigantomachia, the restrictions on the giants disappeared. They were freed from the old story and would be reborn as participants in new scenarios. There is no desire to repeat the old battle. Do you agree? I agree. Briareus, leader of the giants, and Dionysus, interim representative of the 12 gods, reached a dramatic agreement just before the end of the 60th scenario. The star stream has acknowledged this myth collapse. A new story is blooming in the 60th scenario. In fact, they could have fought more if they wanted to fight. However, the power of Olympus had been drastically weakened through Gigantomachia. Many heroes and giants died. Poseidon's whereabouts were unclear, and the silent underworld king announced his successor. In such a situation, the existence of the nebula would be jeopardized if the 12 gods and giants were to keep confronting each other. The downfall of the giant nebula, Olympus. At the center of this ridiculous story, there was a small nebula. A number of constellations are shouting the name Kim Dokja's company. The story, which began with the struggle of a small constellation, was finally coming to the end with a giant story. Despite this, the members of the nebula didn't appreciate the giant story and were calling someone's name. Dokjasi. Dokjasi. Young. Don't mess around. Where are you hiding? Jung Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Jae-hai, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yu-sung. They were looking for Kim Dokja on the small island made by the giants. Someone sounded uneasy while another had an expression full of disbelief. The only one who remained calm in this chaos was the one staring up at the sky with an expressionless face. Han Soo-young stared closely at him and asked, Yu Jong-hyuk, do you know something? Answer me. The kids are worried. Yu Jong-hyuk slowly turned towards Han Soo-young. The party members noticed something and gathered behind Han Soo-young. Master, what is it? Do you know something? What happened to Dokjasi again? Yu Jong-hyuk was silent for a while before replying. Kim Dokja has returned to Earth. What? Without us? Lee Jae-hai belatedly discovered something and opened her mouth. Ah, don't tell me? In retrospect, Gigantomachia wasn't their real purpose. In the beginning, participating in Gigantomachia was only a process. While everyone was feeling excited by the joy of victory, only Kim Dokja was thinking about the real purpose of this task. Jung Hee-won sighed with relief and smiled. Still, he didn't have to quickly go back on his own. Well, go back too. Then a system message emerged. The region will be restricted for 1 hour to stabilize the scenario. Lee Seolwa's eyes widened with surprise. How did Dokjasi get out of here? He probably used a special method. A special method? I don't know anything else. Yu Jong-hyuk replied and stared up at the sky again. It was still snowing. Snow was falling in summer weather. Based on Earth tie, it was snowing in August. Han Soo-young stared into his eyes and asked him, Did Kim Daksha go back first because of Usanga? There was a reason for asking what should have been obvious. Yu Jonghyuk's answer came back after the miraculous snow melted in the sun. You'll know when you see it. In the vehicle that ran in dimensions, I was lost in thoughts. During the time when I was planning to overthrow Gigantomachia, I had contacted several constellations. Perhaps all those with the slightest acquaintance received my call. Most of them were in a special relationship with Olympus or were in a difficult position to participate in the 60th scenario. I could understand. What constellation would want to be in a hostile relationship with a big nebula like Olympus? Nevertheless, there was one who made a unique suggestion. I can't help in Gigantomachia, but if you fail, I can pave the way for you to get away. Just, it can only be you. The one who made the suggestion was now sitting in the driver's seat and holding the steering wheel. I didn't know you would take advantage of my proposal in this way. The owner of the special Ferrigine who could use the portals of the scenario because of his probability and who had free access to the dimension. The mass production maker laughed. Originally, you were a type who rarely asked for help from someone else. My thoughts are a bit different after coming back from another world. I smiled and added, in addition, I accidentally left this grade Ferrigine behind. I haven't finished the installment plan yet, so am still crying whenever I think about it. Haha, the car you bought from me. Thus, in the future, I have decided to ride in other people's cars without driving my own. It is a disappointing decision from a seller's position. This time a new model came out and I was going to give you a free one. For free? I'm lying. I knew it. There was no way this constellation would see any losses. The mass production maker seemed to think of something as he held a cigarette in his mouth. The scattered smoke was sucked into the vents installed before it could reach me in the passenger's seat. I want to make a contract with your nebula. Contract? Do you know what you've done this time? I knew. Couldn't not know. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is flowing through your veins. It was because even now, the result of what I had done was flowing through the veins in my body. Torch that swallowed the myth. This story wasn't the one who erases God's fingerprints or person who closes the door of a myth that I had originally intended to obtain. Still, its essence was similar. The story of fighting against a great nebula and overthrowing myths. This story would be a counter for the numerous nebulae I would fight in the future. Many constellations have come to know of Kim Daksha's company. Yes. Some of them even claim that you should put your nebula in one of the 12 great nebulae. The 12 great nebulae. I didn't realize I was already in a position to hear this story. The 12 great nebulae dominating the star stream considered of 3 strong, 4 medium and 5 weak ones. Olympus, who was located between the 3 strong and 4 medium ones, was greatly upset this time and someone had to fill that space. There are many hasty stars. They're always like this. Then the mass production maker wants to take advantage of this opportunity to sign a contract with my nebula. That's right. There was no hesitation in the mass production maker's answer. I'd like to leave this new product's advertisement to your nebula. That's good. I will ask the members of my nebula. Great. The incarnation I want to appear personally is... I listened to the mass production maker while staring out the window of the scenes passing by the Ferrigine. The seasons of the myriad of stories flowed through the landscape. The seasons of numerous stories flowed in the passing landscape. That's right. Suddenly, it is fast. As I spoke, I subconsciously grabbed the bottle of star fluid in my pocket. I had come this far faster than any of the original rounds. Yet this speed was only a relative speed. I didn't know if this was fast enough. The mass production maker laughed and said, "This new product is a bit faster. You will know if you drive it yourself, but the driving sensation is very... The time is too slow compared to the driving speed. Are you doing this intentionally to talk about the contract?" What are you talking about? I am going the fastest way. Look, it is already the last intersection. As the mass production maker said, there were 3 portals emitting a white light on the other side of the dimension. I didn't ask, but the mass production maker explained. One is the road to Earth and the other is the road to the context of the constellations. What is the last one? A road that looks like a road. The mass production maker smiled significantly. It was much darker than other portals and gave off a shady vibe. Do you know what is at the end? Of course, I didn't know. I might have read Ways of Survival, but there wasn't a description of all the portals in the dimension. In other words, this portal was a road that didn't exist in Ways of Survival. What is it? It's nothing. It is just a blocked road. The answer came back like it was obvious. Before I could say anything, the mass production maker continued. The end of some roads. The road that looks different from other roads. It is a road that no one walked or a road that isn't even a road. The Ferrigine sped past the dark portal. The sparkling navigation system was showing the route to Earth. On the screen, the portal we had just gone past was marked as no road. Such roads are usually cut off in obscure places. The people who chose to walk along the path believe it is the end. What is your meaning? Please choose your path well. The mass production maker put out the cigarette and gave his distinctly gentle smile. Sometimes the thing that looks like a road isn't a road. The next moment, the landscape of the dimension changed. I saw the appearance of the blue planet and landed on the ground. The mass production maker told me, "We've arrived. Fortunately, this time it is good." The moment I arrive in Seoul, I naturally headed to the factory. It was to the hospital ward where patients were admitted. The moment I stepped into the ward, I heard a voice that was close to a true voice. "You came." It sounded like a true voice, but it wasn't a true voice. It was a voice where the dignity of a transcendent could be heard. A blue-white magic power filled the air. As expected, every teacher wanted to look good in front of their student. "This poor disciple is greeting you. There is no time. Leave the greetings for later. Go." Perhaps it was the aftermath of the returnees' war, but Kyrios had bandages wrapped around his body. The heavenly demon and blood demon. I killed them. I was amazed by the calm declaration. He survived the heavenly demon and blood demon who killed the breaking the sky sword saint in a past life. I didn't realize my teacher in this round was so strong. Eileen found me in the distance and came running. She was the only story expert in the factory. If she wasn't here, 2 of the party members would have already died. I waved the star fluids and shouted, "I brought the star fluid." You haven't been told yet, but I already know." In the distance, 2 red rooms could be seen. One was the hospital room of Usanga and the other, "How is my mother?" "Her symptoms are almost the same as Usanga." "The severity of the symptoms?" "More or less the same level." I knew that my mother had been overworking herself. The stigma giant future placed a great burden on the user's body. Moreover, the contract with the nebula itself was in an obscure form, and the burden increased even more after my mother's sponsor lost strength. Eileen took the star fluids from me and spoke in a dark voice. "I think it is lacking. That's why I have 2 bottles. They are different types. I didn't bring only 1 star fluid. There was the nectar from Dionysus as well as the soma I was originally supposed to receive from Surya." Aileen's expression glowed as she received the 2 bottles of star fluids. "Medical staff." The staff rushed at her signal towards the 2 hospital rooms. Someone brushed past me and the wound in my side caused by Poseidon throbbed. My vision blurred for a moment. I might need to receive treatment. No, it would be strange to be fine after being hit by a myth-grade constellation. I worked hard to hide the pain from the wound. My consciousness was unstable. The doors to the hospital rooms seemed like the entrance to the portal that the mass production maker had shown me. "Are you okay?" Kyrios flew through the air and asked me. I replied that I was fine. To be exact, it felt like I answered, but I lost consciousness for a while. Once I woke up, I was lying on a chair in the ward. Eileen was standing in front of me. I endured the pain and stood up. "What happened to the 2 people?" I immediately asked despite my blurred consciousness. However, Aileen's expression was strange. "It isn't enough." "It isn't enough?" "What?" "The 2 of them worsened faster than I thought. I can barely cure 1 person if I use both star fluids." I couldn't understand the words. Aileen's words sounded like faraway alien words, like she was an outer god. "What do you mean?" "Demon King of Salvation." Eileen formally called out my modifier. She only called me this when she needed my orders. The 2 rooms were wide open, like a portal waiting for me. "You can only save 1 person." TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 341, A Road That Isn't a Road. 2. All types of thoughts passed through my head. The 4th wall is shaking violently. There were 2 doors and someone seemed to be whispering to me. I could go inside one of them. However, if I chose one, then I had to give up the other one. I couldn't do that. Demon King of Salvation. Yes. If you delay, then you can't save either of them. There was no sense of reality in Aileen's voice. "Please wait a moment." In my dizzy vision, the corridor across from the 2 hospital rooms was seen. The words of the mass production maker crossed my mind. "It's nothing. It is just a blocked road." The end of the corridor was dim, so I couldn't see anything. Yet everyone knew that there was nothing at the end of that corridor. In the first place, the corridor was made to have nothing. Kim Daksha thought, "It isn't possible." "Stay calm. There must be a way." I had come all this way and now I had to choose between the 2 people? Who should live and who should die? I couldn't do that. "The 4th wall is looking at you. But you have already chosen." At the moment, the scene of the first scenario filled my head. The shaky subway, the appearance of those who died. Maybe I could have saved everyone there. "Take us, you can ch us this ti me too." It was different now. At is different. Rather than replying to the 4th wall, I asked Aileen, "How much time is left?" "Around 20 minutes. Lee Sukyungsa's side is more critical." After that, 20 minutes. It was short, but there was enough time to try this and that. It was too early to give up. If there is more star fluid, Can you save both of them? There isn't a lot of possibility. I immediately pulled out the old to new toad. The toad cried out, "Give me an old house and he'll give you a new house." I pointed to the half-filled bottle of nectar and asked, "Can you change this to something new?" Then the old to new toad shook its head. "It isn't old or new. This was half-eaten by me. Thus it is old. It'll give you other items if you fill up a new bottle. The change? I can't help you." As expected, such a trick wasn't possible with the star fluid. I had thought it might be possible. Tired, don't call me. Perhaps it was tired from swallowing the giant soldier earlier, but the old to new toad fell asleep. I put it away and decided to try a second method. If I couldn't duplicate it, I had to get a new one. The Demon King of Salvation. The use of the indirect message is cancelled. The indirect messaging function is currently disabled due to checking and repairing certain scenarios. What? The scenario being checked is the 60th scenario. It was an unexpected situation I hadn't thought of. I didn't think the aftermath of the 60th scenario would reach this far. I needed the help of other constellations to get new star fluids. Jang Haeyoung. At my cry, Aileen's gaze moved to another place. The place where Jang Haeyoung was located was Yusanga's hospital room. The moment I stood on the threshold of the hospital room where the emergency light was on, a cold sensation went down my back. "You can't enter without permission." Someone yelled at me. The fragments of the story scattered from Yusanga hovered in the air. I tried to ignore it and turned to Jang Haeyoung. Jang Haeyoung was sleeping in a corner of the hospital room. "Jang Haeyoung, wake up. Quickly. Wait a minute. He is also in critical condition." The medical staff rushed over and pulled me away. Jang Haeyoung had a large number of story packs inserted in him and bandages were wrapped around his body. He was seriously wounded in the returnees' war. However, I needed Jang Haeyoung's skill. The unidentified wall is looking at you. The fourth wall is facing the unidentified wall. Sparks bounced as I felt the gaze of the wall. It was a coldness with no sense of cooperation at all. It was going to be like this? I opened bookmark. In the end, the unidentified wall was also a skill. I still didn't have a good understanding of Jang Haeyoung and needed some luck, but I started looking for Jang Haeyoung's name in the list of bookmarks. Perhaps it felt uncomfortable due to my actions? The unidentified wall warned. The unidentified wall says, "You are not my master. Don't do anything unnecessary. I need your help." I told it honestly. It was urgent. "If you don't help me, you have to wake up your master." The wall was silent for a moment. It was a silence that showed it was thinking about something. A moment later, a message from the wall came back. The unidentified wall says, "It'll help you." At the same time, a small partition of space was created around me. It was a space reminiscent of Aminosoft intern a long time ago. A large panel was created in front of me and there was a familiar type of input device. Perhaps Jang Haeyoung had listened to the stories of countless constellations in this small wall. Jang Haeyoung listened to stories that were written on this wall like graffiti and the unidentified wall says, "Do a good job." I had nothing to say. I looked down at the sleeping Jang Haeyoung for a moment before turning my head. First of all, it was important to turn off the emergency light. The unidentified wall has temporarily granted you a license. Enter the destination to send a message to. The first constellation was Dionysus. The message can't be sent to the constellation. At present, all communications with the nebula Olympus is paralyzed. I ran into a snag from the beginning. I quickly changed the receiver of the message. Then a reply immediately came back. "You need more soma? I'm sorry, but I gave all the soma I had to you." The reply was from Surya. "The situation here also wasn't easy. Is it difficult to request more from the nebula?" I withdrew from Vedas and lost the soma production rights. "Is Dionysus beside you?" After a few moments, there was an answer from Surya. "Recently, Olympus is suffering from the famine story and the supply of nectar is cut off. There is no more left to give you." "I understand. Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't help." No, it was impossible to ask for anything further when I already received Surya's help in Gigantomachia. I thought about various types of star fluids that appeared in ways of survival through my head. However, none that could replace nectar and soma were available right away. I desperately bit my lips. If treatment wasn't possible, then I had to find another way. Sending a message to Constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring. Since Persephone and Hades weren't members of Olympus, it was possible to communicate with them through the unidentified wall. I didn't want to use this method, but it wasn't time to cover up cold water with warm water. Nevertheless, the answer that came back from Persephone wasn't very positive. "Son, as you might know, a presence broken through the flow of consciousness is, all souls of this world go to the underworld, but that is a case when the soul is intact. As expected, it is like this. I actually expected it a bit. The flow of consciousness was a phenomenon where the stories of the soul were broken. A soul suffering from this disease wouldn't go to the underworld. To be exact, it didn't go anywhere. It just ended there. Just as everyone who walked on the wrong road disappeared forever. Persephone continued speaking. Son, it is a situation where the succession isn't properly established yet. Don't call me that right now. I responded quickly before disconnecting. I opened the smartphone and then the file of ways of survival. There was still a method. There had to be. The unidentified wall says, "You have done too many things that went against probability." Shut up. The unidentified wall says, "That probability was bound to come back to you. It is a law of this world. I told you to shut up." I quickly read Ways of Survival. I found several times when Yu Jong-hyuk met similar challenges in Ways of Survival. For example, the 161st and 275th rounds. In those rounds, Yu Jong-hyuk was in a situation where he could only save one of his two colleagues. When told he could only save Lee Silwa or Lee Jae-hai, Yu Jong-hyuk had replied, "I will save both." The same was true for the 275th round. Lee Hyun-sung and Shin Yu-sung. In a situation where only one of them could be saved, Yu Jong-hyuk declared, "I will save both of them." This was Yu Jong-hyuk's answer. Thus, Yu Jong-hyuk of the 161st and 275th round failed. He couldn't save Lee Silwa, Lee Jae-hai, Lee Hyun-sung or Shin Yu-sung. Then he died himself. Yet every time Yu Jong-hyuk made the same choice and I would choose the same. My right hand holding the phone trembled nervously and I gripped it tightly. Bu T Kim Dokja isn't Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk was able to make such a choice because he was a regressor. A regressor different from me. An existence who could repeat life many times. On the other hand, I only had this one life. Therefore, this life didn't allow me to make any mistakes. If I made a mistake, someone would die. Thus, I couldn't make any mistakes. I had come all this way while taking the risk of twisting probability. Up to this point, I thought I had done well. Briareus had told me, the real fate is inevitable. If you avoid it, probability must be distorted. The twisting of probability had to be resolved by someone. I knew it very well. Just, I was dissatisfied. Why? Jassy. Why should they be the ones to resolve it? Doc Jassy. 1 drop, 2 drops. The voice that touched me was like a drop of water through hard granite. I looked behind me. Doc Jassy, I'm fine. Through the curtains of the hospital room where Usanga lay, the fragments of the broken story flowed out and spoke to me. Save Sukyungsi. No voice came from my half-open mouth. Yet she replied like she heard my words. I have a way to survive. I have already found a way through Hermes' system. The exclusive skill lie detection LV7 is activated. Do you have confirmed that the statement is false? You sang. Doc Jassy. It wasn't meant to call out to me. Usanga's voice was unbelievably firm. One day, I remembered a time when I teamed up with Usanga. Even then, Usanga was the same. Every time she insisted on something she thought was right, she would never bend herself. Usanga would speak in this calm but strong tone. It was like appeasing a panicked little child. Doc Jassy, listen carefully to me. Please be calm and rational. Why? Usanga's words were familiar. I still have some time remaining. However, Sukyungsi wouldn't be able to recover unless she is saved now. Why did I feel like I was sitting in a subway seat and why did it feel like this trembling hand wasn't mine? It is like a game quest. A quest that can be cleared properly if we follow the set route. Usangasi. Doc Jassy, it is time to carry out the quest properly now. I understood Usanga's words. Perhaps I could understand better than anyone in the world. However, I couldn't understand the Usanga speaking right now. Perhaps I would never understand in this lifetime. Or I should say that I didn't dare understand it. The fourth wall has increased its thickness. Like the Usanga who stood up on the subway, I stood up and declared, Aileen. Aileen noticed my intentions and nodded. The medical staff standing next to Usanga rushed to the other side of the room. I also slowly turned to the opposite side of the room. The moment I went beyond the threshold, I couldn't help looking back. Don't worry, they'll be waiting here. Beyond the curtain, Usanga's silhouette had already scattered a lot. Maybe beyond that would be a Usanga I already didn't know. She might be torn and scattered apart, something that was no longer recognizable. I might be hearing the voice of Usanga, who was already disappearing. Nevertheless, Usangasi. I don't know if you remember, but I screened people's lives in the first scenario. I continued speaking towards the Usanga I remembered. I only let people I thought should survive live. I thought I should have done it in order to see the end of this world. Doc Jassy. However, if this is the one way I can see the ending of this story, I would rather not see the ending. In order to revive someone, another person had to die. If there is a choice over lives, it is a bad story in the first place. At my answer, the mass production maker might say this: it is a road that isn't a road. The fourth wall is looking at you. Nevertheless, this wasn't a choice. There was only one way from the beginning. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at the fourth wall. I wasn't Yu Jong-hyuk. Yet when it came to this issue, my answer was the same as that guy. They'll smash that story, so that Yu Sangasi won't die. My mother too. There was a deadened wall covered in darkness in front of my eyes. It was a hard and thick wall that I couldn't smash. I slowly reached out for that wall. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 342A Road That Isn't a Road, 3. It was an hour later that Yu Jong-hyuk and his colleagues returned to Earth. Yu Jong-hyuk, Han Soo-young, Lee Jae-hai, Young Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-young and Lee Sealwa. The first thing they discovered after safely passing through the portal was the flashing sparks around the center of the industrial complex. The sparks of probability were striking down on the center of the factory like lightning bolts. Lee Jae-hai wondered, "What the hell is going on?" She asked, but no one could answer properly. They got on the Chimera Dragon and soon arrived at the factory. The party members jumped over the walls and ran straight to the hospital room. Flying Fox waved when he saw the people rushing in. "Huh, you came back already?" Young Hee-won asked. "Doc Jassy, no, where's Yu Sangasi?" "He is over there, though I think you need to be treated as well." "We're fine. Just treat Hyen Sungsi." Wait a minute. My skin is just a bit." "Shut up and lie down." After throwing the burnt Lee Hyun-sung onto a hospital bed, Young Hee-won and the others headed to Yu Sanga's hospital room. Obviously, they thought Kim Doksha would first head there. "Doc Jassy, Sangasi. Hey everyone, if you just come in." Then the party members faced an unexpected sight after arriving. Han Soo-young muttered, "What is this situation?" There was no one in Yu Sanga's hospital room apart from the minimum number of medical staff. Yu Sanga's soul was still broken. Kim Doksha couldn't be seen at all. A black aura was released from Han Soo-young's body. "I'm asking you, what is this situation?" The medical staff were daunted and spat out everything that happened, from the returnees' war to Kim Doksha's return. So, Lee Suk-young went to receive treatment first. Maybe by now, the last step. Before the words finished, Han Soo-young had already moved. It was so fast that no one could stop her. Han Soo-young jumped over a nearby chair and grabbed the collar of a man taller than herself. "You son of a bitch. You knew everything? Why didn't you talk properly? If you knew this, if I said it, could you change anything?" Yu Jong-hyuk's cold voice rang through the room. Han Soo-young's mouth trembled. Could she change it if she knew? She didn't know. Han Soo-young couldn't answer the question. Yu Jong-hyuk asked again. "I asked if you could change anything? You bastard." This time, Yu Jong-hyuk didn't yield. The moment when the pressure around the two people was going to devastate the surroundings. Young Hee-won stopped them. "Stop, both of you. Can't you see that Yu Sangasi is present? The constellation demon-like judge of fire is furious." Yu Jong-hyuk shook off Han Soo-young's hand and spoke to the medical staff. "Where is Kim Doksha?" Han Soo-young also turned to the staff at the question. Rather than answering, the medical staff glanced in one direction in unison. It was a hospital room where Lee Suk-young's surgery was underway. Han Soo-young asked, "Kim Doksha is in that room?" "That's right." Aline said he is needed. The party members approached the operating room door quietly enough not to interfere with the operation. Through the transparent glass, Aileen and Kim Doksha could be seen conducting the operation in the room. Thanks to the lighting, Kim Doksha's expression couldn't be seen, but he definitely didn't look good. Kim Doksha's hand was trembling and his gaze was slightly lowered. It was Shin Yu-sung who opened her mouth first. Ajusi's state is a bit weird. Once the operation started, the first thing Aileen said was, "You must come with me. Is there anything I can do to help?" "Yes." The moment I entered the room, I saw the fragments of my broken mother. My mother, who defeated the returnees by summoning Pungbik, was in a state where all her stories were broken. "Doksha." Somewhere I felt I heard these words. Maybe it was my mother's stories. I thought in a reassuring manner to her, "Don't worry, I didn't choose anyone. My mother's soul must be restored as quickly as possible. That way I had the time to save Usanga." From now on, it was the time of Aileen. "Staff, begin to supply the magic power." Aileen pulled out a small brush and started to collect the floating pieces of stories one by one. The surgery itself was simple. Collect the fragments of the scattered stories and put them together in context. It was to recover the meaning of the lost sentences. It was easy to say, but the number of people in Ways of Survival who could perform this type of major surgery could only be counted on one hand. The most remarkable one among them was Aileen Makerfield, the story expert next to me. The story person who repairs the story has started. Every word that reaches your fingertips restores itself. The end of the story was ultimately a share of the story. Every time Aileen's brush moved, The broken stories started to follow one by one. The star fluids I gained were the adhesive holding the stories together. The item soma is working. The item nectar is working. By the time 40 minutes passed in the surgery, Aileen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. The scene of Aileen's surgery also appeared in Ways of Survival, but this was my first time actually seeing it and I was slightly impressed. Once the overall story was repaired, Aileen took a sip of water. I asked Aileen, is it okay if the fragments aren't in context? I was anxious when I saw that the story fragments Aileen put together weren't perfectly neat. Aileen lightly wiped her lips. It's fine. This is what humans are like. Certainly, her words might be true. In general, humans weren't tidy existences. By the way, Aileen's words weren't over. However, there are some sentences that can be serious if they aren't put together properly. For example, these parts. Aileen pointed to my mother's soul. Unlike the other restored areas, her half-collapsed heart hadn't been operated on. In fact, Sukyungsa's surgery was a bit late. Her thema is already damaged. Thema? The contents of Ways of Survival flowed through my head. Do you know that everyone's soul is made up of stories? I've heard it before. It was a story Persephone told me. Aileen continued speaking. In every soul, there is a core theme that penetrates it. The most important story that forms the essence of the soul. I belatedly recalled a mention of it in Ways of Survival. Every story has a thema. Even a story without a thema, the thema is there is no thema. Only the person who best understands the soul can touch the thema. I hesitated for a moment. Then the reason you said I should go in with you. That's right. Aileen nodded and continued. The thema can only be restored by the person who best knows the soul. You have to do this part yourself. They'll share the story. I didn't hear the end of Aileen's words. The story person who repairs the story temporarily dwells at the end of your hand. I had to do it myself? There isn't much time left. You need to start now. Medical staff, be ready to supply magic power. I stared at my mother's soul while holding the brush. My mother lay there quietly with her eyes closed, like a person covered in a shroud. There were wrinkles and wounds I didn't know about. She had stiff eyebrows and dry cheeks. Aileen said, think of it as a book. Imagine all the stories in front of you becoming a book. I looked at the difficult sentences floating in front of me and tried to show my imagination. Just like I was rereading the book I read as a child, I closed my eyes and stretched out my hand. Yes, do you want to read that book? I cleared the cover of the dust and opened it to see the first page that was broken and worn out. I opened my eyes again and saw the floating stories gathered at the end of my hand. Dakja. Sentence by sentence, the fragments started talking to me. I slowly moved the brush. I thought of my mother. I remembered my mother. There was a stale smell as words were lifted from the well of old memories. Daksha, what type of character do you like best? I remembered. The books I read with my mother for the first time. I unconsciously moved the brush. The overflowing sentences were linked through my brush. You don't seem to like the ending. However, not all stories can have happy endings. The person who gave me reasons to like books. For the sins I committed, she went to jail. The person who wrote a book about our story. The person I wanted to see. The person I resented. She was my mother, but also the person furthest from me. Dakja. Blood in the living room and the feeling of the falling knife. My mother's following words. Read it again. The moment I finished, the brush stopped. Still, my mother's thema was incomplete. Demon King of Salvation? My mother's story that I knew was up to here. Sin. If it is a sin, it's a sin. Do all prisoners think this way? It is funny, the justice of this world. There were still numerous story fragments floating around me, but they didn't talk to me anymore. The fragments had a context I didn't know. I couldn't hear them, and they were unknown sentences. I was suddenly confused, as if thrown into the middle of the first book I read. The only thing I knew about Lee Sukyung was Lee Sukyung as my mother. The hand holding the brush trembled. The trembling was speaking on my behalf. I couldn't do it. This wasn't something I could do. Belated regret flooded me like waves. I should have talked to her more. I should have told her more. I should have shared more with her. The height of the hand holding the brush gradually lowered. My mother's stories were crumbling again. My mother's unknown stories drifted like they mocked me. Maybe I'm not the only one. The moment I had this thought, I felt something behind my back. Someone, who wasn't me or Aileen, was holding a brush and staring into the air. This is what you said to me. There was a middle-aged woman wearing a nice suit over a blue prison uniform. It was Cho Youngran, who had the first spiritualist of Joseon as a sponsor. Another woman was holding a brush beside her. I can't believe I missed the days when we lined up for bread. Lee Bok-soon, who went with me to Peaceland, laughed. There were several other wanderers in the room. They each held a brush, applied the star fluid and started to attach the sentences. The stories that were difficult for me flowed freely from them. The puzzles they filled up were obvious. All the wanderers were talking about Lee Suk-young. My vision was blurred and I couldn't speak for a while. My mother's life was drawn in front of my eyes. There were several things I should have known but didn't. Even so, the wanderers didn't complete all the thema. Some fragments still remained, searching for the owner. Then somebody grabbed my hand. My hand holding the brush moved freely and attached a sentence I didn't know. The moment I was about to express my confusion, the owner of the hand cut off my words. Kim Daksha, you know you aren't a godlike person. I smelt lemon candy from the grumbling voice. Han Soo-young took the brush from my hand in a frustrated manner. There are some things in the world you don't know about, you idiot. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 343, A Road That Isn't a Road. 4. Sparks sprang around the broken soul and my mother's vitality was slowly coming back. The busy wanderers attached my mother's story fragments together as if they wouldn't tolerate a single error. This is what happened at the time. Do you remember? A single portrait was painted by a large number of people. It looked like a banquet of artisans gathered to sculpt a single complete work of art. I was amazed that so many people remembered my mother. Some gazes killed a presence. After some scenarios started, the incarnations died before the eyes of many constellations. They were exposed, peeped at, and forced to follow the constellation's desires. Now, these gazes were saving someone. I missed this time. I don't know what I would have done if Sukyeongsi wasn't there, right? The voices of the wanderers murmured. Perhaps the entire life we lived became memories for one or two people. The constellation scribe of heaven is showing pure admiration towards the landscape of the accumulated story. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is greatly pleased. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is pulling his hair with an unknown expression. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon is grumbling while looking at his incarnation. Perhaps the channel inspection ended as the constellations gathered in Bayou's channel to watch the scene. My mother was finished in front of everyone's eyes. My mother, Lee Suk-young. The king of wanderers, Lee Suk-young. Lee Suk-young, a former prisoner. Lee Suk-young, the essay writer. These Lee Suk-young gathered to make the whole Lee Suk-young. I stood still and Han Soo-young poked me in the side. Get out of the way, you're disturbing us. Certainly, Han Soo-young had been with my mother for the past 3 years and probably had a stake in her story. I nodded and slipped out of the room. The restoration of the story was almost finished and I didn't seem to be any more help. I was a bit nervous, but she was a writer. She probably wouldn't ruin my mother. I heard Han Soo-young's voice coming from behind me. Did you mention it at the time? I didn't know. That's right, well, please be fine. I left the room and the party members were waiting for me. A juicy, Daksha Hyung. I hugged the 2 children while looking around at my companions. Jung Hee-won, Lee Jae-hai and Lee Hyun-sung tied to a bed. Everyone was waiting for my answer. Everyone seemed to know the situation, even if I didn't explain anything. Shin Yu-sung asked me, Grandmother? Is Grandmother Suk-young okay? I think she should be fine. It is entering the final stages. Relief passed through the party members' faces at my words. Only one face was different. Hey, why is Daksha Hyung's mother your grandmother? Ajusi's mother is my grandmother. Daksha Hyung isn't your father. I quickly patted them on the back. Now, don't fight. You can both call her grandmother. Really? Can I? Yes. I watched the red-faced Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung and tried to say something else, but quickly closed my mouth. To these children, what had happened in the past 3 years? What did these children hear, see, and talk about as they passed through dozens of scenarios without me? Hyung? I stroked Lee Gil-young's head for a long time and Lee Gil-young looked up at me helplessly. Shin Yu-sung, who was staring at the scene, grabbed my hand and placed it on her head. I held the 2 children in my arms and told them, I'm sorry. Yes? What for? Just, for everything. I knew that I couldn't ask for forgiveness no matter what they told me right now. Still, I wanted to say something. Maybe my mother's story had influenced me. I didn't want to make any more tragedies that I couldn't talk about in time. Nevertheless, the words didn't fall easily from my lips. You suffered, I'm sorry. I wanted to say these words. It's fine. Shin Yu-sung spoke. We're fine, Ajusi. Shin Yu-sung raised her head and watched me. This was the person who should be comforted, but she was the one asking if I was okay. Ajusi, are you okay? I wasn't able to answer, so I avoided Shin Yu-sung's gaze. I looked up and all my companions were staring at me. Lee Jae-hai looked pained while Jung Hee-won was anxious. I smiled while moving my lips. Why are you looking like that? I'm fine. My mother has also recovered. Are you really okay? I'm really fine. And I carefully examined every party member. I felt the time that passed from the wounds all over their body. The moment the giant story Gigantomachia was over, they ran to this place first. It was without feeling the aftermath of victory. Gigantomachia, you all suffered. Perhaps my expression looked ridiculous. For some reason, Jung Hee-won burst out laughing. Are those words the bonus? Dr. Jassy, really, we are working here because it is good. Lee Jae-hai nodded by her side. Jung Hee-won kept speaking. In addition, why did you run away alone again? Do you really want to die? Or do you want to be confined again? That's because the mass production maker told me, you always have excuses. I bowed to them. I'm sorry. This was the best for now. I could clarify things later. As I bent forward, I could see the old combat boots. My gaze went up and I saw the man in the dusty black coat. Suddenly, I felt refreshed. I knew that Yu Jong-hyuk belonged here. Yu Jong-hyuk, you too. There is no time for pathetic stories. It isn't over yet. Yu Jong-hyuk walked towards the room opposite the corridor with peculiar and terrifying eyes. As expected, Yu Jong-hyuk was Yu Jong-hyuk. Everyone seems leisurely. Did you come for a picnic? The door to the hospital room opened and Han Soo-young appeared. It seemed she had consumed quite a lot of magic power and her expression was tired. My mother? It will take a while for her to wake up, but her disease is healed. The rest will be in the hands of time. You've worked hard. Yusanga? The medical staff are watching her progress. Aileen will start the treatment as soon as she comes out. Isn't there a bit of star fluid left? Aileen had told me that only one person could be saved this time. Let's go straight away. Aileen took the medical team and moved rooms straight away. By the way, once we entered Yusanga's room, we faced a strange sight. Sealwasi? I saw Lee Sealwa in a white gown and taking care of Yusanga. Was it an illusion? I felt like the speed at which Yusanga's story fragments flowed out was reduced. What happened? I used some medicine that Jonghyuk gave me. Medicine Yu Jonghyuk gave you? Lee Sealwa looked down at the small bottle on the table silently. It was a disease that never occurred before. The moment I touched the glass bottle, the item information came to my attention. The empty and clear stone milk? I was startled. If this was the empty and clear stone milk that I knew, it was a rare item that could compare to a star fluid. It was one of the greatest elixirs that came from the veiled Zero Murim. I had so many thoughts at once that I didn't know what to say. Where did you get this type of thing? I heard he received it from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint hadn't yet returned to Earth. It might have been delayed because she was reuniting with her kin for a while. By the way, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint had the empty and clear stone milk. Did she go to that island? Aileen examined Yusanga and said, a bit of time has been bought. How much? Around 30 minutes. If we acquire more star fluid, it has reached a stage where she can't be healed with the star fluid. She has exceeded the threshold. Honestly, it's amazing the Thema hasn't been damaged yet. Her mental strength is really... The party members cried out at Aileen's words. Wait, what are you saying? Sanga Uni will die? The party members listened to the medical staff's explanation and grasped the seriousness of the situation. Jung Hee-won and the children were pale. Lee Jae-hai looked frightened. Ajusi, are you lying? Right? Sanga Uni will die, there is really no way? Really? Not at all? Then what have we done so far? Lee Jae-hai staggered like a ghost and shook me. Ajusi has died many times. If we get that attribute now, there was no way to get that attribute right now. Jung Hee-won hugged Lee Jae-hai from behind and asked me, perhaps, is it impossible to use that previous method? The previous method. Nobody explained it, but everyone was looking at Bayu in the air. It is hard. You are the successor of the underworld. Can't you ask them for help? I've already asked them. In the meantime, several indirect messages were heard in the air. They were the messages of constellations who wanted to take advantage of the situation. The Constellation Emperor who dreamt of immortality is making a proposal. The Constellation Emperor who dreamt of immortality says he will provide you with the divine grass of immortality right now if you sign a contract with him. The Emperor who dreamt of immortality, it was that King of China. The divine grass of immortality was definitely an item that could be compared to the star fluids and star fruit. However, the current Yusanga couldn't recover even if I used it. Don't do it. Everyone stared at one place. If you borrow their hands, they will surely ask for a ridiculous price. Yusanga was talking. Her incarnation body had closed eyes, but everyone could hear her. The soul had more than half of herself scattered and only her Thema remained. Yet she watched everyone hear. Everyone. Yusanga spoke to the party members. I'm fine. So, I didn't know who many times they heard the words I'm fine today. Everyone in this place knew what she meant by saying I'm fine. To us, it meant the time of hell had emerged. Gil-young, Nuna is fine. Don't cry. Yusung too. Yusanga kept talking to the group. I held my throbbing chest and leaned against the wall. Jung Hee-won sat down on a chair. Hee-won-si. I really like Hee-won-si. Do you know? In addition, Jae-hai. Tears were falling. Lee Jae-hai was weeping bitterly as she grasped the bedspread. Her red eyes were gazing eagerly at me. From the side, I could hear the sound of teeth grinding together. Kim Daksha, I will sign an outer world contract. Han Soo-young grabbed my arm and declared, then there might be a way. No, I will definitely make the contract. Han Soo-young-si. Han Soo-young's chin trembled. You don't have to do that. Han Soo-young dropped my arm. She left through the door like she didn't want to keep listening. Yusanga continued speaking. She was a person pouring out all her remaining words. Hyeon Sung-si and Jang Hyuk-si, I have something to tell you, but I don't have much strength left. Yes, I want to say I will leave the others. Then Yusanga glanced at me. I leaned against the wall while my wounds throbbed. The world shook. Nevertheless, I had to hold on. Everybody. The moment I spoke, pain filled my head. The fourth wall is warning you. No. I ignored it and carried on. Everyone, please go out for a while. They all seemed to have lost their souls despite Yusanga being the one who was dying. The first one to regain their senses was Jung Hee-won. She exchanged glances with me for a moment before raising Lee Jae-hai. With her encouragement, the members left the room one by one. Finally, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young left and I was the only one in the room with Yusanga. I took a deep breath before opening my mouth. Yusangasi, do you remember the words that you said on the subway? There was no answer from Yusanga. You said you liked reading books. I kept speaking to Yusanga. Murakami Haruki, Raymond Carver, Hong Kong. I recited the names of the authors Yusanga said she liked. I sensed Yusanga's expression changing slightly. Maybe it was a distant memory that was disappearing. If you can survive, are you willing to read books that aren't from those writers? A fleeting light returned to Yusanga's soul. What book? For example, Lord of the Rings. Yusanga's soul body laughed. She recalled the old memory and smiled faintly. Okay, as long as I can read it. If it is possible. These precious words. I remembered every syllable. If I can live again, I will read the entire story. I nodded. I didn't know if this method would work. In the original novel, this had never been attempted. Still, this was the only method I could do. There were huge sparks as the wall appeared in the air. I looked beyond the deadened and stared at the fourth wall. Anyone facing this wall at the end of the road would become desperate. Fourth wall. A thick and hard wall that couldn't be broken by anything. There was no such artificial thing as the wall in this world. It was a wall that someone had made with an obvious purpose. I didn't know the exact purpose behind the creation of this wall. Still, it was obvious that the wall was built to protect someone. The moment I opened my mouth, the fourth wall also opened it. Swallow her. Don't leave behind even a single sentence. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 344, A Road That Isn't a Road. 5. Feeding Yusanga's soul to the fourth wall. This method was conceived based on the past incident where my mother was eaten by the fourth wall. At that time, my mother had been eaten by the wall when her soul body was damaged and part of her soul was restored when she was spat out again. In addition, there was the library inside the fourth wall, so it was worth trying. Don't warranty to. The fourth wall read my intentions but didn't listen to me. The fourth wall watched the scattered Yusanga and reacted furiously. I want EAT chat. Eat. The shock caused my body to shake. However, I didn't back down. If you want eat, then it'll turn off the skill. This was my last threat. In any case, the fourth wall was a skill and I could turn it off whenever I wanted. Based on previous incidents, the fourth wall really hated it. Then this time, do it if you see in. It sounded certain I couldn't do so. If you2 aren't me off, though a man can't survive. I bit my lips. In Aditayan, turn ing me off will let the constellatians see you're in for Madion. Many constellations are paying attention to you. Some constellations are doubting the existence of the wall you have. The fourth wall was well aware that I was reluctant to disclose my information. In fact, I had no useful mental barriers apart from the fourth wall. If a high-grade constellation stared at me the moment the wall disappeared, I might be as helpless as a naked baby. I stared at the wall for a moment. Then I will break it. What? I will break some parts of the wall and force you to eat her. Originally, the fourth wall wasn't reality. However, now I was able to hit the wall. I clenched my fists and dealt a blow to the wall in front of me. The whole room shook from the devastating impact. There was a short scream and the sound of people rushing outside. I swung my fist again. The wall still had no scratches. It is useless. It is too mu ch of a violetion to sav you sang ah. I thought about it. As I said earlier, the fourth wall wasn't reality. It was a skill I implemented. Then, I focused my gaze towards one part of the wall. Sparks flooded the room and Lee Jae-hai, who opened the door, was thrown out. No. There was a small crack on a corner of the fourth wall. It was as I expected. Until now, I had been thinking of the skill as something that could be turned on or off. Perhaps the skill might have the appropriate intermediate state. In other words, what if I could turn off a part of the skill? The wall rapidly cracked and a small gap formed in an instant. There was an abyss that seemed able to swallow anything. Soon, the gap started to suck in the surrounding story fragments like a black hole. The stories of Usanga were quickly sucked into the wall. Stop. Huge sparks hit my body and I let out a terrible groan. A probability storm was blowing through the wall. I heard the voices of the party members and my vision turned white. In the darkness, Usanga came to her senses. She opened her eyes to only darkness. In this scene that didn't allow even a point of light, Usanga suddenly realized something. She wasn't dead. The last scene she saw flashed through her head. There was a probability storm and Kim Dokja's shout as he tried to save her. Then there was a memory of being sucked into somewhere. There was nothing she could be sure of. Usanga checked herself from head to toe. Eyes, lips, tongue, ears, hands, feet, knees. There wasn't a single place where sensations could be felt. It was as if her whole body was paralyzed and her sense of movement had completely disappeared. Perhaps only her soul was left? Usanga tried to calmly accept the situation. In Haruki novels, it was common for people to become ideas. This could be enough. The dead becoming a soul. Scary. It was scary to be alone in the darkness. There were no sensations in this state. She didn't know if she existed or not. Usanga tried not to fall into the trap of thinking as she recalled the old proposition of philosophy. I think, therefore I am. This was René Descartes' maxim. It was such a famous saying that she was somehow ashamed to quote it. Yet for Usanga, this was her only line of salvation. At least she knew she existed while she thought this. Then soon afterwards, Usanga had a frightening thought. Then was there anyone who didn't think? If she stopped thinking in this darkness. Therefore, Usanga kept thinking desperately. In order not to disappear, she remembered the things that she desperately wanted to avoid. Sanga. A voice floated in her mind, followed by a face. It was a familiar face. Her family members before the scenario came. Her father, a judge, and her older brothers who were doctors. Her mother who was born in a wealthy family. Don't do anything conspicuous. People who aren't you will see what you have. What for languages? You just have to be a cute little girl. Usanga watched the flowing words and smiled bitterly. To be exact, she lost them before that. You are going to join a game company? You aren't marrying the president of the game company? Maybe she was living a scenario even before the scenario started. No one called it for a scenario, but for her it was a scenario. If a Dakibi had named the scenario, perhaps it would be Declaration of Independence. I am a new employee. After entering the game company and becoming independent at home, his life changed a bit. She also met an interesting person. Yu Sangasi. Do you have a mobile phone charger? The man with a thin face who borrowed her charger. I am an important appointment at 7 o'clock and my battery is running out. A person who did the interview with her and who was uncooperative about everything in the company. I will attend the ceremony, but I must leave at 7 o'clock. He was always the person to leave the company first once the workday ended. I want to participate in the picnic. I hate climbing mountains the most. The man who seemed like a ghost and didn't exist in other people's eyes as he stared at his smartphone. Yu Jonghyuk, that jerk, died again. Thus, she might have done something strange as well. She put things into the food of the boss who took projects from his subordinates or mixed pepper in the drinks of the manager who made them run coffee errands. Yuek. What is this? Why does the coffee taste like this? It was the birth of Minosoft's historic event, which was later called the break room incident. She poured pepper into the finely ground beans and felt a sense of liberation. The company was turned upside down. It was a criminal who couldn't even be caught by the surveillance staff. Usanga, I still remember. A company where everyone had left work. A smartphone light appeared quietly from behind a cabinet in the break room. Kim Dokja was clearly there. No matter whether she put in pepper or salt, the light just stayed there and tolerated her actions. It was as if the things that happened beyond the cabinet didn't involve him. Maybe I should have talked to him at that time. Why did he remain silent behind that cabinet? Why didn't he report what she died, and why did he say, "There is no one"? Why did he turn the CCTV away from the direction of the break room? Why was he always looking at the phone with a variety of expressions? Her surroundings brightened and her senses started to gradually return. A powerful presence doesn't allow your story to fall apart. Someone who likes to be tidy doesn't deserve your story. A voice was heard from somewhere. Look, this is push and pull. No. I think that after watching every movie that exists on Earth, isn't it a desire to become one? Usanga slowly opened her eyes and found 3 beings surrounding her. There was a squid-like creature wearing glasses. An elderly man with gray hair and a bent back. Finally, A beautiful person who exuded a strange atmosphere where the gender was unknown. The moment she saw the last existence, Usanga shot up with surprise. You? You woke up? New librarian. The neutral beauty, Nirvana smiled. Usanga didn't know what was going on. Why was this person here? Nirvana looked at her and spoke. It is a long explanation. You'll find out soon. You are lucky. You are the first one to enter this library since I've been living here. A combination of letters was overflowing behind the three beings. Welcome. New librarian Usanga. Usanga looked around. Dim light from candles illuminated the darkness everywhere. Library. There was an incredible number of bookshelves filled with books that didn't seem to end. It had been a long time since she saw a library of this size. Kim Dokcha's words popped into her mind. If she could live again, was she willing to read books that weren't from those authors? Was this what he meant? She didn't know what this place was. She didn't know why Kim Dokcha sent her here or what he wanted. Still, she had a hunch. If she read these books now, she might be able to solve many of her questions. Will you read it? Yes. If you read it, you might be sorry. It might be a truth you can't handle. Usanga's hand stopped as she approached the book. It wasn't because of Nirvana's words. It was because a man she knew well showed up in the darkness. She won't be a librarian. Kim Dokcha was there. Doc Jassy? I felt deep relief the moment I saw Usanga staring at me blankly. It was a success. Somehow, I succeeded in preserving Usanga's soul. Her soul body was still damaged, but the power flowing faintly through the library was restoring her soul. I bowed to Usanga. I'm sorry to have brought you to such a shabby place. Please endure it a bit. They'll take you out soon. What shabby place? Foolish man who doesn't know the spirituality of truth. It's been a while, Nirvana. How did you come here? The wall shouldn't have allowed it. I found a trick. Nirvana's expression was unusual. I don't know what you're thinking, but this is a really bad decision. There is a reason you have the wall. I guess so. It wasn't talking to me right now, but the fourth wall must be very angry because of what I did. A sharp air current reached my skin and I could feel its emotions. However, now wasn't the time to worry about it. If the wall wants, it can turn 1 or 2 librarians into the dust of the story. I told you, she won't be a librarian. What nonsense are you saying? If you sent her here, then naturally, they'll bring her out again. Nirvana frowned like he heard something ridiculous. Do you think the wall will allow that? Even if it is possible, that woman's body is already dead. There is no place to return when the body is dead. I silently stared at Nirvana. Then Nirvana's expression became strange. Perhaps you. He was now part of the fourth wall and might read my thoughts. His lips trembled as Nirvana shouted. No. Even if the wall allows it, I won't do it. Nirvana. Nirvana would know. There were many types of attributes in the world, but there were only 2 perfect immortality attributes. One was Yu Zhonghyuk's regressor and the other was, where is your sponsor, guardian of the mandala now? The first reincarnator. Now the time had come to meet the third protagonist of the story. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 345 Good and Evil 1. Guardian of the Mandala was a mysterious constellation. Unlike other constellations, he rarely showed up in a channel. Even if he entered, he rarely sent a message. He chose an incarnation and gave the reincarnation attribute to the incarnation. Nirvana in front of me was one of those reincarnators. You don't know how terrible reincarnation is. No more reincarnators should be made. That isn't a matter for you to decide. At the same time, I glanced at Usanga. She hadn't grasped the situation yet and her eyes were blank. Maybe she was examining the context of the conversation in her head. Doesn't this woman already have a sponsor? Not anymore. I asked Dionysus to cut off the connection during Gigantomachia. Is Olympus that passive? How did you pay for the huge probability? I shrugged. I couldn't afford to elaborate on the details of the deal I made with Dionysus. Read it through the wall later. You will read about everything I do anyway. Before that, answer my question. Where is your sponsor now? I was absorbed by the wall and my ties with him broken. I don't know where he is now. Just. Nirvana looked at me and continued. I think you might have suspected it already. In fact, it was true. My question to Nirvana was only to change my guess to conviction. Usangasi. Don't worry. These guys, they're not as bad as they look. I couldn't finish my words. There was a feeling of my space shrinking as my body was ejected from the library. The surprised Usanga reached out to me, but my body was already scattering into sparks. Cheek Wai Kim Dokja. Those were the last words I heard. Doc Jassy still isn't awake? Yes. It has been 3 days already. I slowly woke up and could hear distant voices. Uncomfortable sensations that couldn't be expressed well pushed at me all at once. What should I say? It felt like I was being tortured with electricity. The electric eel doesn't work. What the hell is this? What about Sanga Uni? Her body suddenly disappeared. Thanks to the faint voices, I roughly guessed what was going to happen. Damn it! I had been unconscious for 3 days. My consciousness returned, but my body didn't move at all. Your actions in preventing the death of your colleague have been caught in a probability plausibility screening. You are currently suffering from the aftermath of the probability storm. For a total of 5 days, almost all your actions will be constrained. Remaining constraints period: 2 days 3 hours 31 minutes. I tried to avoid it, but I was caught in a probability storm. It was a miracle that it stopped at this degree of damage. A message has arrived to you through the Dakibi communication. The message came from Baihyung. Kim Dokja, you crazy guy. Do you want to be eaten by indescribable distance again? If I hadn't put on the brakes in advance, a disaster would have come to Earth. You keep getting lucky. Don't you know what probability is? The messages from Baihyung continued for some time. In order to reach the end of the scenario, it was necessary to accumulate the probability well and not be hated by the star stream. Since when did this person have such a nagging personality? At any rate, I let it pass this time, but be careful next time. The will of the star stream is paying great attention to this incident. I didn't know that forcibly breaking some of the fourth wall and sending Usanga in would bring about such backlash. It would be absurd from the viewpoint of the constellations. It might feel like the actor on stage had disappeared. The fourth wall is currently repairing itself. A considerable number of constellations are questioning the probability of your actions. Many constellations are sad because they can't peek at your identity. Several constellations noticed that you have a fragment of the last wall. The fourth wall responded quickly and the damage was minimized. My feet might be tied for a few days, but I saved my mother and Usanga, so it was a cheap price. Of course, in Usanga's case, it was a temporary measure and I couldn't leave it alone. In order to revive Usanga, I had to meet the constellation who was the king of reincarnators and the first reincarnation. It was a little early, but it wasn't too early. From Demon World's spring to torch that swallowed the myth. I had achieved the initial and success portion of a single story. Thanks to the emergence of me and Kim Dokja's company, the development of the overall scenarios accelerated, and there would be the emergence of materials that should have appeared long after in the original novel. There were many candidates to get the giant story that would fulfill the turn section. For example, there was Ragnarok of Asgard and some giant stories from the Emperor Nebula. Unlike the previous 2 sections, the turn should be the climax of a single story. It was a scenario of a different scale based on the stories that had been told so far. Without such a stage, I couldn't reach the desired result. Perhaps using the third giant story as a springboard, the island where the first reincarnator stayed might be a good stage. In any case, I didn't know when it would happen. 3 days had passed, but I still had 2 more days. I wasn't sure how to spend this boring time. If I sacrificed some of the giant stories, I might be able to get rid of the aftermath, but it wasn't good to sacrifice my barely collected stories here. If only I could read Ways of Survival. Kim Dokja. Fourth wall? YLLYO, you continue do NG it your own way? Somehow, the voice felt childish. I wanted an opportunity and quickly answered. I won't do it again. Liar. There was deep-rooted distrust in the words. I felt a bit sorry because this was the first time I saw the wall expressing its feelings. Believe me, I really won't do it. Bah. What happened to Usangasi? Is she doing well? No matter how intelligent and adaptable Usanga was, the existences in the library were far beyond most humans. One was an outer god, one was a creation of the constellations, and the last one was a reincarnator. In addition, the owner of the library, the fourth wall, was an unknown existence. Please don't be too hard on Usangasi. She is a good person. That depends on Usanga. For now, I was forced to believe in Usanga. She might not have the ways of survival cheat like me, but she was someone who survived this far. Thus, I was sure she would do well in the library. There is one thing I'd like to ask you. No. Just listen to me. No. We used to be pretty friendly. Think about when we just arrived in the demon world. At that time, we talked to each other a lot. It was on ly that ti me. You can talk a lot in the future. Kim Dokja does not see a re about what I say. I felt the hidden meaning and was lost for words. Come to think of it, the fourth wall always talked to me. There was the style it borrowed from Ways of Survival and even the fourth wall's peculiar way of talking. Still, it was true that I didn't respond properly to it. Hachidaki by who can't talk is better than Kim Dokja. Are you talking about Bayu? The fourth wall didn't answer. It was a bit of a confusing situation for me. This guy also felt lonely. Did it feel joy, sorrow, or pain? I never thought about it this way before and suddenly felt strange. In the future, I will talk to you more often. I'm sorry. Bah. Calm down. Promise. Real ly? Really. The fourth wall thought of something and said. But Kim Dokja isn't enough. What? Give me a friend D. What did this mean? A friend, how to give the wall a friend. I thought about it and something suddenly flashed through my mind. Don't tell me? As if to prove my feelings, the fourth wall opened its mouth. Kim Dokja should gather the last wall. I have to gather more stories. Yu Jong-hyuk stared at the sky, obsessively thinking about it while munching on a lemon candy. He didn't like candy, but there was no substitute for it right now. It would be nice if there was dumplings, but now wasn't the time to enjoy that type of taste. No, the speed at which I gathered the stories is already fast enough. The important thing is to train the stories themselves. Maybe it was time to go to that island now. The island that Kyrios and his teacher had visited. Yu Jong-hyuk clenched his fists as he envisioned future plans. Your sponsor is dissatisfied with your recent progress. He suddenly felt his sponsor's gaze. Recently, his sponsor had been expressing feelings more often. A sponsor who had been only non-existent in the last 3 regressions. Yu Jong-hyuk asked with a frown. What is there to complain about? Your sponsor wants you to take proactive actions. The words touched something deep in Yu Jong-hyuk's mind. Certainly, his life had changed a lot since the last round. Needless to say, it was since he met Kim Dokja. I don't know who he is. He founded a nebula with a man whose identity was unknown. Kim Dokja isn't a prophet. Yu Jong-hyuk was immersed in his thoughts, as if solving the homework he had put off. Yet he knows information about the future. The more he thought about it, the stranger things were. Why wasn't this person in the last round? He had an idea originally, but now he wasn't convinced. That calm and meticulous guy didn't even pass the first scenario in the last round? The doubts started to multiply and overflow. An unknown power is putting a stop to your imagination. There was some dizziness and Yu Jong-hyuk frowned. Again, Yu Jong-hyuk didn't know why, but his head hurt whenever he thought about Kim Dokja. In particular, whenever he wondered about Kim Dokja's identity. Yu Jong-hyuk, what are you doing? He looked back and saw Han Soo-young with a lemon candy in her mouth. Yu Jong-hyuk asked, Kim Dokja still isn't awake? Not yet. He is a lazy bastard. It is due to the aftermath of the probability storm, so I wouldn't call him lazy. It is strange that it hasn't happened until now. The two people stood there leisurely and looked up at the sky of the industrial complex. A cool breeze blew past their collar. It was peaceful, but not a peace that would last a long time. One person collapsed and the life or death of the other person was unknown. However, this time was uncommon for the industrial complex. Yu Jong-hyuk spotted Han Soo-young staring at a distant place with half-hood eyes. He suddenly wanted to ask something. Would this person know what I'm curious about? Just like Kim Dokja, she appeared as a variable in this round. Whenever Yu Jong-hyuk saw her carrying on an unknown conversation with Kim Dokja, he had a feeling that this woman and Kim Dokja. At this moment, an eerie sensation swept down his back. Yu Jong-hyuk. At almost the same time Han Soo-young spoke, Yu Jong-hyuk pulled out the black demon sword. Han Soo-young was unwrapping the bandages around her hand. In the distant sky, something was flying here at a fast pace. It was the presence of an uninvited guest. The presence left a dark glow in the sky as it slowly sank to the ground. Magic power flowed from Yu Jong-hyuk's tense right hand. Asmodeus. What is going on? The Demon King Asmodeus laughed. I came to meet the Demon King of Salvation. Where is he? Why are you looking for him? I have a lot to say as a seeker of the end. Seeker of the end? Talk to me and get lost. Ah, really annoying. Asmodeus might have been an ally for a short time, but Yu Jong-hyuk fundamentally didn't believe in him. Moreover, there was the grudge from the last round. Nasty air currents flowed as Yu Jong-hyuk and Asmodeus statuses collided with each other. I didn't think you would be this strong. Asmodeus' eyes widened when Yu Jong-hyuk didn't budge a single bit. Obvious malice lay below Asmodeus' playful expression. Regressor Yu Jong-hyuk. Asmodeus gave a demon-like smile as he came closer to Yu Jong-hyuk. The painted red lips of the Demon King opened as if to commit a taboo. Have you ever heard of 3 ways to survive in a ruined world? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 346 Good and Evil 2. Asmodeus continued speaking. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. Among the incarnations, it is a story known as the Revelation. Have you heard of it? At Asmodeus' words, the pale-faced Han Soo-young stepped forward. What the hell did you come here to do? Asmodeus just ignored Han Soo-young and studied Yu Jong-hyuk's expression. An unknown power is putting a break to incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk's imagination. Sparks once again appeared in Yu Jong-hyuk's vicinity. In fact, Asmodeus' words sounded like this to Yu Jong-hyuk. Have you heard of 3-2 in a ruined? Yu Jong-hyuk got a headache as he asked. What did you say? Asmodeus sighed. You aren't yet allowed. What are you talking about? Well, it isn't a big deal. Then, based on the situation, the Demon King of Salvation is still asleep. Asmodeus grinned and glanced at the factory. Unfortunately, I will go back for today. Please tell this to the Demon King of Salvation. Thanks to what he has done, the balance of good and evil is shaken. Jackals will emerge to take advantage of that imbalance. Wait, just wait. Yu Jonghyuk pressed a hand to his temple and called out to Asmodeus, who had turned around. He replied without turning around. Regressor Yu Jonghyuk, do you want to know the truth of the world? The truth? If you want to know, come to the seekers of the end. With these words, Asmodeus' body disappeared. Han Suyong quickly approached the staggering Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk, are you okay? Yu Jonghyuk? Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. He seemed to be thinking about something and was drowning in great anguish. Yu Jonghyuk stared at the air for a while before shaking off Han Suyong and staggering somewhere. Hey, where are you going? Despite Han Suyong's shouts, Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. Han Suyong shouted once again. Kim Doksha hasn't woken up yet. It has nothing to do with him. Yu Jonghyuk triggered Red Phoenix Shuinpa and disappeared. The only one left at the entrance of the factory was Han Suyong. Han Suyong looked around and was lost in thought as she chewed on the candy bar. Is it time for the filtering to be lifted and information about ways of survival to begin? It happened while Kim Doksha wasn't present and Han Suyong couldn't hide her nervousness. She couldn't guess what type of disaster would occur if Yu Jonghyuk learnt about ways of survival now. Moreover, how did the Demon Kings learn about the existence of ways of survival? Han Suyong watched the sky to the south and spat the candy on the ground. Something had to be done before Kim Doksha woke up. Yusanga was able to fully enjoy the experience of being a newcomer as she organized the books. In the last 2 days, Yusanga learnt a lot from her 3 seniors. From the identity of this library to the identities of her seniors. Please organize it slowly. Once Kim Doksha starts thinking unnecessary things, it gets messy. The theater master simulation. It will take a long time to clean up with only 2 hands. I wanted a successor with many hands to replace me. The outer god, eater of dreams. Do you want me to teach you 1,000 hands of Avalokiteshvara? The reincarnator, Nirvana Mobius. All the seniors were slightly odd, but they were generally kind to her. It would have been nice if they were part of Minosoft's human resources team. Shelves covered with countless books. They were all the books Kim Doksha had read or forgotten. Most of the books were one novel. 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. Yusanga liked books and quickly identified her situation and the processes of her new job. This was a place for Kim Doksha and what this story meant to Kim Doksha. Once she realized, Yusanga felt faint despair and sympathy at the same time. However, Yusanga didn't show it. She knew that sometimes not expressing it was a way of taking care of the wounded. Instead, she thought about other things. If it developed like the original, the following Earth scenario could have several implications. Among them, the most likely one, work hard d Yusanga. Yusanga raised her head at the voice heard from the air. I will work hard. She felt like she was living a rented life, but there was a possibility for her to live again. Fortunately, the general manager of this place was a cute boss. Thank you for the job. I really like it here. Bah. I'm serious. You sang Ali Kes books? I like it very much. WH at book. For example, Lord of the Rings. HO. Luckily, the cute boss seemed quite interested in her. She decided to ask about something she was curious about. Then can I ask one question? WH at. What exactly is the 4th wall? A giggle filled the entire library. I protect Kim Dokja. Protect him. Kim Dokja would die without me. It was a voice filled with conviction. Tchen Kim Dokja did something stupid. The entire library trembled faintly. It is hard a recent ly because of you. Because of me? My work is leak ing out. The sound of sparks pointed to a certain direction in the library. The 4th wall was indicating to a hole bigger than Yusanga's fist. Even though I block edit, it is destroyed by Kim Dokja. The cover of an old book was blocking the hole. It seemed to be a temporary action urgently carried out. Yusanga carefully examined the cover of the book. The hold? ISIT going to the outside. Yes. Yusanga pondered the hole for a while before making a playful expression. 4th wall. I have a good idea. I slept comfortably. It was as deep as when I had been forcibly confined. It felt like fluffy feathers were wrapped around my head. Or maybe someone came into my head and cleared up all the uncomfortable worries. Doc Jassy, it is a big deal. Doc Jassy. A mysterious voice rang in my head and I got out of bed in a startled manner. A hospital room with no one inside. My skin was tanned after being burnt by the sparks. I looked around but there was no one by the bed. None of the party members could be seen. Then who woke me up? I decided to check the situation. I was still weak from the aftermath of the probability storm, but I was capable of walking. Yet the feeling was strange. An unpleasant aura was flowing through the corridor of the ward. There was a foreboding feeling that something would break. A moment later, I realized there was a loud commotion outside the factory. I opened a window in the corridor and people's shouts entered my ears. Free soul. What? We will no longer be ruled by the Demon King. Dictator of the factory, stand down. Open all the stigmas and skills to the public. A crowd was gathered beyond the walls of the factory. They were the incarnations from Seoul and the surrounding areas. I saw the composition of the forces that had come and immediately knew what type of people they were. Most of them were people who failed in the scenario. They were also some key figures from the alliances. This is a legitimate struggle. Wake up the Demon King of Salvation and the evil company, Kim Dokja's company, who preempts the scenarios and monopolizes the capital. Preempt the scenario and monopolize the capital. They wouldn't say that if they knew how hard it was for us to get through the scenarios. Inside the walls were the confused party members. The first one I heard was Gong Pilda's voice. Should I just shoot them? Ajusi, are you crazy? Most of them are novice incarnations. Everyone, don't do this. It is a misunderstanding. Lee Jaihai and Lee Hyun-sung came forward to yell at the people, but communication wasn't possible from the beginning. Shut up. Open the gates. Share the items. There is no such thing as items. Share the coins. We aren't gangsters. An incitement of this level wasn't something that ordinary humans could do. Every alliance on the Korean peninsula was taken over by my party members, and the Gyeonggi alliance, which was the largest stumbling block, was destroyed by Yoo Jong-hyuk not long ago. The fact that so many people gathered together meant it was likely that someone outside had intervened. Then where were Yoo Jong-hyuk and Han Soo-young? What caused this division in the factory? It seemed there were many things I didn't know. Many constellations are interested in what is happening in the industrial complex. I had to stop this before it became bigger. I was calculating things in my head and about to move towards the party members when I heard a Dakibi's voice. Revolution. I am someone who advocates for democracy. An ominous feeling rushed through me. Since a probability of this scale has been gathered, it is possible to open up a scenario. Plus, sub-scenario Seoul Revolution. Category. Sub. Difficulty? Clear conditions. Seoul is currently under the leadership of Kim Dokja's company. Incarnations have emerged to resist the dominance of the nebula. Many constellations want both groups to fight for control of Seoul. Time limit. None. Compensation. 300,000 coins. Failure. Plus, the moment I read the scenario, I had a nasty feeling. Kim Dokja's company had accumulated 2 giant stories and was now well known in the star stream. However, the nebula's representative, Yoo Jong-hyuk, was absent. Someone was deliberately trying to hit us. There is no failure condition. Should I try it? 300,000 coins. Let's make some money. Lee Jaihai shouted with frustration. Stupid, it isn't an amount large enough to be divided. The moment I thought it wouldn't work, someone came forward. It was Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won used the speech amplifier skill, and her voice was filled with great vigor. Don't hide your representatives. The people climbing the walls were aghast at Jung Hee-won's words. There will only be senseless sacrifices if you wage war here. Wouldn't it be better to decide victory in a battle between representatives? Jung Hee-won watched the people and continued. If we lose, we will hand over the factory as you wish. Hee-won-si, why promise such a thing? Lee Hyun-sung stared at her with confusion, while Jung Hee-won calmly explained. These people, most of them haven't passed the 10th scenario yet. What will happen if a real war occurs here? Lee Hyun-sung shut his mouth at Jung Hee-won's words. Rather than talking, the party members stared at each other in silence. How much time passed? One by one, they started nodding. Hee-won-si is right. Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Jaihai, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young. Gong Pildu looked unhappy, but everyone agreed this was the best way to minimize the sacrifice of the citizens. The Dakibi saw the progress from the air and laughed. Good. Will this event be a representative exhibition? At the same time, the contents of the sub-scenario were changed. Sub-scenario Seoul Revolution is updated. Through the representatives of both forces, the owner of Seoul will be determined. Jung Hee-won yelled at the people beyond the walls. The representatives, come up now. This side is ready. It was a confident smile. Maybe Jung Hee-won's determination stemmed from the faithful time she spent training. The people who had been talking about revolution and the spring of Seoul suddenly fell silent when Jung Hee-won came out so confidently. Then their shouts became louder. Our representative. Where are you? Come out quickly. Fight and win. Find our rights. Yet no one showed up. It was natural. Those who raised the crowd wanted to take advantage of the irrational incitement. However, the meaning disappeared if the story flowed like this. The anxious incarnations cried out, who? I was a bit thrilled when I saw the ranks of the crowd crumbling. It was great to see who the party members had grown in the 3 years without me. Perhaps Jung Hee-won aimed for this from the beginning. She learned to maintain her sense of justice while being pragmatic. She was already one of the strongest in Seoul. She had no chance of losing in an unknown fight against an incarnation. The Dakibi in the air stroked his chin. Kim Dokja's company has 2 representatives missing. Who will come forward? The party members raised their hands at the same time. However, Jung Hee-won was first. I will do it. Hee-won-si. Don't worry. You know that I'm strong. Certainly, Jung Hee-won was the strongest in our nebula apart from Yu Jong-hyuk. Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young, Shin Yu-sung and Gong Pil-do. None of them could surpass Jung Hee-won when it came to individual combat power. In addition, Jung Hee-won seemed to notice something. This was one of the reasons why Jung Hee-won should be a representative. I will go. The reason for this was the 3 incarnations approaching through the crowd. One of their faces was especially familiar. This guy, the man who passed over the walls, opened his mouth. I will be a representative. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 347 Good and Evil. 3. The man with the imposing atmosphere was the one who confronted me last time. He was the one who ran away from me during the last confinement. The leader of the Gyeonggi Alliance, one of the 10 evils, Cho Jinchul. In this round, I thought that our party members had become too strong, yet this guy came back. Jung Hee-won smiled and pulled out her sword. You? Despite saying this, Jung Hee-won didn't relax her guard at all. It was because she read the unusual energy flowing from Cho Jinchul's body. It was demonic energy. Jung Hee-won's expression hardened and filled with killing intent. While clearing Dark Castle, it was only a name, but she was the one who cleared the 10th scenario by killing the Demon King. There was no way she couldn't know. You were eaten by a Demon King. It was the aura of a Demon King. The laughing Cho Jinchul already wasn't Cho Jinchul. He was a man swallowed up by demonic energy. The Demon King, Monarch of the Snake Hell, has revealed his existence. Monarch of the Snake Hell, one of the demon world's 72 demon kings. He was the master of the 72nd demon realm, Andromalius. In addition, the other 2 incarnation bodies were emitting similar energy. The Demon King, thinker of lies and secrets, has revealed his existence. The Demon King, performer of musical instruments, has revealed his existence. 3 Demon Kings appeared through their own power. Even so, Jung Hee-won remained calm after knowing her opponents were Demon Kings. Is it a unknown fight? Of course, it will be unknown. Fearless incarnation. Her hair raised from the true voice, but Jung Hee-won laughed. Yes, I wanted to try it one day. How great a Demon King is. There was deep anger contained in her voice. It might be Uriel's influence, or it might be the accumulated anger towards me. In any case, Jung Hee-won looked like she was doing well. The fight has begun. In fact, it was a confidence I could understand. The opponents might be Demon Kings, but Jung Hee-won didn't need to back down. In addition, there was the state of being possessed through proxy. If she stepped back here, the Archangel's pride would be damaged. A red light filled Jung Hee-won's eyes as the Sword of Judgment moved through the air. The trajectory of the sword moved through the air like a net. There wasn't a chance to avoid it, and Cho Jinchul's arm flew through the air. You dare. The surprised Andromalius let out a roar, but Jung Hee-won's sword showed no hesitation or fear. Andromalius was baffled by the arrogant style. It was a swordsmanship that didn't look at anything and only focused on killing. The incarnations who only went through ordinary scenarios couldn't afford to go against her. Blood poured out once again as there was a deep cut on Cho Jinchul's right thigh. The gap in skill was overwhelming. The crowd's mouths dropped open and the party members felt admiration. This was the real power of the Judge of Evil, Jung Hee-won. The character Jung Hee-won is preparing to activate Judgment Time. For the finish, Jung Hee-won gathered her strength. It was the combination of Judgment Time and Hellflame's ignition. Jung Hee-won was trying to press this representative exhibition with overwhelming force. However, at the same time, Andromalius increased his synchronization rate with Cho Jinchul and started the descent in earnest. Cho Jinchul's cut-off arm soared up with demonic energy and the injury restored with magic power. This was the power of the 72nd Demon King. Your tricks end here. A fist struck Jung Hee-won's blade like a lightning bolt. The Sword of Judgment shook and Jung Hee-won immediately took a few steps back. Cho Jinchul pursued Jung Hee-won and continued to attack. Andromalius prepared for damage to his probability and incarnation body as he increased the synchronization rate. A threatening power emerged from Cho Jinchul's body. No matter how strong Jung Hee-won was, she couldn't fight against a Demon King by herself without Uriel. In the end, Jung Hee-won was thrown through the air from the power struggle. Cook, damn it, I couldn't understand the situation. To be exact, it was strange that Andromalius made such a choice. Not all Demon Kings were in the same class. By doing this, the scales of probability would move and Archangel Uriel would be able to intervene. Once she came, the Demon Kings would turn into ash in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, the fact that they were earnestly dealing with Jung Hee-won showed they had something they believed in. The activation of Judgment Time has been forcibly cancelled. The thing they believed in was quickly revealed. Uriel? Uriel didn't respond, and Judgment Time and Hellflame's ignition weren't activated properly. Putting aside Hellflame's ignition, it was strange that Judgment Time wasn't activated. Something was wrong with Uriel and the other constellations of the Absolute Good system. Don't tell me? At this moment, I understood how the story was flowing. I understood why the Demon Kings suddenly made such a move and why they visited my demon realm at this time. Everything suddenly made sense. Kyrios floated in the air and was looking at me. I gazed back at him. I didn't move despite being able to intervene at any time due to him. Then Kyrios spoke to me. You should do it. I shook my head. It wasn't time yet. If possible, I didn't want to reveal my strength too early. Could backfire if I revealed my power just to win this. Kyrios opened his mouth. This will happen frequently in the future unless you demonstrate your strength. Maybe he was right. The current Kim Dokja's company was rising and the Demon Kings had come to dampen the momentum of our nebula. If we didn't show our strength now, our nebula would seem shallow to other constellations. I sighed and looked up at the air where Baihyung was laughing. He looked like he knew the scenario would turn out this way from the beginning. Maybe Baihyung had been calculating many things. It was why he only opened this scenario after I woke up. Really, he was a damn Dakibi. Go ahead. Show me the status of a Demon King. I jumped out of the factory onto the battlefield. There was a sound of surprise from the party members as I grabbed Jung Hee-won's shoulder from behind. Hee-won-si. Doc Jassy? You don't have to fight here. I'm not stopping you because you are weak. I went forward with Jung Hee-won behind me. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is opening his status. The 3 Demon Kings were watching me. I used my true voice. All Demon Kings. Did you choose the wrong playground? I'm sure you have something to say to me. But say it and get out of here. Andromalia's face distorted at my true voice. Cheeky guy. Do you know why we came? I nodded. The reason the Demon Kings came here was obvious. Since Earth's incarnations had exceeded the 60th scenario, it was time for the event to be held. Perhaps these guys had come to invite me. The fact that Jung Hee-won couldn't use Uriel's power was related to this. The Demon Kings giggled as if everything so far was just amusement. Be honored that your elders have personally visited you. Come with us. We have to prepare right now. We'll be leaving straight away. I smiled and nodded. You came here to pick me up and I should go. By the way, I looked back at Jung Hee-won, who was wiping her bloody nose, and the party members supporting her. They hadn't sufficiently rested from the aftermath of Gigantomachia. I think it will be hard to just send you away. What bullshit is that? If you are a Demon King, you should be worthy. Isn't that right? The Nebula Kim Dokja's company is requesting a representative change. The Demon King of Salvation has become the new representative. The Demon Kings realized my intentions and were astonished. You want to fight us now? Do you know what happens when a Demon King and Demon King fight? I know very well. I looked at each of the Demon Kings and answered. The Demon King of Salvation has applied for a Demon King promotion. A Demon King promotion. It was a fierce duel between Demon Kings who competed for rankings and honor. A promotion? Are you crazy? It might be true. Whether it was Demon King or Constellation, I was tired of being dragged around by these bastards. Do you agree or not? They're watching. The Demon King Immeasurable Austerity is interested in the battle between the low-grade ones. The Demon King Duke of Everywhere says this is a premature fight. The Demon King Monarch of Stars and Logic is pointing out the spelling of the Duke of Everywhere. The Demon King Devil of Lust and Fury is making an interested expression. Countless Demon Kings were watching the confrontation. I was the 73rd Demon King, the lowest of the Demon Kings. It would be embarrassing if they refused my challenge. The 3 Demon Kings would be formidable, but I wasn't afraid at all. Rather, I was composed as I watched them. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk also felt like this. Andromalius made a humiliated expression as he opened his mouth. I accept the challenge. However, I shook my head. You are out. I'm not applying for you. What? Andromalius, you are the 72nd ranked. I pointed to another Demon King behind him. I am applying for the 67th Demon King, performer of musical instruments Amdusias. If I was going to fight, then it was better to kill the guy with the higher ranking. Andromalius' face turned red at my words and he rushed over. The fist that contained the formidable stories of the 72nd Demon Realm flew towards me. The giant story snake that crouches for 1,000 years has begun. Clearly, their low ranking didn't mean they had bad stories when they had lived for a long time. Nevertheless, they didn't know. I have lived a much shorter history than them, but it was also much fiercer. The giant story Demon World Spring has started the story. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is revealing its crouching teeth. The next moment, blue-white lightning filled the area. It was electrification through bookmark. The blue-white magic power was astounding. A faint smile was seen on Kirio's face. There isn't a big gap between the character and your level. Your understanding of the character has greatly enhanced your skills. The exclusive skill electrification LV 23 plus 13 is activated. It was a real hassle to use electrification without miniaturization. Your current body configuration is different from that of the character. Your status has overcome the penalty of the physical conditions. Andromalia's fist stopped in front of my nose. He stared at me with astonishment before his eyes shifted to his stomach. Half of his body was gone. I pulled my sword out of his body and declared, "First, the 72nd place. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 348 Good and Evil. 4. The Monarch of the Snake Hell is wounded and has exited from the scenario. You have won the Demon King promotion. Your Demon World ranking is adjusted. You have become the 72nd Demon King." I passed by Cho Jinchel's ashes and looked around. They were two Demon Kings who hadn't yet come to their senses. Indeed, it was natural to be surprised. It was because the lowest-ranked 72nd Demon King was finished in one blow. Even so, this was reality. Several Demon Kings are amazed by your power. The Demon King Devil of Comfort and Savagery is spitting at your status. The Demon King Worthless Darkness is threatened by your status. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is mocking the reaction of the Demon Kings. Not all constellations received a giant story. Even if they had a giant story, their stakes in it were low and they couldn't take full advantage of it. I was different. All my giant stories weren't inherited from someone else but were a history that I created with my party members. The giant story Demon World Spring is continuing. The giant stories gathered in this way showed a completely different level of power. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is looking at the Demon Kings with greedy eyes. The confrontation with Poseidon still lingered in unbroken faith. I stared at the Demon Kings. The Demon King Thinker of Lies and Secrets is preparing to depart from the scenario. The 71st Demon King, Dantalion. The demon who was known to be cunning noticed quickly. "Where are you trying to run to?" I used both electrification and Way of the Wind and caught him. This time I was helped by Baihyung. The Bureau has rejected the scenario proposal of the Thinker of Lies and Secrets. The game should be finished to the end, Demon Kings. Dantalion's eyes widened like he hadn't expected the Dakibi to take my side. Was it the shock of Andromalia's defeat? I didn't feel any dignity from the appearance of the Demon Kings. The Demon Kings outside the top 70 were like this. They became Demon Kings out of luck and barely clung to the bottom of the ladder while abusing the title of Demon King. Blood rose and the head of a negligent incarnation body rolled to the ground. The 71st. The Thinker of Lies and Secrets is wounded and has exited from the scenario. You have won the Demon King promotion. Your Demon World ranking is adjusted. You have become the 71st Demon King. I looked at the last remaining one, performer of musical instruments Amdusias. Amdusias asked, "Do you really have to do this? Why, are you scared? Do you see me in the same class as Andromalius and Dantalion?" The atmosphere changed. Unlike the two Demon Kings I had previously defeated, Amdusias was prepared for a fight. The horn of a unicorn grew from the head of the incarnation. The Demon King performer of musical instruments has summoned the Star Relic Star Trumpet. From the 60s, the level of the Demon Kings went up a bit. The exclusive skill Reading Comprehension is activated. The thickness of the story was different. However, there were no special feelings since I already met the 32nd ranked Asmodeus. Asmodeus might have gone up the ranks a lot by now. There were Demon Kings who had particularly steep growth and one of them was Asmodeus. On the other hand, the Demon Kings in the lower rankings rarely had a chance to rise. Your status has increased greatly and your skill Reading Comprehension is strengthened. Your skill allows you to understand the composition of the story. The story that I felt from Amdusias was very dark and worn out. The story hell performer is yawning while looking at you. It was a boring and long story that no longer made me curious about the backstory. This was the story that formed the backbone of Amdusias, performer of musical instruments. Amdusias asked, "What are you seeing?" I said it earlier, but the stories I accumulated were more intense than theirs. In fact, these words were wrong. There were fierce moments in any story, but the comparison of intensity was meaningless in the first place. In this damn star stream, the only thing that won was time. I just want to be able to fight. After hundreds of years, some constellations were dulled by the stimulation of the scenario. Rather than look for and explore new stories, they entrusted themselves to the flow of the stories they had already acquired. Stop thinking about it. The story hell performer is moving according to the will of Demon King Amdusias. Those who were masters of the stories were eventually dominated by their stories. A person who hasn't lived for 100 years is mocking me? Amdusias knew that his anger wasn't entirely his own. The story Hell performer has begun. Finally, the concert of Hell began. The sound waves filled with the power of the 67th demon realm moved through the air. The incarnations of soul shed blood and fell down. The performance of the Hell Orchestra was full of blood and death, and there was nothing wrong with it. Nevertheless, I didn't back down. Amdusias was strong, but it wasn't to the point where I couldn't beat him. The giant story Demon World Spring is continuing. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is continuing. My sides and shoulders were wounded by the powerful sound waves, but I didn't care. The stories that I and the party members built up were protecting me. Therefore, the man who swallowed God made his own flame. The flames of the torch rose from unbroken faith. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is letting out a wild roar. The great story torch that swallowed the myth is exercising control over other stories. The stories I had were gathered around the torch. The story king of a kingless world is agitated. The story person who opposes the miracle is afraid of the giant story. The story giant's liberator is following the flames of the torch. White flames illuminated all of soul. Sparks of probability penetrated my body as the berserk story stretched out from my sword. The flames of the torch raced through the darkness like turbulent waves and swept away Amdusia's incarnation. The power was so strong that my hand holding the sword trembled. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is disappointed by your status. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth wants a fiercer sprint. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth has complaints about you. The giant story Demon World Spring is displeased with torch that swallowed the myth. The giant stories were inherently different from other stories. The strong stories chose their master and had enormous influence, eventually becoming the master itself. In particular, the torch that swallowed the myth was particularly belligerent. If I showed even the slightest gap, this story wouldn't hesitate to eat me with its own flames. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is looking at you with greedy eyes. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is ending the story. Before that happened, I had to tighten the reins on it. I had to hurry with my plan or I might end up the same as Amdusias. Only ashes remained where the flames of the torch passed. The appearance of the Demon King was nowhere to be found. This was the gap in overwhelming force. The performer of musical instruments is wounded and has exited from the scenario. You have won the Demon King promotion. Your Demon World ranking is adjusted. You have become the 67th Demon King. Your reputation is spread throughout the demon world. Several Demon Kings are amazed by your strength. I heard the voice of the Dakibi. The winner of the representative exhibition is determined. The sub-scenario A Soul Revolution has ended. 300,000 coins will be distributed to Kim Dokja's company as compensation. The indirect messages poured out. The constellations of the Absolute Evil System have sponsored you 100,000 coins for your battle. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon likes your struggle. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is proud of your growth. The constellation Mass Production Maker is nodding in a warm manner. Several Demon Kings are offering you goodwill. Between the pouring messages, I could feel the eyes of the crowd from below the wall. The survivors who lived through Amdusia's attack were watching me. They didn't even know they had been used. I opened my mouth towards them. Everyone, it is nice to see you for the first time. I am the Demon King of Salvation. The wings of a Demon King spread out behind me while horns rose from my head. The surprised people screamed and stepped back. I took one step closer to them. Open the walls. There was a loud sound as the factory forcibly opened its walls. The barriers they had been trying to cross opened so easily that the people seemed perplexed. What? Didn't you want to come in? Please enter at any time. Is he trying to kill us? Hell kill us. I'm sure hell kill us. Some horror-filled incarnations started pissing themselves at my true voice. I stared at them and spoke in a resolute voice. I am a Demon King, but I have never once persecuted incarnations for unreasonable reasons. Kim Dokja's company has never monopolized soul. In fact, the door of the factory was always open. It was the citizens who first distanced themselves and gazed at us with fear. The factory will accept you. I want spare you support as you go up through the scenarios one by one. I will help you build your story as much as you can. The eyes of the people became cloudy at the words that came out of my mouth. Some made disbelieving expressions while others opposed it. How can we believe that? That's right. You are already too strong. In addition, the constellations, I understood their feelings. Some gaps are awe-inspiring while others created despair. The scene that the incarnations just witnessed was a great story that they couldn't catch up with in their lifetime. There is no guarantee that you will be left behind if you start late. The speed at which we go through the scenario is different. I was in the same situation as you a few years ago. The constellations of the sky were looking down at me. The beings had been far away even from the first scenario. I was an incarnation that lagged behind thousands of years compared to those constellations. Yet I came all this way. Those beings were now in reach if I stretched out my hands. I looked at the people with my horns and wings. Look at my appearance. Do I look special? The people were looking up at me with bemused eyes. It was as if they were looking for something inherently special in my appearance. Someone muttered, "Can we become that?" You never know what will happen before any scenario ends. Don't give up until the end. I turned around and spoke final words. The front door is open. If you wish, please come in and seek help or advice. This might be a fake hope. Perhaps most of them wouldn't climb to the stars, but they would be excited by the enchantment when they faced the starlight. Still, what the people needed right now was this fake hope. Then someone muttered my modifier. Demon King of Salvation. There was a bitter taste on my tongue. The Demon King, devil of lust and fury, likes your deception. The constellation savior of corruption reveals hostility towards you. Demon King of Salvation. The star stream must be as bad at naming as I was. Many people wished to survive, but I wasn't a philanthropist. I only liked the people I liked and saved the people I cared about. Doc Jassy. In the distance, I waved lightly towards them. Then I saw a glittering system message in the air. The master of the 73rd Demon Realm, representative of Kim Dokcha's company. The moment I was going to check the message, someone spoke from behind me. You don't need to read that. I came directly. It was a familiar true voice. I stared at him with wide open eyes. Asmodeus. It's been a while, Kim Dokcha. Did you come to give up your ranking? I came here to share a deeper friendship. Aren't we colleagues who share a giant story? The words weren't completely wrong. In fact, a minority share of the demon world's spring belonged to him. Are you already aware of why I'm here? Of course, I knew. Asmodeus had probably come here with the same purpose as the other demon kings. Do I have to attend? It is a foolish question. This close to the apocalypse, you should know the answer. I was silent as I stared in Asmodeus' serene eyes. Asmodeus said, "The duet between good and evil will soon begin. Now it is time for you to choose a side." The gaze towards me was inquiring. Was I good? Or was I evil? It wasn't only Asmodeus. The stars of the night sky split around me in unison. One side was a bright light while the other side was a dazzling light. I inwardly sighed. The duet between good and evil. The implication of this scenario being initiated was simple. There isn't much time until the destruction in this world. Once the balance between good and evil collapsed, the stars in the night sky would fall one by one. It was fatal destruction that even the big nebulae couldn't escape. If my memories were correct, perhaps the first victim of the destruction. The constellation scribe of heaven is looking at you. It would be the nebula of archangels, Eden. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 349, Good and Evil. 5. Duet between good and evil wasn't a main scenario. The classification belonged to the hidden scenario, but strictly speaking, the scenario was akin to an event. I left Asmodeus for the moment and greeted my party members. There were too many things to blindly enter the scenario. Young, are you okay? The party members had different expressions, but the concern on their faces was the same. They probably had many questions. I was reminded of the situation before I passed out and explained the whole story to the party members step by step. In return for saving my mother and Yusanga, I was hit by the aftermath of the probability storm. Young Hee-won listened calmly to the story and asked, Yusangasi's soul is inside you? To put it simply, yes. If there was such a way, why? I wasn't sure about the success. Young Hee-won sighed and leaned down with her hands pressed against her knees. Then Sangasi really died. Then is Sanga Uni alive? Lee Jai-hai muttered while sitting down. She couldn't seem to believe it and asked again several times. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young had tears in their eyes. Lee Hyun-sung was standing next to them like a bear. She is alive. And I stared straight at Lee Jai-hai and said, I'll revive her again. Yusanga was obviously alive. However, it was hard to say she was living in her present condition. Young Hee-won asked, how? If it is similar to Bayu. I was thinking of reincarnation but not into a dakibi. In the first place, the existences that can become dakibis are fixed. The flood of disasters was a special case. The 41st round Shin Yu-sung had been wandering around the star stream for thousands of years. However, that wasn't the case with Yusanga. To save Yusanga, I need to go to a certain star. It is called the island among the transcendents. In the distance, Kyrios pricked up his ears at the word island. Maybe Kyrios knew about the island. While I wasn't here, he had already gone to the island. The problem is that I can't go there right now. Young Hee-won glanced at Asmodeus, who was wandering around the back of the factory. Is it due to the invitation that the Demon King brought? I nodded. My mind was complicated. I had to go to the island to save Usanga and also participate in the duet between good and evil. The more urgent thing right now, the constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at you. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is asking for your help. My thoughts were complicated. I couldn't believe Uriel would say this. Was the situation in Eden that bad? However, if I attended duet between good and evil, Doc Jassy, I told you, a quest should always be preceded by a quest. Eh? Usangasi? Yes. Did you wake me up before? That's right. It was surprising. How did she talk to me across the fourth wall? Even Nirvana couldn't. I'll give you a more detailed explanation later, but now you should focus on the problem at hand. They'll cut to the chase. Doc Jassy must attend the duet between good and evil. But Usanga must be reading Ways of Survival in the fourth wall. Maybe she guessed my plans through Ways of Survival. It doesn't matter if my reincarnation is late. You don't know it, but this library is pretty comfortable. But, in addition, I think attending duet between good and evil will help when moving towards the next main scenario. Right? Usanga was right. Please endure it a bit, Usangasi. They'll let you live again. Usanga was faintly smiling. I looked back at the party members and outlined the current situation. The aftermath of the last scenario isn't over, but something new has come up. I'm sorry. Even so, I must attend this scenario. Lee Hyun-sung heard my words and puffed up his chest. Doc Jassy, I don't care. I have already rested comfortably and want to move quickly. That is only Hyun-sung Ajusi. I wanted to get some rest. Are we all going? I think we should leave Sealwasi and Gong Pildu behind. We need a minimum number of people to manage the industrial complex. The next moment, light flashed in the air. The duet between good and evil is calling you. I guess it has started. Along with the message, our bodies were surrounded by light. The forced transfer to the scenario began. The duet between good and evil was literally a feast of good and evil. A banquet after one long scenario ended in order to identify good and evil. One might wonder about the meaning behind such an action, but for some constellations, this discrimination had a very important meaning. It was because the overall discrimination of good and evil would change the status of the absolute good and absolute evil system, leading to a difference in the next quarter. It has been a long time since there was a banquet of this size. Haven't you seen it often? I didn't always attend. This is a bit unusual. Asmodeus gazed at the exterior of the magnificent banquet hall and smiled. In fact, the banquet was unusual in not just size but also position. The moment we were summoned, there was a crowd of people walking across the bridge. The constellations and incarnations passing through the bridge and the Dakibis waiting to broadcast the scene. In addition, there were the constellations belonging to the independent media of the star stream. Asmodeus said, "Then I will enter first. Don't be uncomfortable and take it easy. Above all, you are the most likely candidate to win a prize this season." Candidate to win a prize? Before I could say anything, Asmodeus flicked his fingers and his clothing behind a gorgeous black dress. He started to enter the hall by crossing the bridge with an elegant walk. Devil of fury and lust. The demon king Asmodeus laughed. There was the should of shudders as the bridge flooded with light. Asmodeus smiled at the Dakibis and glanced back at me with a charming expression. Once again, I realized what a great existence Asmodeus was. Every one of Asmodeus' steps caused images of the battlefield where he fought to flow. I didn't know how many people he fought to be upgraded. The demon king Devil of Lust and Fury is currently ranked 13th among demon kings. The guy who was 32nd rank not long ago was now at the top of the pyramid. It was a huge upgrade. We will enter. I looked around at the party members, but their expressions were strange. Ajusi, is it okay if we go in? Doc Jassy. I didn't know it would be a place like this. Jung Hee-won, who visited Eden, took a deep breath to seek calmness, but the situation of the other party members was serious. Lee Jae-hai was nervously biting her nails, while Lee Hyun-sung's huge bear-like shoulders trembled. I could feel Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young holding my hands tightly. It's fine. We received an invitation. I was also nervous, but I smiled to reassure my companions. Don't be intimidated. We've been fighting hard in the meantime. It doesn't matter what they think of us. It is more important that we build a history that doesn't shame us. Doc Jassy is right. What are we doing? We should enter quickly. The other members seemed to wake up due to Jung Hee-won's strength. Lee Jae-hai struck her red cheeks. Once the preparations were over, I walked over the opening bridge with my companions. The path was covered with jewels and minerals, including obsidian and diamonds. There was also a river of stories flowing under the bridge. The famous constellations, including Asmodeus, had already passed over, so the crowd didn't pay attention to us. To be exact, I wanted it to be like that. Ah, that person. Demon King of Salvation. Now my modifier was quite famous and some of the constellations recognized me. At the same time, the Dakibis broadcasting glanced this side. The exclamation began like a small clap and soon spread throughout the bridge. The enemy of Olympus. Kim Dokja's company has come. Attention was concentrated on us in an instant. The huge amount of attention caused the walking party members to be embarrassed. Some of the constellations on the bridge even reached out towards us. Messages poured in from all over the place and placards swayed. Handsome Kim Dokja. 9158 forever. I hoped that the party members wouldn't look at them, but Jung Hee-won spoke to me. Dokjasi, are you an idol? Hee-won-si is the same as me. Judge of evil. I've been watching your scenario. Hee-won-uni is so cool. I support the love of the steel sword. Lee Hyun-sung was startled and glanced over frightfully. Dokjasi. They are talking about me. The Korean History Preservation Association is supporting Lee Jae-hai, the successor of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Lee Jae-hai frowned. These guys, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-young, are the best. I felt a strong force from Shin Yu-sung holding my hand. Ajusi, I feel terrible. Why am I and Shin Yu-sung? I knew that the reputation of our nebula had increased since Gigantomachia. In fact, the mass production maker had said so. Still, I never imagined the reaction would be so huge. Demon King of Salvation, say a few words. How do you feel about being nominated the most likely to win a prize this season? The microphones coming from all over the place caused me to panic. When I thought about it, this was the first time in my life that I had received such attention. At this time, there was someone who saved me from being embarrassed by the Dakibis. Aren't you getting lost? The distinctive platinum hair spread through the air and emerald green eyes blazed with fury. I run away. Crazy angel. The Dakibis scattered and an archangel in a black silk dress reached me. Kim Dokja. You came. Uriel hugged me and rocked with me in her arms. I felt happy and embarrassed at the same time and removed Uriel. Uriel, it has been a while. Yes. I felt good when I saw Uriel's glittering eyes. I was glad to see her again. I was thankful, but didn't she call me because Eden was in danger? Excuse me? Don't you see your incarnation here? Hee-won. Ha ha ha. Of course, it is also a pleasure to meet Hee-won. Let's enter. Uriel turned away from the crowd and guided us to the banquet hall. I entered the hall and felt overwhelmed with admiration. The Demon Kings and constellations were separated on two long tables. On the left were the 72 Demon Kings 7-3 now, while the right table contained the constellations of the Absolute Good System, including the Archangels of Eden. Our position meant everyone present was focused on me. It was as if they were asking me what table I was going to sit on. The Demon King Monarch of Stars and Logic is paying attention to your choice. The Demon King Black Mane Lion is wondering about your choice. The constellation Scribe of Heaven is watching you. The constellation Morning Star Goddess is looking at you. Sadly, this time there seemed to be no other choice. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 350 Good and Evil, 6. TL note, or will be on pause for a bit over a week. Read explanation here. https://imager.com/dd0mzb. I sighed lightly as I thought about it. I had no idea what to choose, but now I was a Demon King. Thus, the table I would naturally sit at was, now come over here. I have prepared a seat for you in advance. Uriel started to take me and my companion somewhere. I felt embarrassed as I was dragged by Uriel. Uriel led me in a more natural manner to the table with the Archangel. On the opposite table, the Demon Kings were staring at me. No, wait a minute. Uriel. I sat down next to Uriel and the other members sat behind me in turn. Raphael sat in front of me and stared at me in a dumbfounded manner. Aren't you a Demon King? Well, that. Either way, Uriel sitting on my left was happy. Okay. I felt something strange and turned to the right, only to see an unexpected person. What? You're here as well? When did he come here? Yu Jong-hyuk sat there with a peculiar and terrifying killing intent. Next to him was Metatron, who was looking at me with an unknown expression. Based on the seating, Yu Jong-hyuk had been brought here by Metatron. Why did I have an ominous feeling? Metatron waved to me before shaking his head at Uriel. Uriel, I understand your heart, but the Demon King of Salvation is a Demon King. How is he a Demon King, Scribe? He is a Demon King from his modifier. Send him back. I don't want to. The moment Metatron and Uriel were bickering, a Dakibi appeared in the center of the hall. The number and size of the horn showed he was an advanced Dakibi. Then from now on, the Dakibi's gaze stopped on me. I gave you the notice earlier, but someone isn't keeping to it. I would be grateful if the constellations and Demon Kings sat in their own seat. I belatedly identified the modifier written in my spot. That seat is reserved for the savior of corruption. It was that jerk's seat. Michael wasn't in attendance. I hurriedly turned to the party members. You just stay here. That would be safer. Then what about Doc Jassy? I am fine. Don't be too nervous and think of it as a year-end award ceremony. Everyone has suffered, so sometimes there should be a scenario like this. I told the group members this, but I still couldn't relax. According to the development of the original novel, the balance of good and evil would be disturbed by this duet between good and evil. I smiled at Uriel and crossed the hall alone, everyone's attention on me. The Demon King Duke of Everywhere thinks you are a lesser Demon King. The constellation Morning Star Goddess is shaking her hand in a dumbfounded manner. The Demon King Devil of Principles is doubting your dignity. I really felt I was sitting in another class alone at the entrance ceremony. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon likes your stupidity. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon? This brat was here too? After a while, I barely found my designated seat. What a coincidence. We are paired up again. I was sitting next to Asmodeus. Please don't say such bad things. Then the banquet began. The first phase was simple refreshments along with the performance of special guests. It really did feel like a year-end award ceremony. I looked down at the steak on the plate in front of me. Scream of the finest swordmaster on Phil Mountain. It was all the same taste. I put my fork down and watched the garish stage. The performances by the special guests, there were also incarnations. Today's stage is very special. I constantly tried to get in touch with them, but they never responded to me once. Who was it? Introducing the god of wine and ecstasy. In addition, the goddess of love and beauty. What? Along with the colorful lighting, Dionysus in a suit and diamond gloves and Aphrodite in a black jumpsuit appeared on the stage. Then music started to play. I looked back and Orpheus Band was playing music. Whoa, the flashy lights are my own thing. Dionysus started singing. The song continued. You shall never break the excitement, you can't. I didn't know the song. The constellations seemed excited by the unexpected event. In particular, they cheered at the exciting dances that Aphrodite and her incarnation showed. Meanwhile, some constellations were throwing forks at Dionysus. Come to think of it, Dionysus had said something after Gigantomachia. Thanks to you, Olympus will be suffering for a while. I didn't know he meant it like this. Perhaps Dionysus and Aphrodite would receive a large amount of coins for this performance. It was shameful considering Olympus' great pride. Whoa, don't break the excitement. Then excitement, thank you. Please continue to love Bacchus and Goddess Do in the future. Dionysus, who was baptized with food for a while, laughing and walked off with spaghetti on his head. Laughing like this, I couldn't tell if he was acting or not. During the show, I observed the Demon Kings sitting around me. Of course, I was also being observed. In particular, the lower ranks of the Demon Kings were polarized. The Demon King Monarch, who is a philosopher about corpses, is wary of you. The Demon King Eyes that see the forbidden is checking you. It was natural since my rank was upgraded from 73rd to 67th in one day. They must be trembling because they didn't know when I would ask for a promotion battle. Now, we will proceed with the awards ceremony. I sat up straight. From now on, it was real. A good story is created through close cooperation between the constellations and incarnations. This season, there were people who showed great chemistry not only between constellation and incarnation, but incarnation and incarnation. Thus, I prepared a small award for them. The cheers of the constellations filled the hall. Was there something like this in the original? This season's Best Chemistry Award nominees. At the same time, videos flashed. Some of the candidates were very familiar. We can't do it. In any case, we will die if this continues. 2 children appeared on the screen. The first candidates are Incarnation Shin Yu-sung and Incarnation Lee Gil-young. The spotlight suddenly poured down and Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young's wide eyes were visible. This was something I didn't expect. Come to think of it, I saw a placard talking about best chemistry when crossing the bridge. The footage featured on the screen was when the 2 children met the Chimera Dragon in Dark Castle. There was the video of 2 children moving through the wave of monsters, plucking up their courage as they advanced towards the dragon. Somehow I felt touched. The candidate introductions continued. The second candidates are Incarnation Jung Hee-won and Incarnation Lee Hyun-sung. More from our nebula? Hyunsi, excuse me. The screen showed the moment when Lee Hyun-sung learnt steel transformation. Lee Hyun-sung voluntarily sacrificed himself to quench Jung Hee-won's hell flame's ignition after she was affected by nirvana. On the other table, I could see Lee Hyun-sung blushing and Jung Hee-won touching her forehead. They both looked pretty good. Next are the third candidates. I was shocked to witness the scene. What was this? Kim Daksha, there is only one chance. It has always been once for me. Once the screen came out, Uriel and the Archangels of Eden screamed. The 2 people on the screen were me and Yu Jong-hyuk. It was the moment we threw a spear together at Ares. The Dakibi continued. The third candidates are Constellation Demon King of Salvation and Incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk. Yu Jong-hyuk's frown deepened even more. This jerk, I didn't like it either. Lee Jae-hai and Jung Hee-won glanced at me before chuckling. Then let's announce the winner of the award. I inwardly prayed. Please not the third candidates. Please not the third. The season's Best Chemistry Award goes to Incarnation Shin Yu-sung and Incarnation Lee Gil-young. The names were released with popping fireworks. Fortunately, the constellations gave the right judgment. The Archangel sighed while I could see Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung hesitantly walking to the stage. Thanks for the award. The extremely nervous Shin Yu-sung stared at me. Suddenly, Lee Gil-young took the microphone. I love Dak Ja-hyung. I love Ajusi. Kim Dokja's company is the best. The archangels clapped like the children were adorable. The children received the prize money and plaque and returned to their seats. Hum. We will continue with the awards. The Best Chemistry Award was special. In fact, most of the awards in the duet between good and evil were given to the giant stories. Therefore, the people who got a decent giant story in this season were very nervous. There was a prize money, but all the plaques given here were star relics that enhanced their status. How could the constellations not go crazy? Asmodeus sat beside me and whispered, "Are you looking forward to it? What type of prize you will receive?" I haven't received it yet. I was sure it was just a newcomer award. In the first place, the award ceremony couldn't afford to give a demon king the biggest prize. Asmodeus' expression was curious. Do you think so? I shook my head and watched the following prizes. Putting aside the awards, I wasn't feeling comfortable. In the first place, duet between good and evil wasn't just a ceremony. The duet between good and evil. The banquet of good and evil was to judge the good and evil of the scenario. In fact, this event was a contest of pride between the absolute good and absolute evil systems held at regular intervals. The giant stories from all over the universe rose in the air. The winner of the new evil award is the giant story Descendant of Chiyu. Descendant of Chiyu. It was a giant story from the Emperor side. Perhaps it was a story that the Incarnation Feihu participated in. From now on, all the giant stories receiving awards would be divided by good or evil. In other words, the prizes given to good and evil were different. I was judged as an evil person, and thanks to that, I would be given the prizes of a demon king. The winner of the new good award is the giant story Protector of the Sphinx. Protector of the Sphinx. It was the giant story of Papyrus. It was probably Ranveer Khan. Ranveer Khan seemed to have received the support of the absolute good system because he was a good and generous man. Winners, please come forward. Feihu and Ranveer Khan received the awards as representatives and gave a brief statement. Feihu, a master in unknown fighting. Ranveer Khan, a master in fighting against an army. I thought they would have entered the giant stories by now, but I was surprised they already collected such great stories. It was different from the original novel. Now, the next one is, the newcomer awards passed and the awards for excellence in each field were continued. One was evil and the other was good. There was a dividing line as the awards were given. Perhaps some of these prizes were strongly influenced by the constellations. This was the constellation of the star stream's way of balancing good and evil. I sincerely thank the constellations of the absolute evil system and the demon kings who gave me this award. The maternal sponsor behind me, the Dakibi who operated the channel, and the long speech for the Excellence Award finished, and I felt a bit strange. I thought I would have already received a prize at this point, but all the awards for the newcomers had passed. Kim Dokja's company didn't even qualify for a newcomer award. The stories were created. The winner of this season's Top Excellence Award, the Giant Story. The winner of the Top Excellence Award was Anna Croft's Zarathustra. Come to think of it, the grand prize in the original work went to Anna Croft. All that remained was the grand prize. At this point, I started to be afraid of something. The duet between good and evil determines the balance of good and evil through the grand prize. In fact, the grand prize was the most important thing about this banquet. It was because the grand prize determined the power status of good and evil. The giant story of this season was either good or bad. I looked around and the smiling and chatting demon kings and angels were tense. The grand prize of this season, the Dakibi's mouth opened. I heard the syllables spoken by him and felt the reality of the world gradually disappearing. The balance of the world was staggering. The giant story of the Nebula Kim Dokja's company, the torch that swallowed the myth. TL, Rainbow Turtle.